Good shot. Yes. For a period of 15 years, players traveling from distant lands watched as American after American would find victory at TPC River Highlands.
Right over the top of it.
Oh, what
shot.
Kick in birdie.
But in 2011, Sweden's Freddie Jakobsen ended the international drought on the strength of 21 birdies and just one bogey over a 4-day span. 1 year later, foreign success continued as Australia's Mark Leishman overcame a 6-shot deficit in the final round to score an improbable win. In a season in which Americans have captured 20 of 25 events on tour, will our victor this week be someone who traveled here from places far and wide, or an American intent on maintaining his country's dominance? The feature group channel on PGATour.com is next. The PGA Tour proudly presents the Travelers Championship as part of the season-long race for the FedEx Cup. Coverage is presented by Travelers and delivered by FedEx. Welcome to New England, the first weekend of summer. You're watching featured group coverage of the Travelers Championship from Cromwell, Connecticut in the TPC River Highlands, just a few miles south of Hartford. I'm Grant Boone, joined by PGA Tour veteran Mark McCumber. And it is our pleasure to bring you coverage of this, the 62nd playing of the Travelers. And we have just picture-perfect conditions. 75 degrees and a great forecast for weather. And a forecast for what should be an exciting finish. Bubba Watson bogeyed 13, 15, and 17 late Saturday to have a 3-shot lead erased. He'll go into the final round tied with the young Canadian Graham Dillette and Charlie Hoffman, who had a chance to win here last year. You look at the bottom of page 1, and you have a past champion here, Hunter Mahan, and the reigning U.S. Open champion, Justin Rose. And we'll see those two in our second featured group today. They'll tee off a few minutes after 1 o'clock Eastern Time. But our first featured group, Mark, another contrast like we had yesterday with the brash Poulter and the quiet Mark Wilson, the young Rickie Fowler, the American, and the veteran Englishman Gary Christian.
Well, it's going to be fun to watch these two players coming from different places. The young Rickie Fowler was a star sensation as a junior, an amateur, and now as a professional. Rookie of the year on tours, already won, already played a Ryder Cup. And Gary Christian is 17 years his senior, and he was a rookie just last year.
We have a bright-colored ball, a bright-colored Rickie Fowler, and a bright-eyed and bushy-tailed Billy Kratzer, the 1977 Hartford champ, down there watching. Billy?
Well, Grant, it's going to be interesting today because both these players, they made the 36-hole cut right on the number. Then they made the secondary cut yesterday right on the number. But what's interesting is that they're both within 10 shots of the lead. That gives them a great opportunity today that if they can go out there and post that 63 or 62 or 64, that might vault them into the top 10. So this is an opportunity that when you're usually teeing off this early on Sunday that you don't usually get.
That's a great point, Billy. And Mark, as you look at Gary Christian, he really could use a big Sunday.
He could, and this is the kind of golf course that has given up historically big Sundays. We saw it last year. And we have seen young Patrick Cantlay just a couple years ago as an amateur shoot 60 at this golf course. So while this course can present its problems, we saw it with our leader, Bubba Watson, trying to finish yesterday. It also rewards good shots and aggressive play. It should be exciting. Billy described it perfectly.
There is the 41-year-old Gary Christian. Last year.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final round of the Travelers Championship. This is the 9:24 starting time. First on the tee from Carshalton, England, Gary Christian.
That was impressive. No microphone. Straight hitting Gary Christian, last year a 40-year-old rookie.
And Grant, I would certainly think that Rickie Fowler is going to be 20 to 25 yards ahead of him all day long off the tee. But this is a good tee shot heading up the right-hand side.
Completing this group from Murrieta, California, Rickie Fowler.
Rickie cowboys up, as he always does on Sunday. Monochromatic with the orange. Easy to spot.
Actually, how about yours now?
Really good drive up the right-hand side, trying to turn down a little bit. And excellent. Rolling out.
TPC River Highlands opens with 4 consecutive par 4s. That one is still creeping forward.
That's right down the middle, the most important thing. It's a nice starting hole. It gives players a chance to kind of get off and on the way without being too difficult. The golf course is a par 70. As we mentioned, just like last week's U.S. Open, it plays under 7,000 yards. You don't see that a lot anymore. 68.41. Originally designed a long time ago by Robert J. Ross, redone by PGA Tour Design Services, headed by Bobby Weed in the late 80s. It's a blend of old and new, but they did a beautiful job. We have the beautiful northern bent grass greens. 10.5 is very manageable. Probably during the day they may sneak up to 11 as the greens dry out. It's a golf course that plays 21,000 rounds a year. It's a public golf course, so anybody can come play the same great golf course here at TPC River Highlands that these world-class pros do. It's a golf course, as you see from Patrick Cantlay's course record, 60. Mark Leishman shooting 61 last year to come from behind. It gives up some birdies, but we also saw players struggle yesterday if they don't drive the ball straight, so that's a big thing. Combination of power and accuracy is needed to play well here.
Well, and even in round 3 with the guys who made the cut, the scoring average was at a quarter of a stroke over par.
We talked about the contrasting probably both personalities and records of these two players. You know, Gary Christensen has been probably the perfect, description of a journeyman professional who's obviously very good. He's worked his way onto the tour by gaining access through at the time, the nationwide, now the web.com tour, where he graduated in the top 25 on that tour to get his card. And Rickie Fowler, boy, what a meteoric rise as a junior, Western Junior champion, one of college's best players ever. Rookie of the Year in 2010. Has already won on the tour a couple of years ago at Charlotte at the Wachovia. Has already played a Ryder Cup. This young man, for just 24 years old, has got a world of experience. And as we mentioned, the other side of the fairway, or just to the right of him today, and going to be behind him most of the day, Gary Christensen trying to grind out a living and off to a slow start for the year. So this could be a very big day for Gary, trying to make some FedEx Cup points and win some official money on the PGA Tour.
Christian, as you say, really worked hard for most of the first decade of the 2000s on the web.com tour, won out there, and is an easy guy to root for. Fun guy to play with, easy going. He's not a long hitter, but he's going to be in almost every fairway. Take a look at the player profile. He'll turn 42 here in just about 6 weeks or so. Played collegiately at Auburn after a junior college career before that. Last year, first year on tour, he did qualify for the FedEx Cup playoffs, which was certainly an accomplishment. But this year, he has missed the cut in all but one event. Now, 127th on the money list. Billy, as you know, that means, conditional status. And so you get in where you can, and an opportunity, as you, I think, wisely pointed out today, this could be big for Gary Christian.
Well, it could, and certainly if you get off to a good start and you position yourself, if the wind kicks up this afternoon more than what it is right now, you can post a low score. I think a low score is out there right now. Now, Gary Christian, 188 yards. Rickie Fowler only 155. But from this far right-hand side, hole location 35 on, 5 from the right. Going with a 5-iron, trying to hit just a little soft cut, and it's over cutting bunker.
Well, Billy, that's the mistake you don't want to make. He's short-sighted himself. Now he's got a difficult bunker shot down that hill. Might be a little bit of nerves. I mean, as Grant mentioned, one cut this year, so he's not been in a lot of Saturdays. It's only the second time he's played on the weekend. Now 31 yards ahead of him is Rickie Fowler.
Yeah, just a touch of a downhill lie, ball slightly above his feet, so hard to get at this back right hole location mark. Likes to work the ball a little right to left. This is an 8-iron. Coming in low, trying to work it back to this back hole location, get over a little bit of a ridge.
That ball's feeding down to the hole, Billy, and it's right below the hole. He'll have a right to lefter, but a makeable putt. I saw Rickie on the range right before they teed off, watched both Gary Christian and Rickie warm up, and Rickie was working on hitting some short iron cuts. I don't know if he was thinking about the right hole location on one. It's very possible he was, but he was working on moving the ball both directions, did a good job holding it up there.
Well, don't you think a lot of times players might send their caddy to get a hole location sheet, and if he notices that there's more hole locations on that right-hand side that are difficult to get to, that's something they'll work on while they warm up?
That's how prepared they are. I know I used to always imitate the first tee shot, and I would want to know where the first couple hole locations were. For me, I like to work it left to right, so if it had been a back left hole location, I'd hit a couple of short irons trying to draw it in there. And my draw only faded 5 yards, so it helped me a little bit. But I think very possibly he was working on this first hole and what he'd have to do on the second shot.
There you look at the player profile of Rickie Fowler, Oklahoma State. We've already seen evidence of that in his wardrobe. He played in 2009 3 events as a professional. He turned professional that summer, and it only took those first couple of events for him to earn enough money. He wound up cashing checks in 3 events that fall. He made enough money to get status on the tour for 2010, and all he did was go out and earn Rookie of the Year honors.
Well, he wears the bright colors, and the young ones love following him. He's got a real following. We can see right behind him on this picture the masses of gallery walking out with Rickie Fowler, and this is early on a Sunday. But his play matches the dress. He plays with a lot of flair. He's fun to watch, an aggressive, confident player. He showed that in his brilliant singles match at the Ryder Cup, birding the last several holes to get a half a point. He really has a lot of future. Now going to Gary Christian in the bunker. Billy, what is he facing?
Well, you can see him just kind of get up on his tiptoes, just trying to land this, and maybe a pace onto the green, but he's looking for this to bust pretty hard to the left once it hits the green.
Billy, I don't know if he could have done any better.
No, that was a pretty good shot, and actually landed it on the fringe. I thought he might be able to take it onto the green, but well played by Gary.
He looks nice and relaxed. Got a nice smile on his face. Good thing about that shot, too, getting it past the hole, it leaves him a little easier putt for par back up as opposed to, I don't know if he could have left it short, though, Billy. It's a pretty steep slope from right to left on that green.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Now, Rickie, great opportunity to get this round kick-started right here at the first hole mark. You can see just how far outside the hole Rickie is looking after seeing the bunker shot of Gary Christian.
Looks like he had the line, just not the speed.
Right, just a little light on the speed.
Well, there are lots of little Rickies in the gallery every week on the PGA Tour. I don't know that anyone is more emulated, at least sartorially, than Rickie Fowler. He's got that's a big part of his entire brand, and he's backed it up with some big performances, as we've talked about. The win at Quail Hollow, which many players believe is in that next, well, it is. It's in that next shelf below the major championships when you talk about tour events. And now Gary Christian for his par.
This has always been an interesting routine to me, Mark. He'll take this practice stroke, always looking at the hole directly behind the ball, really never looking down until he actually gets ready to make the stroke. That's a great up and down.
Oh, that could go a long way to relaxing Gary in his second weekend playing on the PGA Tour. That's a big par. We talked about that yesterday, that sometimes making a par saver of that length does as much good as making a birdie. Good for Gary.
Really well played from the bunker, and a really nice putt for Christian. He's a little over 50% now on the PGA Tour this season and getting up and down from greenside bunkers. Our feature group coverage on Sunday at the Travelers. A couple of pars for our feature group, Fowler and Christian. They did it in different ways.
Well, now they're going to head to the short par 4 second hole, which is one of the easiest holes in the golf course traditionally. It's played the same way this week. It's just a layup shot off the tee for most players, a 3-wooder utility iron. It's only 341 yards. Today the hole is located in the back left-hand side of the hole, so if you can put this tee shot in the right side of the fairway, it'll give you a better angle. Most players just hitting a 9-iron or wedge, maybe even sand wedge into this green.
And Gary Christian, following your advice, Mark, just going with a fairway metal. A little bit of breeze into his face, but the key, you just want to make sure you carry that the crest of the hill, which is right at about 220 yards. Uphill into the wind, 3 metal. Yep. Very comfortable looking swing there.
Billy, from our view, it looks like Gary takes that club a little on the outside, trying to either hold it off or cut it a tad with that 3-wood.
Yeah, and he actually has a pretty good width in his swing. Now Rickie just kind of play that tight little draw, that little shot that just kind of moves just slightly right to left. Low piercing tee shot there. Should have some run on it. Ooh, got a kick to the left, but should be okay, Mo.
That did shoot forward, and Fowler will have a short shot in for his second. Feature group coverage on PGATour.com Sunday at the Travelers. Bubba Watson's 3 late bogeys Saturday have dropped him into the next to last tee time today. Dillette, the Canadian, and Hoffman, who had a 2-shot lead late on Sunday last year, will play in that final group. Mark, how about the swings of our first featured group, Gary Christian on the left and Rickie Fowler on the right?
Well, we talked about the differences in career and paths to the tour. Look at the swings. They're also different. On the left, Gary Christian takes the club outside, a little more upright. Nice position as he drops the club right in. Now Rickie Fowler, hands a little lower, a little more bent over, and look at the hands at the top, a little flatter swing. And as they both come down, they're in good positions at the hit. But you can tell by the flight of the ball, Gary Christian is kind of holding off a cut with that 3-wood, and Rickie Fowler's working the club more from the inside as he hits a draw down the fairway. And that's one of the reasons that Rickie Fowler, also being 17 years younger, might be that he hits the ball further because of the flight. Now up in the fairway to Gary Christian and Billy Kratzer.
Well, you can see that whole location left-hand side. This from 106 yards. Trying to bring it in a little right to left, using the slope to get it close to the hole. Jump left. Very nice. I don't think you can drive it far enough to the right or up far enough, Mark, that you can actually get an open look at the hole. I think pretty much all day long the players are going to have to kind of look through that tree that's right on the corner. And Rickie on this far left-hand side, just 83 yards. It's just a visual obstacle. It's certainly nothing more. Ooh, get down. Get down. Nice. Ooh, look at that. Able to spin it from there.
2 good ones.
Billy, our pictures showed exactly what you were talking about. It's an intimidating look, I mean, to go over that tree, and it's gotten a lot taller in the last 15 years, I can tell you that. But as you mentioned, all the players virtually today from the fairway will be contending with the visual effect of that large gaping tree that guards the left side of the screen.
It's funny how clothing and other equipment tends to get recycled through the years. We see the white belts that Rickie Fowler's been sporting the last few years. You guys remember the first time you saw colored golf balls? What was that, early 80s?
Well, I remember Wayne Levy, I believe Billy won in Hawaii. I think he was the first one in the 80s.
I can't really actually pinpoint a player, but that's a great call by you, Calvin Pete,
Jerry Pate
at the
Players. But it didn't last, and now we see him again. I wonder if it'll catch on. I've always thought that golfers are so traditional. You know, they tend to. It makes sense to me. You can find it easier in the rough. It's easier to see.
Well, I think the bank would have been broken if someone would have made a bet with me that Vijay Singh would use a yellow golf ball.
Yeah, good point. All you want to do is find the color that goes in the hole quick. I do know that. I mean,
exactly right.
I'd go pink if that worked.
I think Rickie's going to go first, it would appear.
Mm-hmm. And both players, great opportunities here. Rickie right in that 10, maybe 10.5 foot range for birdie. And you keep giving yourself looks like this all day long, you're going to post a good number.
You know, Billy, on number 1, his ball came up short. You are getting the feel for the greens as you start out, but I would expect him to be all out today. I don't think there'll be a lot of protecting anything. He's going to really try to take some chances, I think.
Yeah, and that's his style of putting. He likes to putt aggressively.
There you go.
Boom.
Boy, that ball went in with some speed, man. That's what we expect out of Rickie Fowler, that type of aggressive play. The second shot, you know, it danced all over the hole. It kind of had to work hard to get that far away from the hole.
We've seen him back and forth with the left-hand low, you know, on short putts, and the more conventional style on longer putts, trying to find just the right combo. And now Gary Christian, after the really nice par save at 1. Can he pour one in here for birdie at 2? This would be a little like the other Englishman yesterday, Ian Poulter.
Mm-hmm. And this is a very easy putt. The way that I read it, just dipping a little bit to the left, kind of feed it out there into the line. It's a pull right off the get-go. I'm very familiar with that one.
Billy looked like a little bit of a decel too, because the ball barely got to the front edge of the hole. It's not the kind of stroke he wanted to make, but he'll walk off the screen with a par. Little par start. But that is, don't forget, one of the easiest holes in the golf course, the 16th easiest through the first 3 rounds.
A very different feeling walking off with par from 1 compared to 2. Rickie Fowler with an early birdie. And as we mentioned, yesterday, the amateur Justin Thomas making the cut, actually being one of the 70 players at 1 under par or better through 36 holes. That pushed the cut, the actual cut, down to even par because it's low 70 professionals in ties. So that even number 70 with an amateur in there meant that all the guys at even par got in. That included Gary Christian and Rickie Fowler.
Fowler going with the 3 medal here at the third, back into the breeze, but right on the corner of the tree that you see in front. This one hanging out to the right as he came out of the shot pretty quickly. Looked like he was just trying to hit that kind of cover hook there, kind of low piercing shot, and he just came up and out of it.
And Billy, that ball has found that bunker. It's not a good spot. Today the hole is located again on the right side of the green, so he'll have a tough angle. 25 back 4 from the right. Now Gary Christian going with the driver.
Yeah, and I think that's the proper play for him. And just watching his rehearsal, he's trying to get this club to swing left, so he does like to move the ball left to right. That starts out over the tree, cutting back, and it's going to wind up on the right-hand side of that tree. Good tee shot.
And that ball takes a nice hop, hits on a downslope, and skates up to the upper level. He'll have a beautiful look at this whole location.
A birdie at the second for Rickie Fowler. Gary Christian, a couple of pars. Feature group coverage on Sunday at the Travelers. Can one of these guys make a big move? The Travelers has been a tournament that has been a first victory for players through the years. Guys like Bubba Watson, Hunter Mahan. Could this be a first for the Canadian Graham Dillette? Maybe Nick O'Hearn, the Aussie. The Texan Chris Stroud. Ken Duke, who's been out here. Played a lot of good golf for a long time. Could Justin Rose go U.S. Open Travelers back-to-back? He was 2 shots behind Phil Mickelson going into the final round at another sub-7,000-yard course a week ago at Marion before going on to win. And we'll see Justin Rose and Hunter Mahan in our second feature group today here at the Travelers. And that is where the tee shot of Rickie Fowler came to rest. Fairway bunker at 3.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a draw lie to a back right pin. It'll be difficult, Billy.
Yeah, and it has 196 yards all the way back to that hole. But I think, the cover on the front mark is 171 yards. So you're kind of looking at that yardage. And then if it pitches forward and releases out to about 185 yards. You give yourself somewhere around 25 or 30 feet.
We continue to contrast the two players, you know, Gary Christian and Rickie Fowler, and look at the results this year. While Gary's made 1 cut in 5 events, Rickie has made 12 of 14 with 4 top 10s, 34th in scoring average. That's pretty good. So, you know, the only thing that's missing for Rickie Fowler, and I don't know if it's fair to say that at 24 years old, but the one win. He plays such a brilliant style of golf, and when he's on, he's pretty amazing. I think people have expected more wins out of him, but I'm sure they are to come in the future.
Yeah, you start stacking up the wins, and it took Justin Rose a while to accomplish that. And you know, look what he's done. He went from winning on tour and then a World Golf Championship, and now you've won your first major. I think it's a progression for a lot of these players. And if you look at the major championships, I would have to say that probably his best opportunity is probably going to be able to win the British Open with the way that he hits the ball in the wind, Mark.
That could be true. Oklahoma State played out there in college, knows how to play in the wind now. This second shot from 196, as you said.
Well, it's a 5-iron, and you got to elevate it. You got to be a little careful with that lip in front of him. Oh, good clean contact. Really a good-looking shot.
Wow. That was impressive. You know, he's 6th on tour and hitting the green from fairway bunkers, and you can do a lot of things with stats, and some are more important than others, but that looked like a guy who's top 10 in that category.
Well, that just says to me that he hits the ball solidly, hits the ball first. Now Billy to the middle of the fairway and Gary Christian.
Yeah, just a yard inside 150. Just trying to cut a 7-iron from 149 yards and just hanging left on him a little bit, but a sensible play.
Yeah, it's hole high. He has a very makeable putt just inside of probably 25 feet. What stood out to me was Rickie Fowler's line he took, Billy. What an aggressive line out of the fairway bunker. He's not in any way playing to the middle of the green on that shot.
Well, I think with that lie that he had, Mark, I think you just kind of went with the contouring of the bunker, and you didn't try to go against it. I think a lot of players, more times than not, when they go against that, they catch it thin or they catch it heavy. I think he just went with what was given to him, and he hit a great shot.
Yeah, that's so true. So often on a hook lie when the ball's above your feet, if you try to cut it, and that was a problem I had, that it's so easy to catch the toe first and not get the ball solidly. So just go with the contour. That's a great tip for our listeners and those watching in, Billy, to do that, and Rickie did that perfectly.
And take a look at how the third has played this week.
Well, the third has been the 12th easiest hole in the golf course, so not one of the more difficult, very generous fairway, 61 birdies as opposed to only 40 bogeys and 3 doubles. It's one of the 7 or 8 holes on the golf course that's played to a stroke average of under par. There are places on this course you got to make your moves. I think 1, 2, 3 is a quick start's valuable, because when you play 4 and 5, they're 2 of the hardest holes in the golf course. Then you've got, a chance to birdie the par 5, 6. 7th is pretty straightforward. 8's a hard par 3. And then you get to the back 9, which is really totally different. This is basically hazardless golf on the front 9, just trees and grass. And the back 9's got more boundaries. It's got water on a lot of the holes, a lot more risk reward. And while I say that, the stroke average, the first couple days, was a negligible difference between the two 9s. So they create more excitement on the back 9, but they both play to about the same scores.
Thank you for coming to the Travelers. Please play
Just fascinated by a golf course that on Thursday gave up a 61, a 62, and 63. Since then, the best score's been 65. 10 under led after 36 holes. 10 under continues to be the lead. And here's this unusual pre-putt routine by Rickie Fowler. Sticking the putter over the ball.
Well, and the routine certainly has quickened. I think he's trying to take a lot of the thought out of it, just react to the line that he sees, and comes up a little short, right. But for a player that's, struggles with their putting, I think that's a great tip, Mark. You kind of get the line, and the quicker you can put the ball in motion, I think the better you'll putt.
I couldn't agree more, Billy, and from personal experience, the putting guru to many of these players is Dave Stockton, the Stockton family and his boys, and Dave helped me later in my career greatly with my putting, and one of the things he did for me is eliminate my practice stroke, so I became more reactionary, just felt it more, didn't try to mechanically repeat something, and it looks like Rickie's trying to go a little faster. It's not that he's trying to hurry his stroke, it's a little more of less thought and let your natural abilities take over. Now, Gary Christian is the opposite of that, much more deliberate, as you pointed out. Very good routine, but it's very specific.
And probably see just the opposite of what we saw from Rickie Fowler's putt. This putt a little downhill.
Yeah.
Oh.
Goodness.
That caught a lot of the hole and could have gone down just as easily, but if it catches none of the hole, that's going to be 4 or 5 feet by.
Looked like it actually picked up speed as it got to the hole.
It did, Mark. Everything kind of tilts to that back right-hand corner of the third green.
A little bit of everything for Gary Christian. Nice par save at 1. Not a very good putt from close range at 2 that he missed. And then that one was a good putt that went halfway down and came out. And now off to the tough 4th.
Boy, tough is a good description. They have to walk back a little bit to this tee, set back up against the property boundary. You see the fence back there in the trees. They're coming out of a shoot on this hole that measures 481 yards. It's played as the second hardest hole on the golf course for the first 3 days to a stroke average of almost 2/10 above par. We see that Gary Christian is still tied for 60th, and Rickie Fowler's made a little move. It's amazing what Birdie's doing a Sunday, and Billy said it at the start of the round. Both these players are trying to have a hot round that could easily jump them up into the top 10, which would be valuable for both players.
Way back on the tee box there is Fowler with the honor after the birdie a couple of holes ago at 2. And there's how the 4th is played. It's been the second toughest in the 30 years they've played the tournament here, and the second toughest this week.
Well, what jumps out on that graph to me, Grant, is the 94 bogeys as opposed to the 32 birdies. And you have to throw in 3 doubles or higher, so
3 times as many.
Yeah, so making par here, I always loved it when I made par. I made a couple birdies here, and I felt like I made almost an eagle. So making par here is a good thing, and it starts with this tee shot. You've got to put it in the fairway. These players are obviously taking a little weight here, Billy. Someone must be still in the fairway.
Yeah, they're in the fairway, and the guys in the fairway, they're waiting for the green to clear. So actually we have 3 groups on this tee. Or on this hole.
You get a hard par 4 like this, and inevitably someone in the group will miss the green, if not both players. So it takes a little more time. It's almost like a short par 5. Not much conversation at the moment. You see Gary checking out the equipment of Rickie Fowler, pulling out one of the irons. That was done all the time, Billy. I was always looking in guys' bags to see what equipment they were using and how they had their bags set up.
Yeah, it's interesting, what a player will do, what combination they use, what hybrid they're going to put in. Do they put in a long iron in place of the hybrid? Last week, Mickelson was carrying 5 wedges. What makes a guy decide to carry 4 or 5 wedges, or carry just a driver and a 7-wood like Bubba Watson does many times?
So much for me having to keep up.
Yeah, I think we'll be all right today.
Yep.
That's right. Yeah, the pace of play much slower than when we started out yesterday.
It's surprising a little bit for the first guys out, too. Usually those guys are off and running.
I didn't have a chance to look at the pairings and to see who was in the first few groups. Everyone can identify the slow players out here.
Rickie's ready now.
And he's not one of them. He likes to play quick. Like you said, Mark, just bracket this tee shot right in between the bunkers. You have the bunker inside the corner of the dog leg. Just needs to kind of hang on.
Billy, that 3-wood, he hung it again like he did on 2. It caught those pine trees down the right and even pushed it further right into the rough.
Yeah, that's twice where he's tried to hit that kind of that low, hard draw.
I would think this hole sets up really good for Gary Christian, the way he likes to shape the ball.
Yeah, and the bunker, it's certainly a directional bunker for him. It's 294 yards off the tee, and with this wind direction, you can see that he's squeezed over to the right-hand side. It's a great aiming point for him. Up the left-hand side, cutting back, nice little hop to the right. Perfect.
Yeah, that
maybe the first cut, but still, good angle.
It is first cut. Billy's sitting up perfectly, and he will have a really good angle. The hole today on number 4 is cut in the back left portion of the green, 28 yards on, 5 from the left. We've talked about one of the difficulties that makes this whole play so hard is the green's very narrow. It has a lot of depth. It's 39 yards deep, but it's narrow, so it requires a very accurate second shot.
Gary Christian likes to wear the blue shirt, he says, to match his eyes. Rickie Fowler always on Sunday in that Oklahoma State orange. Let's go outside the ropes now with Rickie Fowler.
California. Welcome, Rickie Fowler.
I'm not the biggest guy, but I do eat a lot. Sushi is one of my favorites. I'm quarter Japanese, so I kind of have to like sushi. Great Mexican food down in Southern California. Basically whatever. I'm not too picky. Kind of have my own style. In a way, it's loud at times, colorful, edgy, and that non-traditional. You don't see many people wearing it. Outside the U.S., somewhere on the coast of Australia.
G'day, mate.
I always like going home to where I grew up in Murrieta, California. The one guy I really looked up to growing up was Jeremy McGrath, a 7-time motocross champ. He grew up in the same town as me. It's pretty cool to be as close as I am with him, and you know, he's kind of following me now instead of me following what he used to do. Hop on the bike and mess around a little bit. I've always liked to fish. Depends where I'm at, what kind of fishing I'm going to do. You know, iPod's got just about everything, from country to rap to hip-hop to alternative. My favorite, Kings of Leon, OAR. You know, every once in a while I'll throw some rap or some country on.
As brash as his fashion and style may be, he is just a really fine person, and this is like he's been cloned. We see all the little Rickies out there, and he's an easy person to play with for other players. His personality maybe doesn't always match the brash fashion that you see. He's a really likable guy. In fact, Billy, you know, all these years you've been out there following young players coming out on tour. I mean, he's as easy a guy to interview, as accommodating as I've seen in the last 15 years out here.
Well, I can name certainly a handful of the young players. When you look at Justin Rose and Adam Scott, I think those are the two go-to guys that you can go to just about any time, no matter how they're playing, and they'll be very accommodating. Rickie Fowler's another guy. You just have such a good young group of players, and that's why I think the game of golf is in such good hands right now, because as we go through a transition, because you have Ernie in his 40s, Furyk in his 40s, Mickelson in his 40s, Goosen in his 40s, you know, as we make this transition, I think it's going to be seamless with all the great young players we have and how they handle the media.
Throw Matt Kuchar in that mix.
That's a good one to
Snedeker.
think of.
Yeah.
I heard a comment by Rickie that impressed me as a former player and as a father, that you know, he takes the responsibility that he's got a following and people dress like him and want to be like him. He takes that responsibility seriously of how he conducts himself on the golf course. And what a nice thing to hear from one of our young stars in the PGA Tour. Sometimes I think we might forget, you know, all the experience he's had, all the things he's accomplished in golf, and still he's only 24 years old. So handles himself a lot more mature than just those 24 years.
I know when I go out to the Players Club, the TPC, and you go out to the range to practice, it is dotted with young kids wearing the hat, the orange, everything. So he's made a huge impact.
Like that youngster right there.
Exactly.
It looks like we're looking in a mirror. That's interesting.
Oh, yeah, well, he's not the only one. Now, see, I thought that he was just going to toss this ball back to the fairway somewhere about 20 or 30 yards short of the green, pretty much on the left-hand side. He has 210 yards to the hole. And this ball ticked the tree coming out. It's going to come up a little bit short, but opportunity to get the ball up and down.
A very aggressive play.
That's his style.
Boy, it is. He can create some speed, Billy. The ball was below his feet in thick rough, and he opened the blade up of a medium iron and hit a good shot. Just we could hear the sound of it clipping the top of that tree. Not a bad leave, though. Now we go over to Gary Christian.
A little more difficult lie than what I first thought when I saw the ball come to rest. 180 yards, but you can see just how far the ball is below his feet. 6-iron play for this to come out a little quick. It comes out sluggish and to the right. It's going to just drift on down to that collection area. Plenty of green to work with from over there, though.
Yeah, what made that shot even a little harder for Gary was that he likes to cut the ball. We talked about him coming from the outside on that lie. It's so easy to catch the heel of the club in the slope before the toe gets there, and they don't get there together, and consequently the ball hangs out to the right.
Four is a brute. So these guys will be scrambling. You know, one of the thought about Rickie and his fashion. You know, he partnered with a brand that was not one of the blue bloods in golf fashion. You know, and has really owned it, so to speak. And I think it's safe to say, from what we've already seen and what Billy pointed out earlier, it's caught on. Tell you what, you come out brash and you don't deliver with your play, and it would not go over well, let's put it that way. But he's backed it up. Some awfully impressive golf. You think about, you mentioned the Ryder Cup, that late run on Sunday to give to keep the U.S. chances alive.
Yep.
Europe would go on to win, of course, in Celtic manner. But
if you've been in that situation as a player, the pressure's quite amazing. I would say that it's even more than a major. I guess it depends on the personality of the player, but because not only are you playing under a microscope, one of the most watched events in the world, you're trying to help 11 other guys, your teammates, and you feel that. And boy, did he come through with that flurry of birdies at the end.
I wonder how much pressure a captain's pick feels in that situation. I mean, it's pressure packed anyways, but is there more inward pressure, do you think, Mark?
Oh, I absolutely think so. Because, well, I didn't want to let my captain on either, but he's got the other teammates, he's got the captain, and just wanting to prove that he was worthy of the pick because he didn't technically, on his individual merit, get that spot.
Okay. He'll probably play this a little low, try to hit it right into that slope, let it hop up and get just over the crest. Young player with a lot of shots, Mark.
Didn't take a lot of time. Looked like he knew just what he was doing. It was a very well executed golf shot.
And now Gary Christian.
Well, plenty of green to work with from over there. Actually, a little unfortunate with that drive to draw that lie. But now he has at least 60 feet of green to work with, and he can put it up on the putting surface and let it release all the way to the hole. One little grab, releasing down. Very nice.
Just that short putt for a 4th straight par to open his final round.
Both players' short games look keen today. We saw the good up and down on the first hole by Gary. Nice pitch there. And Rickie Fowler is 7 feet and 9 inches, Billy, back down this green to try to save par. And this was set up by a tee shot that he lost to the right. And we had a great look at his swing off the tee. It looked like he was trying to really, as you mentioned, hit that low covering drawing 3-wood like he did on the 3rd hole, and just came out of it a tad. You know, you've really got to stay down and make sure that club stays low through the ball if you want to carry that out.
And most times in a round of golf, you're going to find a player, or a player's going to find himself in a position to where he has to make that hard par. And a lot of times that, you know, starts the momentum, or it keeps the momentum going. And but just about every player on tour finds themselves in that situation at least once or twice during the round. See if he can come away with the par. Actually coming right down the hill, and may squeeze a little bit to the right, but I can't see a significant amount in this putt. I love the aggressiveness with the putter.
Really good scramble from Fowler, who is out of position and worked his way back in. Really kind of caught a break with that second shot. I guess could have gone anywhere. Clipped the tree, left him with a good leave. And now Christian to scramble for the second time today.
Yeah, maybe 2.5 feet. Certainly no more than 2.5 feet.
Four straight pars for Christian. Rickie Fowler remains 1 under for the day and for the tournament. Sunday at the Travelers. Headed to the 5th. Take a look at the Sunday starting times for page 1 of the leaderboard. Watson, Dillette, and Hoffman sharing the lead going into the final round. Some of the highlights from our first featured group of the day. Gary Christian and Rickie Fowler. This was at the first mark.
Yeah,
a nice bunker shot.
The second shot he left to the right. Had a very difficult bunker shot. Look how well he plays this. Plays it off the fringe. Lets gravity work, and he has about a 6-footer to save his par and knocks it right in the middle of the hole. Nice start for this player who's only made one cut this year, so it means a lot to him today. We move forward to the third hole after a good drive and second shot. This for birdie.
Yeah.
Oh, it got a big part of the hole. Maybe a little too much speed, but a little nod of the head, kind of a grin. And we move forward now.
Rickie Fowler at 2. Second shot after a good approach at 1 and a missed birdie attempt.
You can see the intimidation, the big tree. He had to go over. Now he's got this for birdie. Nothing intimidating about this. Fires it in the back of the hole so quickly. He's 1 under through 2.
Then in trouble off the tee with one of his similarly clad fans looking on. He clips the tree with a second shot and gets a good break that it came to rest there. Third shot.
Now a delicate pitch up over a ridge that you can see. One bounce, a little bit of check, and it releases by the hole to 7 feet 9 inches. And he has a chance to recover and still make par on the second most difficult hole on the golf course. And he would convert that putt, so nothing lost there. Has missed the fairway both on 3 and 4 to the right, trying to hit this draw 3 with it. He's left to the right on both holes. Good recovery shots, good pars.
We talk about this day meaning different things to different players. Rickie Fowler is currently 19th in the President's Cup standings. Every opportunity matters for a player like him. Gary Christian just trying to earn some cash for the second time this year.
On par 3, 231 yards, trailing breeze for Rickie. Boy, trying to fit it in over that bunker with this hole location on the right-hand side. That is hard to do, and I think most of the day that's where the players are going to be, Mark.
Yeah, 231 yards is a long par 4, and going with iron, he tried to hit that hard. Looked like he lost a little bit of balance, which made that ball work to the left. He's pointing to his caddy like he was trying to hit a cut and just got over the top of that a little bit. Not a bad place to be, though, Billy, on a hole that's playing 4th hardest.
Yeah, you're going to have 60 feet, and you're going to be going back up the hill, and really not a lot of difficulty in the putt. But now you talk about a hole location that fits Gary Christian's eye. This is it right here. Trying to loft it high into the air, trying to cut, but there's just so much wind behind. You can see that ball lands softly. Excellent shot.
That's a very good shot. You make good point, Billy, that wind right to left, they're coming out of a chute there. Once it gets up in the air, it's going to hold that ball off into the middle of the green. Both players will be happy to make par here. They're going to have a chance to can birdies from a long ways away. Come back and watch on the Travelers Championship.
Feature group coverage, Gary Christian, Rickie Fowler, Sunday at the Travelers. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzert is down there on the par 3 fifth.
And Rickie Fowler's going to be the first to putt, and right in that neighborhood of 60 feet from the hole. And everything about this putt lends itself to going to the right, and I would think that he could play this 5, maybe 5.5 feet out to the left of the hole. You can see a couple little ripples, just a little crown coming off the back left there. He started 5 or 6 feet, and that wasn't near enough.
As that ball lost its speed, it seriously lost its line.
Yeah, it looked like it went sideways.
It really did. You know, a lot more speed. You can't get the line right if you don't have the speed. And there's a great example of it. At about 6 or 7 foot of speed, you may not even have had to change the line because it goes through that break much quicker.
Another testing par putt coming up for Fowler. And now a birdie attempt for Gary Christian.
Well, he's more flag high. So the putt's still going to move from his left to his right, but he's a little more up the hill. He's not going along the side of the hill, the slope. So I think he's going to be able to give this a little more of a aggressive attempt and still moving to his right, maybe 20 inches. That's kind of what I see in the putt.
Billy, this putt is just outside of 33 feet, so quite a bit closer than Rickie Fowler's attempt.
Good read.
Wow. He has an easygoing demeanor, always has. I got to know him a few years ago on the web.com tour. It belies the fact that, as we've said, this could be a big day for him in the sense that this is just the second cut he's made. And a guy who's made $14,000 in official money would seem to have a little more nervousness to him. But now Fowler for his par.
He'll take a lot of this break out of this putt.
Back-to-back 7-footers, you bet, Billy.
He really is taking less time, and it looks so natural and flowing. No manipulation of the putter whatsoever, just kind of letting it release. Looks really good on those shorter putts.
See Christian and Fowler having a chat as they exit the 5th green. And now they'll head to the par 5 6th. Fowler 1 under on the day, and for the tournament, Christian even par for both.
And after coming off 2 difficult holes, the 2nd and the 4th most difficult this week, now they're going to go to a hole that plays the 17th easiest hole in the golf course. So there's a chance to make up ground. This par 5, which plays to a measurement of 575 yards, 74 yards on the scorecard, has been playing to an average of 1.37 under par. So here's a chance without a lot of risk to make up ground. No hazards, as we mentioned, on this front nine to speak of. Obviously the bunkers are hazards, but there's no penalty strokes involved with that. There is a pond on the fronts, the 8th green, the par 3 today. That whole location's 30 yards back. We'll see that in a few moments. So that pond will not come into play. And there'll be a little weight on this tee because as we see our group there walking back to the tee, the group ahead of them is waiting to hit the green. So players can reach today.
It's D.H. Lee in the red shirt. And Ches Reavie playing with him. Well, as you mentioned, Mark, this is the 2nd easiest. And one of only 2 par 5s here at TPC River Highlands. How different, guys, is this golf course? You talk about the redesign. It's the 30th year that they've played on this piece of property. began as the TPC Connecticut. Name changed to River Highlands a few years ago.
Billy, my memory is the back nine is really the glaring changes. I know number one was changed, but a lot of these holes, I remember it before they made the change, and we both played it before and after, is playing a lot like they do now.
Well, and as you look at the backside, when he incorporated the Connecticut River, and then you have 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, all just beautiful golf holes down there in the valley, that low area. I remember the par 3 16th hole used to be straight down the hill. It used to crisscross with 17. Players would have to wait on the tee to see if 17 guys were hitting or go ahead. So the rerouting of the golf course, just a fabulous job.
Yeah, and what I'd like to commend them on doing, so often when you reroute, while these styles of nines are different, they do blend together. And so often when you make that big of a change, it looks like two different golf courses. And I think they succeeded in making it look like this could have been the original design, and that's not easy to do. Now, Rickie Fowler is going to the far left edge of the tee, Billy, and he's got driver out, obviously, on this par 5. I'm sure he'll take a mighty rip at this one.
Yeah, and the wind directly back in their face, so if he can just kind of flight one down low, maybe get a little run on this tee shot, that would be ideal.
Get in the hole.
Just clinging to that left-hand side, that's good. That's very good.
Did not get in the hole, as that one gallery member encouraged it. That would be a first. A par 5 hole in one. There have been some par 4 holes in one.
Now, I would think with a good tee shot by Gary Christian that we're going to see probably a 20-yard differential in tee shots, a much higher ball flight. Fades the ball back in the wind. That one starting down the left-hand side, trying to cut. Just barely gets back into that first cut. Appears to be about 20 yards short of Fowler.
Off the tee at the par 5 6th. And off the tee around 2 o'clock for our leaders today, Sunday at the Travelers. Any way to pick a winner here, Mark, as you look at page 1 of the leaderboard?
Not on this golf course. I wouldn't dare try. I mean, someone could come even 5 or 6 under and still win. Justin Rose, is the gas tank running on empty? He certainly is full of confidence. That wouldn't be a bad pick. Hunter Mahan came within a breath of winning his first major last week. A lot of good names at the top of the list. Bubba kind of put everybody back in the race at the end of the day, but we know he has horsepower too to go very low here.
Yeah, did he get that out of his system? Did he learn from that? Yes. He bogeyed 13 a par 5, and he bogeyed the drivable par 4 15.
You could say arguably 4 shots, in those 2 holes.
That's Gary Christian, just left of the fairway at 6.
Billy, he is 311 yards left, so obviously his choice is where to lay up.
Again, I think at the bunker on the left, the greenside bunker, I think that is a great aiming point. That keeps you out of the bunkers that are scattered down that right-hand side. But I think with this hole location, I think you want to kind of leave yourself a full shot, even though it's 20 back. It'd be nice to be able to keep it back to where you can put some spin on it. And that's going to be well back. And it's going to be right at probably 110, maybe 115 yards from the hole.
Billy, you described the fact to leave it back with a full shot, even though on the hole location, the pin sheet as we call it, it's 20 yards on the green. It's 12 yards from the middle of the fairway to carry that bunker that guards the left side of the green. So in reality, if you're coming in from the middle of the left side of the fairway, you've got to carry the ball. You've only got 8 yards of usable green between the fringe and the hole. So it's a little tighter than that 20 yards would indicate.
And I think Ricky's going to wait for the green to clear. I have him right at 285 mark, 265 front.
That's what we've got too. Now here's where he wants to do what he was trying to do off the second, third tee, isn't it? Hit one of those burning turnover draws. It carries those bunkers we're looking at down the right side of the fairway and hopefully releases and runs up on that right middle section of the green.
Yeah, and so many times you try to hit that kind of that cover draw that Ricky's tried to hit a couple of times, and if you get out in front of it just a fraction, you kind of get the result that we saw on the third and the fourth hole.
Yesterday in a similar situation, we saw Ian Poulter try to turn that 3-wood over, caught the tree that we're looking at that guards the right side of this hole, dropped down in the bunker. That would not be what Rickie wants today either, leaving that most difficult 50, 60-yard bunker shot into the hole. Now we'll look at the green. This is the group ahead of our featured group of Fowler and Christian. Perfect day, Billy. Not much wind.
No, the wind, I mean, it's significant because it will affect the club selection, but it's not unmanageable. It's certainly just a nice day right now, and Rickie getting set to go. And, if he can kind of hit that low, just penetrating, hooking 3 metal, he might be able to squeeze this up onto the front third of the green. It's a solid strike, but it's moving left towards the bunker.
Oh, that got into the middle of the bunker, even deep into the bunker. That'll be not a bad place to play your third shot from. That's a really, as you heard him say, that bunker's perfect.
He's 6th on tour in sand saves, so he might be the briar patch, right where he wants to be.
This may sound surprising to our listeners, but quite often a player in a case like that will be aiming for a bunker. You'd love to put it up in that bunker. Bunkers are so beautifully manicured. He may feel more confident from the bunker than hitting a pitch from the right side of the green.
It could have been an optical illusion, but it didn't look like he was setting up for a draw from the angle we saw from behind.
Sometimes our camera angles are a little deceiving. It did look like he was a little bit open to a draw target line. But again, I think that he was trying to hit a draw that would get close to the hole if he hit it perfectly, but I think he wanted his miss in that bunker, as he said, perfect.
Take a look at Rickie this week. He's hit most of his fairways.
I like that stat, 85%. That's really good. He's 50% chance this week. If you're looking at the odds of getting it up and down, I would say this is more like a 70% chance, the bunker shot that he does have.
94 putts. He's tied for 7th in that category. He's made a couple of good 7-footers to save par last couple of holes.
He has, and if you were critiquing those numbers, probably the 64th percentile in greens hit would be under what you would expect from him on this golf course, at the length of the golf course, at the length of the rough, in these good weather conditions.
A third shot upcoming here for Gary Christian, who last year on the PGA Tour, his rookie year, was around 40th in par 5 performance, which is impressive for a guy, A, in his first year on tour, and B, who doesn't hit it a long way.
Yeah, the fact that he doesn't hit it a long ways does make that impressive. It would indicate that he's a pretty good wedge player, and that's what he's going to need to do, rely on his wedge. Here we saw Mark Wilson lay up here and make birdie, and we saw his playing competitor Poulter go for the green and make par yesterday. So let's see what happens today with our featured group.
Well, Christian with 119 yards. Plenty of room to fit it into this whole location over the bunker, just right of the flagstick. That might be a little quick with that one coming down that hill, Mark.
Yeah, he guarded against making the mistake of leaving it short in the bunker, played out to the right, which was smart. The ball drew back a bit. It'll be quick, but not too lengthy of a putt. I'll have a chance to make that.
It seems like the entire year on the PGA Tour, we've been battling weather. Remember, Rickie Fowler played in the final group with Tiger Woods at Bay Hill. In March, they had to finish on a Monday. Rickie was a couple of shots back going to the par 5 16th and put a couple in the water. Made triple bogey. Way too many Monday finishes this year on the PGA Tour for anyone's liking. Unavoidable, obviously.
Now, Billy, Rickie's grabbing both wedges. I'm assuming one is his more lofted wedge and one the standard sand wedge. He's going to kind of walk in there and see what it looks like.
Yeah, and when he was walking by me, Mark, he said, he asked if it was in the bunker, and I said, yeah. And he said, I was either trying to put it on the front edge or put it in the bunker. I was taking either one. So you can see just how wide the club face is right here. Just kind of thump down on it from this angle. Not a lot of green to work with, trying to hit a spinner. Not his best, but very acceptable from there. You know, that shot becomes much easier if he's further up in the bunker towards the flagstick. Then it becomes a simple bunker shot. But to cover that much bunker with that little room where the hole is located, I think that's a hard shot.
It is a hard shot, and I like what he tried to do. He took the aggressive but smart way by carrying the ball all the way to the hole. If his mistake, it was going to be long. Sometimes if you try to get cute with that, land it just into the first cut and let it release, there's always that possibility of catching that thick cut of rough and compounding your problem and then having to work for par. He's got a very makeable putt, and it shouldn't be any trouble making par at the worst.
Hey, guys, we saw Rickie with both wedges in the bunker, and he tossed one to his caddy. If that club were to hit the bunker as he tossed it back and land in the sand, is that a penalty?
We need to call Mark Russell, right?
No, because there was no intent.
To test the ground, right?
To test the ground, hit the shot. So, no.
Billy, I think it's
that's a rule that's been changed and for the better.
It's even like a player walking into a hazard or a bunker and slips and falls, or the club falls out of their hand. It's the same thing, isn't it?
Exactly.
Let's see if Gary Christian can get one to drop here after 5 straight pars.
Well, down the hill, and you can see just that little ridge that's coming off that back left-hand corner of the green. That's going to move the ball a pretty good bit to his left as it comes down that hill.
Now, Rickie should benefit from that read, shouldn't he, Billy?
Absolutely.
Christian's from 20 feet. This is a 14-footer. is to go 2 under on his final round and 2 under for the tournament.
And I look at the leaderboard, and 8 under is in a tie for 6, 7 unders in that top 10. Boy, if you could just kind of catch fire, you make this one, make another birdie on the front, and then explode on the back. You never know.
There it comes. Ooh, just caught the left edge. Rickie Fowler goes 2 under through 6. We saw Mark Wilson get to 3 under through 7 early yesterday.
Well, it's always a feel-good grab,
Yeah.
Mark, that when you take a chance like that, you've executed the second shot properly, you put it in the bunker, you hit a decent bunker shot, and then you capitalize on the putt. Go on the next tee, you got some momentum.
Well, Gary Christian starts with 6 straight pars. Now we take another look at Rickie's putt. He thinks he's made it right here. He starts the walk. Look at it fall hard to the left, but it had enough speed to catch the left side of the hole. That ball really did turn hard. But I really like what Billy pointed out, how he's putting quicker, no practice strokes. To me, that's much more letting your natural ability take over. It looks very, very comfortable for him. No extra thinking. And every time on the putts inside of 15 feet, he's released the putter. It looks very good.
And when you think about the par saves at 4 and 5, keeping the momentum going, and he buries the birdie at 6, and now on the tee at 7, 2 under.
Well, on paper, he did just what he's supposed to. He parred the 2 hardest holes, the second and the 4th hardest holes in the golf course, and that was the second easiest, ranked 17th in the first 3 days, and he makes the birdie there. He's doing it right by the playbook so far. Billy, I'm really surprised at the pace of play today.
Well, it's really slow, and I saw PGA Tour rules official Stephen Cox, and I asked him, I said, what's the deal? Play is very slow today, and I've got 2 players right here that play very fast, and we're waiting on every shot, and he pointed towards a couple of names.
What they will do, if the officials notify a group ahead of this group that, hey, you're on the clock, or please can you pick up the pace, sometimes they'll come back most of the time and tell these guys, we've kind of told these guys to pick it up. Be aware they may try to run and hide, so that you're not all of a sudden looking up and, hey, where'd they go? I know this can't be fitting Rickie's personality, because he does like to go quick. Again, the 3-wood, Billy. And this hole is designed for that shape shot he's been trying to hit, that kind of turnover draw 3-wood.
Well, and I think it's a good play, because you kind of take out that mounding down the left-hand side that has all that fescue grass on it. You kind of take that last mound out of play, and if you could just keep it inside the bunkers down that right-hand side, you're just going to put a short iron in your hand, because it is playing back downwind. That was a really good-looking swing there, Mark. That looked very well balanced. Good result, and nice little run out on that.
One of the advantages of taking that 3-wood and turning it over, you do get that extra 10, 15 yards of run.
When you get a hole this straight, I always felt like I always wanted to hit something that I could hit hard, I could shape it, I could see the shot. I just really never wanted to hit anything easy. Now Gary Christian hitting that patented little fade just inside the bunker. Oh, bad break. That ball kicked, and now it's on top of the bunker on that right-hand side. Outside the bunker, but in the primary rough.
Rickie Fowler with a couple of early birdies, moving up the leaderboard. Sunday at the Travelers. Glad you're with us. Hunter Mahan, a winner here back in 2007. Justin Rose, last week's U.S. Open champion. They'll be in our second featured group. And as we've seen and talked about all weekend, this is a tournament that is accustomed to big Sunday comebacks. Could it come from one of those players? Hunter Mahan last year had a huge final round. Mark Leishman shot 62 to win it from behind. That's Gary Christian at the par 4 7th, looking for his ball. And I think it's easy to find, isn't it, with that yellow hue?
Yeah, I took a quick look at it, and
he's still looking.
It's right there. Actually, it's there's been a lot of activity out of that bunker. He's kind of resting on some sand. When he hits this shot, Mark, you're going to see a lot of sand fly. Even though it looks like it's totally surrounded by grass, you're going to see that there's a lot of sand that's going to fly out of that lie.
Billy, is that lie sitting up above it so it won't be like hitting out of a bunker?
Right. Yeah, it's resting above it, but you're going to see some sand fly. And he has 167 yards, and you have a whole location that's in the back portion of the green, but I think you would certainly be wise with this type shot and the lie that you're going to pull this, so you would play this a little left of the flagstick.
This is how he's played this week, Gary Christian.
Yeah, greens hit is a good number, 70 percentile, and fairways hit 72. 100 putts already through 60 holes. You know, driving in the fairway, I think, is a very underrated skill nowadays. But with some of the length that these young players have, I mean, they can drive it so far down these holes that if they do find the rough, they're just kind of gouging it out of the rough with, you know, just wedges and short irons. But for a player like Gary Christian, he needs to put the ball in the fairway with his length. And we're going to see, you know, as he misses this fairway, does he have the strength to kind of hit this ball out of this line, get it up in the air? That steep angle of attack, that upright swing should be helpful in a situation like this.
Yeah, be careful. Yeah, but I think with the wind behind him, you have a whole location that is 27 paces back, so you're looking at 140 yards to cover the front edge, and more than doable. Just trying to make sure that that back foot, that right foot, secure. Towards the center, just trying to scoot it up onto the green. That was it. That ball's going to be in that primary rough, just short of that bunker on the left.
Billy, from our view, it looked like Gary actually lost his balance a bit.
Yeah, that was the key to the shot to hit a good one, is that you needed to make sure that that back foot was secure. But now Rickie from 163 yards. Boy, this is go flag hunting time right here. Great angle. Just a little 9-iron on the left of the flag. Needs a kick to the right. Ooh, just a little too much carry. Boy, that was a good-looking shot in the air.
A little unfortunate, Billy, that ran into the first cut of fringe, but it looks like it might be right up against the collar of the rough. It could impede him cleanly getting a putter or something on the back of that ball. We'll have to wait and see, but it could be a little bit dicey. Add another element to it.
Fowler a week ago tied for 10th at Marion at the U.S. Open. Had 2 rounds of par or better and 2 rounds over par. He was 4 shots behind Phil Mickelson going into the final round last week.
Well, the 67 that he shot on Saturday, boy, did he leapfrog a lot of players there. And best round of the day, and it looked like somebody was going to make a move with the golf course, the rain that they had, and you know, maybe slowing up the greens a little bit, but it just never came to fruition. And Duffner played well last round, had it to 5 under, but then the triple at the 15th. But it was just a hard golf course, and Rickie had a great week.
We're going to take another look at the second shot that Gary Christian played from between those bunkers. Now, notice what Billy was talking about. Watch the balance as he tries to gouge us out of the rough, and watch what happens. He kind of gets stuck back on his right side. Look at the right foot slip as he tries to hoist this ball up in the air. Now look where he is. He's totally off balance, and that was happening during the swing, and that's why that shot came up short and to the left of the green. Shows you how important your legs and your feet are in the swing. We think of the arm swing, but if your anchor and your foundation loses its footing, that's exactly why the ball came up short and left.
A tough little shot here to judge just how hard to hit it. The ball well below the level of his feet. Kind of that primary rough. I guess the good thing here, Mark, is that the grain of the grass is actually going towards the hole, maybe just a little left, but still trying to judge the run out on this, because it's going to crawl up just a little bit up a slope and then get on a little plateau.
That was pretty well judged, Billy.
Yes, it was. Certainly an 8.5 out of 10 on that one.
I would agree, because one of the hardest putts, our chips in golf to me, is one that's a long distance uphill and then it crests and heads downhill, because if you don't come over that first crest with a perfect speed, you can be left with a very long next shot. Now, he is impeded by that fringe we talked about. He's going to try to putt this, but he's got to kind of be a little steep on it, doesn't he?
Yeah, and it's kind of, you know, if you're going to use the putter, I think he may be calling for the sand wedge. Yes, he is. If you're going to use the putter, you pretty much have to go ahead and play the shot that you're going to hit a little bit of a pop shot with. Play it back in your stance and just try to hop it out of that fringe. And now he's thought better, and I think he's just going to try to belly this wedge and pretty much make this like a putter.
I like this play. I really like this play.
Yeah, so do I. You can see it's almost foolproof. Wow, was that aggressive? Maybe a little more downhill than what he thought. When I was watching Gary Christian's ball, his ball scooted a pretty good ways to his right, so Rickie coming down that hill.
Just inside 10 feet coming up for par for Fowler.
But you know you're always going to make good, clean contact with that method of the shot that he chose, Mark.
That's the shot we used to use a lot. I mean, especially before. Sometimes players will try to use the hybrid or even that 3-wood from a situation like that. But I really did like just choking down on the sand wedge. The weight that's on the bounce of a sand wedge allows that to go right through that cut of rough. And like you say, Billy, you're not trying to get to the bottom of the ball like you do with a putter. You're not going along the green. You're about an inch up in the air to hit that ball right in the middle of the ball with the leading edge of the putter.
Nice putt back at the 6th, the par 5 for Birdie. Now trying to back it up here with this par putt here at 7th. Knows exactly what it does. Watched it as it went by the hole.
3 really good par saves. 4, 5, and now 7 for Rickie Fowler. Keeps the momentum with him. 2 under par for the day and the tournament.
That's the one area of his game we have talked about. You know, if the putting improves, I think the many wins will follow. And he looks so good today, Billy, inside of 10 feet. He looks totally freed up.
In fact, Gary Christian, we were walking down the fairway, and he was making that point that we were making, Mark, that he is so aggressive with everything that he does. And Gary said, it's fun to watch. I can't do it, but it's fun to watch.
A lot of people can't do that. That's a lot of self-confidence that young man has.
Yeah, this putt right to left. You see Gary looking just outside right. That's a great up and down.
It's the 3rd time he's missed the green and salvaged par. 7 pars for Gary Christian in just his 2nd weekend to play the tour. They make their way to the long par 3 8th, and that's where they stand in the tournament. There was a secondary cut. 74 players made the cut last night. You always have low 70 professionals and ties after 2 days. And if there are 78 players or more, then you have a second cut. And so 9 players were out the door after yesterday's play, and 74 remain today.
Our featured group of Rickie Fowler and Gary Christian now approach the 8th tee. It's a par 3 that really has got a lot of teeth in it. It plays today to a yardage of 211 yards, and it is the 5th most difficult hole on the golf course. And as we look at this front 9, holes 4 and 5 were the 2nd and 4th hardest, so this is the 3rd hardest hole on this 9, 5th hardest hole on the golf course. It's played to a stroke average of 0.104 over par, so more bogeys than birdies, 64 to 22, and a couple doubles and others. So we're looking at that graphic right there: 33 birdies, 58 bogeys, 10 double bogeys over the first 3 days.
And mark this par 3, 211 yards. You have a helping breeze, but this is the ideal hole location for Rickie Fowler.
Billy, as a player, when you look at the pin sheet and you normally have a shape you like to play, usually you'll figure 6, 7, 8 of the holes are going to fit your shape. Others, you're going to have to just make it work, aren't you?
Absolutely. And Rickie just trying to mash this club back there. This is a 6-iron. Probably just needs to fly it into the center of the green, let it release up the hill. Good looking flight, good looking line. Is it the right distance?
He mashed it.
I like that play with a back hole location. A club you can hit hard. He likes to work it right to left, and you feel like even if you hit it right in the teeth, that it cannot get over the green.
Yeah, I think
that's the one thing you don't want to do.
Yeah, I think that's the key. You just know that you're never going to be able to hit that club over the green. And pretty much, as he's done all day, following suit, going with one club more, going with 5-iron. This one starts in the center and starts moving to the right.
Billy Gary was quite unlucky there. The ball just fed an inch off the green. Now has run some 8 or 9 feet down that slope, so he'll be chipping this ball most likely up a pretty steep slope. He does have plenty of green to work with, but he came out of that and again lost that ball to the right. Yesterday's hole location is one of the few times that this little pond that fronts number 8 came into play. A few balls were hit in that pond, and it's the only water on this whole front 9. And today I think it'd be pretty safe to say no one will be in that water. It's not within 50 yards of the hole location. But now when you go to the back 9, you see a whole different golf course. Water and boundaries coming into play. Water on, 13, water on 15, 16, 17. So a little more risk reward on the back 9.
The front 9 is playing just a tick above par, as it has most of the week. Again, we had Thursday a 61 from Charlie Hoffman, a 62 from Hunter Mahan, a 63 from Bubba Watson. All three still with a chance to win today. But 65 has been the best score we've seen since.
Another comparison of these two 9s, Grant mentioned playing just over par this front 9 for the 3 days. The back 9 is playing just under a 1/10 of a stroke harder after the first 3 days, so hardly even different. And I find that interesting because the 9s architecturally are quite different. I think you see a more up and down scorecard on the back nine, you see the possibility for more eagles and more birdies. But then again, like Bubba displayed on 13, one of our leaders going into the last round, on the 13th hole that we see eagles, he made a bogey. And on the 15th, the drivable par 4, where we see eagles and birdies, he also bogeyed. So they all even out, I guess, in the long run, but there's a lot more volatility and excitement, which is really perfect for a PGA Tour event. And the galleries, as we talked about, the amphitheater effect to the right of 15 and to the left of 17 and right of 18, it makes for quite a spectacle if you're a player or a spectator there.
It is straight up 11 o'clock here, just south of Hartford. We're in Cromwell, Connecticut. It is the final round of the Travelers Championship, the 62nd playing of this event, which began back in 1952. The TPC River Highlands, Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzert on the ground, Gary Christian. Second shot, he and Rickie Fowler in our first featured group of the day. We'll have Justin Rose and Hunter Mahan in our second featured group. Hope you can be with us.
Gary Christian, this is makeable, Mark. A lot of green to work with, good lie up the hill.
He's had to work the last couple of holes.
Boy, he really has.
That probably wouldn't get the 8 or 9 out of 10, but maybe 7. I mean, it's a good leave. Mm-hmm. That's probably just outside where you wanted it, but you just gather yourself. You got a pretty straight in putt.
Now Rickie Fowler going with that quicker routine, no practice stroke. As he's lying, looking just outside the edge, going back up the hill, looking for this to go to the left, but that had to be a little bit of a miss hit there. That looked like it kind of came off the putter blade on the low side.
Billy, as we watch Rickie Fowler tap that in for par, all this campaign going on in the world of golf to speed up play, all the commercials and all the talk, this is a young man that our viewers can emulate. And he's not doing it to speed up play. He's already been fast. He's doing it to play better. So one of the best tips I would give to our viewers is that if you play a little quicker, think a little less, let your natural ability take over, you might be surprised that the results will be better.
Yeah, and he's always ready to play. When he's second to play, which he's been most of the day after the tee shot, he's ready to play. He's ready to put the ball in motion. Now, Christian, I think that, Rickie was looking for that putt to go a little bit to the left. I think Christian's putt is just off center. I just think that there's just not a lot in it.
Oh, what a great attitude. I think he realizes not a great tee shot, maybe not poured into the back of the cup, but he'll take that par. And a swig. Stay hydrated. He has his 8th consecutive par to begin just his second Sunday this season on tour. Just the second cut he's made. He's playing with conditional status. He was 127th on the money list last year. So he's played a few Web.com tour events this season to stay fresh. Rickie Fowler remains 2 under through 8. And now to the gettable par 4 9th.
This hole is a dogleg from left to right. Most players do not hit driver off the tee. Hole today is located in the front right portion of the green. The hole plays just over 400 yards at 406 on the scorecard, Billy. Rickie Fowler still has the honors on this tee. He'll be first to play, and we see him tightening up the glove, discussing with his caddy their club selection.
Yeah, just had a little chat with Rickie going to the tee. He really feels as though he's putting well, but
yeah, I mean, this bunker's not even in play for you right here today. And even the left rough line got it's going to be tough to hit. Jump to that pin.
Oh, here we go.
Does this club selection surprise you? He's pulled out driver.
Well, he's trying to make something happen. You're 2 under par. You got to make something happen. Okay. I've always felt like if you're going to put a wedge or an 9-iron in my hand, I'm going to take it. But different thought process by Rickie.
I would say I'm surprised, Billy, because of the hole location being on the front of the green. Because if he doesn't put it in the fairway, it'll be a harder second shot.
You heard Joe Scavron say, no problem to carry the bunkers on the inside corner.
We couldn't see it.
No, I don't know if it got out to the fairway. That was definitely a little bit right of his aiming point. Back at the tee, and, looking at that route, we're kind of blocked by those trees, so you really can't see exactly where the ball lands, but going with something to stay short of the bunkers. Just a little cut 3-wood, but that ball being pulled is going to find the rough.
Hangs out there in the first cut. Now, you can tell he's not comfortable with this swing. The attitude has remained upbeat. So we'll find Rickie Fowler's tee shot. Gary Christian will hit his second at the 9th. Feature group coverage from the Travelers. Feature group coverage continues on Sunday at the Travelers. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzer, our entire production team. Just a little bit south of Hartford. Gary Christian and Rickie Fowler, part of our feature group. And is that Fowler's ball way up there, short of the green? And later, our featured group, second featured group, 2007 Travelers champion Hunter Mahan and Justin Rose, who not only won the U.S. Open last week, he's had good runs here at the Travelers a couple of different times in the last several years. He's had the lead going into Sunday. And Billy talked about his career trajectory. We saw Justin Rose win, and then we saw him win some big tournaments. Jack's Tournament, Memorial. We saw him win the AT&T National.
Win the Cadillac World Championship.
And so you talk about players ready to win a major. Justin Rose was certainly one of those.
That wasn't a surprise to anybody who follows golf. It was the logical progression that most players work through heading up to a major win. Now, from a good angle, Billy.
Yeah, good angle, 138 yards, and certainly the distance not the issue, but right on that front right corner of the green. Just taking a 9-iron, trying to land it somewhere near the front and let it release up. Okay, well played.
Fighting his swing a little bit the last few holes. A good opportunity for his first birdie.
Well, there's a shot that matched his swing. That little bit of an outside pulling across the ball to hit that high cut, and that's how he was able, out of the rough, to have that ball land so softly. That was very nice.
Mark, I think you were right with Fowler's drive. I mean, he's got it down there. Yeah. You could actually, a good kick could get it on the green from here.
Oh, he's looking at the lie, Billy. Is the ball sitting down a bit?
Yeah, it's not a clean lie at all. And
Billy, don't you think that's the danger, though, when you drive it inside of a full wedge, that now he's at the mercy of that, and he may hit this ball a foot, he may hole it, but I think this is a harder shot than back 50 yards further away.
Oh, I totally agree, and you certainly would not have guessed that if you drive it down here, I don't see another divot down here, so I can't believe he's drawn this lie. But clipped it nicely. Well executed from that lie. You can see the run out on it. Just unfortunate that he drew that lie.
With a good lie, that ball would have been close. But again, there's a lot of risk there. You can see as we look at our pictures that if he had pushed that drive 10 yards, he's totally blocked out by some big trees that guards the right side. It was a great drive, but I just think that the risk wasn't worth the payoff. That's just my feeling.
I mean, I totally agree with your analysis, and just that he was a little unfortunate to catch that line.
Don't you think, too, it's a reflection a bit on his personality? He likes to go and he likes to be aggressive, and guys like that, I really think, it makes me think of how Lanny Watkins used to play. He used to like to fire at everything, and when he was on, it was really impressive. So it's hard to take away that natural. Phil Mickelson reminds me the same way. I mean, he tries shots that you'd say on paper the percentages aren't the right way to play it, but that's what kind of motivates him. And I think they get themselves going when they pull that off. And it's hard to change who you are by the way and it shows up in the way you play.
And after that prodigious tee shot, and with Christian pulling his left into the first cut, it's still going to be Fowler putting first.
And what Rickie and I were talking about, going from the 8th green to the 9th tee, he's trying to take the hit out of the stroke. He's trying to just roll the ball a little bit more. He's trying to take a little bit of the fire out of that putt.
Bingo.
And he did a great job of it there.
How about a front 932 for Rickie Fowler?
Billy, like we said, it's the perfect way to play the hole.
It's his second 32 on the front 9 this week.
I like that thought he told you, and you could see it there. The kind of ball gets in the way of the stroke. Crenshaw always said the same thing. Watch the stroke now. Putter goes through at the same speed. There's no hit and stopping of the stroke. I call it, boy, the gallery likes that. I call that freedom in the stroke. And it's really it's opposite style of putting than, for example, a Brandt Snedeker, who does pop the ball. In our era, Paul Azinger popped the ball. It's whatever works for your personality, but boy, he is rolling the putts beautifully today. Now Gary Christian got a chance to get under par after 8 straight pars.
Yeah, and I think, you go back in time, you look at Billy Casper, but I think that was all in the conditions of the golf course. But now the greens are always so good that you can just feel like you can roll the ball. And this one going up the hill, turning to his right, just a lack of speed. I think it was the correct line. He just needed more pace.
Gary Christian finishing his 9th hole. He won a 9-hole playoff in Pennsylvania back in 2009 on the Web.com tour, which matched record on that tour. See, he'll left hand his number onto the scorecard. Rickie Fowler's moved up 23 spots on the leaderboard from a tie for 59th out of a tie for 36th.
And about an hour ago, our own Billy Kratzer said if he can pick up, the birdie on the par 5, which he did, number 6, and one more, now he's got himself in that position to shoot 4 or 5 under on the back 9. We've seen it done before, and then he hops up into the top 10. Going back to the very beginning of this round on number 2, look at this putt by Rickie Fowler for birdie, right in the back of the hole. Then we move forward to 5. Another good putt by Rickie Fowler. That was a par save. Now to the par 5-6 after a good bunker shot. Another good free stroke. I like that thought, not hitting it, rolling. This for par on 7. I mean, it's like a machine. It's a putting exhibition. We go forward to the 9th to make the turn at 3 under par. The freedom of that stroke is something to envy. And that ball goes right in the center of the hole with beautiful pace. And Rickie Fowler will walk to the 10th hole with a cool running 32. Wants to do the same or better on this side. Now he's on the very difficult 10th hole. Billy, I think it's probably the best driving hole on the golf course.
Well, I certainly agree, and I would think that it fits his shot shape perfectly. You see the tree down the left-hand side, the branches overhanging the fairway. You can see the walkway. If you can start it just to the right of the walkway, draw it into that outside line of that tree, that's perfect. Just going to try to get that tight little draw with this 3 metal. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Just a blueprint of what you should do here, Mark.
Oh, that's down the left side of the fairway, past the big tree that's in the fairway. We'll have a clean look today on number 10. The hole's located in the middle left-hand portion of the green, 15 yards on 4 from the left. We'll have a clean look now. It will not fit this drive, the natural shape of Gary Christian, but he's going off the tee with the driver.
Yeah, and this far right-hand side, right by Traveler's umbrella. Oh, this right directly at the trunk of that tree. Looks like he hit just left of it.
Billy, that ball is really good. It's got just an inch out of the fairway, but way down. He'll have should be an unimpeded shot.
And a spot of lunch here. Just after 11 o'clock local time for Gary Christian. Feature group coverage from the Travelers continues. Sunday at the Travelers, Bubba Watson, Graham Dillette, the Canadian, and Another American, Charlie Hoffman, tied at 10 under. Bubba had a 3-shot lead for a good chunk of the day Saturday. Bogeys at 13, 15, and 17 have dropped him back into that 3-way tie. Rickie Fowler, a front 9, 3 under par 32, has moved up to a tie for 36th place. A President's Cup year for Rickie, who certainly, when each team competition rolls around, expects to be on the team. Has a chance to move up from 19th with a good, strong second 9 today. Coming off a top 10, a tie for 10th, in fact, at Marion, the U.S. Open last week. Fourth year on the PGA Tour for Rickie Fowler, and has been a factor since the moment he came out here. The end of 2009, played just a handful of events, earned enough money to get status for 2010, became Rookie of the Year, threatened on a handful of occasions, finally won last year at Quail Hollow in Charlotte. There you see his fellow competitor Gary Christian striding out into the fairway. And they're waiting for the group ahead, D.H. Lee and Ches Reavie, to finish up on the green. A little bit later on today, we'll have Hunter Mahan and Justin Rose, the U.S. Open champion. Both of those guys had a great chance to win. Rose did it. Mahan played in the final group with Phil Mickelson before finishing. Talking about Mahan and that tie for 4th.
Well, the wind's kind of died down a little bit. Rickie with 179 yards, hole location on the left, going with an 8-iron. Once again, perfect hole location for him. Trying to bring it in. It's just kind of hanging out to the right. Just will not turn down to the left. Hopefully the contour of the green will bring it towards the hole, which it is.
That turned out really well, Billy. He kind of came out of that, stood up a little bit, but, you know, that's kind of a smart miss. Put it out to the fat side of the green, and the contour, as you mentioned, he's got a very makeable 20-footer for birdie on a very difficult hole.
Yeah, you get a little aggressive here, and you can whippy-dip it down in that ravine to the left. And
I've done it. It's not a good place to be.
How about Gary Christian here?
Well, he's far enough up. Now, remember yesterday we saw Webb Simpson where he had to come underneath the canopy of the tree, that he's far enough up that he really doesn't have to worry about that. Just a slight downhill line ball, just kind of sitting down a little bit, going with a pitching wedge. Good line. Hopefully that one too starts working its way to the left a little.
Billy, that ball turned out just about a yard inside of Rickie Fowler's. They'll be on a similar line with very makeable putts, kind of feed it down to the hole. These both could be very holeable.
Gary Christian, 9 pars to begin his final round, just the second cut he's made.
There's a nice look at this 10th hole as we look from the green back to the players walking up. And Billy, it's kind of a different feeling. You play the front 9 and it's kind of wide open feeling, not heavily treed. There are some beautiful trees, but not this corridor that all of a sudden you walk on the 10 and both sides of the hole are guarded with beautiful towering trees. And nice starting hole.
Yeah, I like everything that's been done to this back 9 here at TPC River Highlands.
Guys, we've already seen today Gary Christian's attitude, you know, when things didn't go exactly the way he wanted, and occasionally when he did sneak one in the hole and he had that wry smile. Great attitude, talked about it earlier. And last year, going into the final event of 2012, he was right on the bubble to get his 125 status, finishing the top 125. And going into that event, he said, you know, I think when you're 41 years old and a rookie and you have a bit of perspective on life, that you know how fortunate you are to be doing what you're doing. you know how hard it is to make $500. It can take a week to do that. And at the end, he said, you know, at the end of the day, no matter what happens, I've got my family here. I get to play professional golf for a living. I remember that last year going in, and he did finish 127th on the money list, but he did get conditional status. He's played a few times on the Web.com tour this year. And he's a guy who, you know, he's been a barkeep. He's held all kinds of odd jobs. He was on the TV show The Weakest Link a dozen or so years ago, and he's done it the hard way. And I think he's had a great attitude all the way through. Now Fowler for birdie is to get him to 4 under on the day and the tournament.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a ridge on the left-hand side of the cup, which may straighten this out at the end. And that's what he was telling me, Mark, that, you know, right there, if it's not downhill, he's just had trouble getting that 15, 16, 17-footer to the hole with this kind of this new thought of trying to roll it instead of pop it.
Well, if he's been used to popping it, giving that extra hit at the ball, I can see why that's happening. There does seem to be a little difference in the stroke when he gets outside of that 10 or 12-foot range. And it's been a pattern. The longer putts have not gotten to the hole, and the ones that 8 to 14-foot range, they've had beautiful speed, Billy. I think he'll adjust to that, though.
I think what he's working on and going forward, you have the 10th place finish last week at Marion. He shoots 67 in that third round. I think going forward, it's only going to pay huge dividends for Rickie Fowler.
I also think that concept of letting the ball get in the way and not pop it is a great concept when you're on really, really fast greens. These greens are beautiful this week, but they're not rolling out. They're not 12 or 13.
No.
So I think he's going to find more benefit on the faster greens with that stroke than he will on greens that are maybe average or a little to the slow side.
Well, now Gary Christian, pretty much the same line as Rickie Fowler. Certainly knows the pace, maybe get just a little bit more. That should be a good pace right there. Yeah.
Good to see. 9 pars and now a birdie.
There's where patience pays off. You know, the good attitude, nothing happened on the front 9 now. All of a sudden he plays the 10th hole, which is one of the hardest holes in the golf course. Actually, it's played the hardest hole of the golf course the first 3 days, and he makes a birdie. Go figure.
It's a microcosm, though. I mean, you say nothing's happened for 9 holes. He went a dozen or 15 years nearly without getting to the PGA Tour. Finally did last year. Maintained some status. And now an opportunity today to pick up another couple, perhaps.
Well, the insight you gave us just a minute ago, Grant, on his attitude about life and the privilege of just playing golf for a living, how grateful he was. It helps a guy who's that age with some maturity handle 9 straight pars without getting frustrated and kind of losing his perspective on the golf course. And, you know, I had to fight it because I'm an excitable person of staying even keel. The more even keel you can stay on a golf course, boy, the better it is for you.
We saw how frustrated both Ian Poulter and Keegan Bradley were getting, playing shots the way they wanted to, putting the ball in position on the green, just not getting the putts to drop, and we saw how that rattled both of them. And obviously those players have a different expectation level and different histories than Gary Christian. But Christian does have the honor here down the hill at the par 3 11th.
156 yards today, but I think a little bit tougher hole location than what we saw yesterday when it was on the left-hand side. With in between the bunker and the flagstick, but I would think that pretty much the shot that you're looking for is maybe 5 or 6 feet left of the flag, going through just a little bit short. You cover the green and you really don't put the bunker in play, Mark.
Yeah, you know, with this short of an iron teed up, you want to go right at it. But the prudent play is just what you said, Billy. Just kind of shade toward the center of the green. If you can get the ball shaping a little left to right, maybe it'll feed close.
You can see the flag stick. It's a little right to left. So Gary Christian with the 9-iron. Just working on trying to get this club to exit left quicker. That's more towards the center of the green.
Yeah.
All those scrambles for par. 4 in the first 8 holes, a couple from off the green, a couple from specifically from the sand. He was able to salvage, and now 1 under on his round. Fowler -3.
And has the pitching wedge out. He's got to be looking right down this flag stick. I think anytime he puts a wedge in his hand, he probably has that mindset that he can hold it.
Come on, wind.
Asking for the wind to turn it. Got a little friendly kick there, Mark. So an opportunity for birdie here for Fowler.
He did. That was a fortuitous bounce. He said to his caddy, let's start it right at the hole. The wind did not move it. He's gesturing that he expected the wind to move from right to left, and he did get a good bounce. Nothing wrong with that, though. Rickie Fowler, an aggressive play on 11, trying to get the 4 under for the day. Gary Christian coming off his first birdie on 10. We'll be back with more from the Travelers.
At the green at the par 3 11th, feature group coverage on PGA TOUR.com. Sunday at the Travelers Championship. Both of our players are under par today. The best round of the day going on the course at the moment. 2-time major champion Angel Cabrera, 6 under par through 12 holes. Right here, the Englishman Gary Christian looking for back-to-back birdies.
And this one grabbed pretty level. There's really no uphill or downhill in it of any significance, and actually a pretty level putt. I look at the ridge coming off of the bunker and may try to kick it a little bit to his left, but I just don't see a whole lot in this. It's just all about pace.
That'll be a par putt coming up for Christian to try to stay 1 under. Now Rickie Fowler a chance to go to -4 for the day at the tournament.
He appears to be looking just a little outside the edge, but again, this section of the green pretty level. Good read, good result. Now you're rocking.
Fowler moves into a tie for 27th place. 59th when the day began.
Billy, I remember early in your career, you were one of the best at making the cut on the nose and making this gigantic move to get to the top 10. It always impressed me. A lot of satisfaction, isn't it, in kind of salvaging a week after 3 mediocre days and then turning it on and getting back into the exciting part of the field.
It is, and not that you're going to win a lot of golf tournaments from there, but certainly as we watch Gary Christian calmly knock it in, I guess it's just the motivation. A lot of guys will kind of think, you know what, it's kind of all for nothing. I'm just going to go and kind of be a fill-in. But also remember, when we started, Mark, they paid 70 places exactly.
You're right.
And there were a lot of times when there were 74, 75, 78 guys that made the cut, and there were going to be 8, 7, 6 guys that did not get paid. So you better play your backside off.
Well, you did it. I remember glaringly. You did it as good as anybody. I remember several weeks that you would make it on the nose, and all of a sudden I looked at the end of the week and said, my goodness, Billy finished 6th this week. So Rickie's trying to make a move, and that was a great start at it. He's coming up to some holes where something can happen here. The 411-yard par 4 12th.
Now, see, I like the way he hit that drive right there. He choked down on the grip about 2 or 3 inches, just tried to hit that little bullet, tight little jaw, and he executed it absolutely perfect.
And we've seen this is not an easy driving hole. We saw Mark Wilson, normally one of the straighter hitters on tour, hit 2 left, the first of which bounced out of bounds.
I think because there is a boundary way left and right, and the bunkers guard both sides of this fairway equally, there's no side of the fairway that you can favor and kind of hit a half poor shot to get away with it. You've got to man up here and just hit one down the fairway. Now Gary Christian, the driver.
Yeah, and I am right at the back of the tee, and he is aiming right in the center of that left fairway bunker, and that ball is just staying dead straight on that line. This ball did not move to the right at all.
Well, he found that deep bunker you're talking about. And today on this 12th hole, there's a front left hole location. I think front hole locations are quite often the hardest. So he'll have to hope he caught a good lie and it's not up against that lip. We take a look at this hole. It is a hole that's played to an average of 4.05, so it's over par. And as you look at bogeys and birdies, there are a few more birdies at 56 than the 49 bogeys, but the trouble is in the 11 double bogeys and others we saw yesterday in our featured morning group. We saw Mark Wilson hit it out of bounds and make a double bogey. There are other players who put the ball out of play here, and that's one of the reasons this hole, while not that long, is playing to an average of just over par.
Fowler 4 under on his round, and for the tournament, Angel Cabrera has just birdied the 13th hole, a couple of groups ahead, and Cabrera is now 7 under with 5 holes to play. Cabrera at this point in his career, you got to believe, and it's the way he plays anyway, he's going to go for broke, and who knows? I wouldn't put much of anything past Angel Cabrera. But with 5 holes to play, if he were to play those 5 and 4 under or better, he'd shoot something sub 60.
Well, if he shoots to the 50s, he will be right there. But that's the kind of move that, these guys are hoping to make on a weekend. When you start tied for last place of those who made the cut, even this second cut, and you go out and you're 7 under through 13, you have passed a boatload of people. And as of right now, as you mentioned, there are only 6 players ahead of Angel Cabrera.
Different positions again in one's career, where they are in the season. If you're Angel Cabrera, whether you finish 60th or first place, there really aren't negative repercussions if you go for it and don't get it. If you're a guy like Gary Christian, you cherish every single dollar you're making. You're a player trying to make a run and keep your card.
You are, and I think that probably adds a lot of pressure. You look at Angel Cabrera's round, he's made a bogey today, so he's made 8 birdies in the first 13 holes. And how about the start of the back 9? Birdie, 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 birdie. He is on a major roll. Wouldn't it be exciting if he could make a couple more? And before the leaders teed off, he could actually be in the house and have caught the leaders from the bottom of the leaderboard.
Middle hit, right?
Brad Faxon shot 61 to come from behind back in 2005. That's the all-time record. Mark Leishman, all-time record here. As we look at Angel Cabrera's scorecard, a lot of circles. So Faxon came home with a 61 on Sunday to win in 05. Mark Leishman last year shot 62. He was 6 shots back, 10 shots back. Now you're getting into Paul Lawrie, Carnoustie in 99 territory at the Open Championship.
There's a look at the card we were talking about of Angel Cabrera. A lot of circles on that card, but the 4 in a row to start the back nine, that's impressive. He's got an excellent chance when you look at the 15th hole at 16, the Birdieable par 3, to shoot the 20s on his final 9 this week.
All right, Billy, what about Gary Christian here left of the fairway?
Well, the yardage, 151 back into the wind, and pretty clean lie. Far enough back that with this 7-iron, I don't think the lip is an issue. I think being able to make solid contact and not have it get beat down by the wind is the key. Really good looking shot in the air, Mark.
That was a good shot, Billy, and it was the right play to air on the longer side. That's the kind of shot that if you hoist that high into the air into the wind out of a bunker, it could have buried in that front bunker. So he's got a lengthy putt, but that's the price you pay for driving it out of the fairway in a fairway bunker. Now the perfect spot for Rickie Fowler.
Well, once again, you're just kind of looking right down at this flagstick, and 121 yards, and likes to kind of play this in just a little bit lower. And he's always been able to control the trajectory of his shots. Kind of mid-height, trying to bring it in from the right, and it's just hanging on. Just didn't turn as much as he was looking for.
Well, the good news for Rickie, that ball is hole high, about 18, 20 feet. I'm sure that was a push, as aggressive as this young man was. We saw him on the last hole, actually started right of the hole in that par 3. Billy, I think these players actually could use that backstop behind the hole, that same one that prevented players from getting it close to the back left hole location yesterday, and spin this ball back to the hole today.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And when you're putting a wedge in your hand, certainly you can optimize the spin and do exactly what you just said.
It's kind of a safe way to be aggressive. You know, you're taking the bunker out of play, and you're going to use that slope to kind of feed it back to the hole. But Rickie's in good shape. You know, the only place you cannot go here is to short side yourself left of this hole and get it in that bunker or miss the green left. And very difficult up and down from there.
Fowler is 4 under. Brendan Steele, remember, played so well at the 2011 PGA Championship. Also 4 under. Bryce Mulder, 4 under par as well. The best score of the day, Angel Cabrera, 7 under as Cabrera plays the 14th. Our feature group coverage continues. When these two are done, we'll have Justin Rose and Hunter Mahan, who've been caught by Angel Cabrera. They're at 7 under par. They'll go at 10 after 1. So that's an hour and a half or so.
Boy, 2 players, what a drama they were part of last week at the U.S. Open. Neither player would have been a surprise winner. Justin Rose kind of outlasted everybody. How beautifully he played those last 2 holes. I was so impressed. My first U.S. Open was the 1981 Open at Marion. I thought it was such a great golf course, and I was up there on Monday and Tuesday walking the golf course in the rain, and I thought the setup was so difficult, and it was. Nobody broke par. He kind of outlasted the others. What an exciting tournament. Now they come to this week, a course of the same yardage basically, but a course that obviously gives up a lot more birdies and not as penal, but it's a little bit of a breather for some of these players after the torture of last week.
Yeah, and when we played in '81, the greens at Marion were 10 on the step meter. They weren't 13.5.
That's a big difference, isn't it, Billy?
Oh, huge. I mean, when you have 30 more inches of rollout than what we saw.
And then that magnifies the breaks greatly too. Everything gets kind of hyped up.
Long putt here for Gary Christian for birdie at the 12th.
Yeah, just a few little mounds placed in this green. You have one that's just to his right as he is looking at the hole right now, and then you have one over on the other side of the green. So it's kind of fun all in between that. And from this length, again, it's going to be quick once it goes start down that ridge. So this is all about the speed and pace of the putt. He didn't like it right away. That was a quick walk.
Yeah, Billy, that's that slope that we saw his ball feed over and go to the right that the players can use from the fairway, the same one that made it so hard to get it close yesterday to that left hole location. He'll have a lot of work left if he wants to save par, and that's all set up really by the tee shot.
Rickie to go 5 under.
This one coming across the green, and you talk about that slope, Mark, so I think that's going to be the influence in this putt, is that it's going to move towards the front of the green from here. But this is even though the wedge shot was not all that spectacular, this is still a good opportunity to move it to -5.
Let's see if he can get this ball to the hole with this new thought of not hitting at the ball. Such a good try, Billy. It just misses on the left edge.
He'll go to the par 5 13th at 4 under for the day and for the tournament. He's only broken 70 twice on Sunday all season. He's in the bottom half on the PGA Tour in final round scoring average. In fact, he's 146th. He's in the bottom quarter. And now a par putt for Gary Christian to keep a clean card on this Sunday.
Well, he's been pretty solid up to this point. I see maybe a little left to right in this, Mark.
I think so. I think that hill we've been talking about is coming back the opposite direction of where Rickie just putted. His ball went ever so slightly right to left. Very deliberate, but he's kept the same routine, Billy. I like that fact.
But once he gets over it, and then he kind of crouches down, and he gets in, and he gets that last look, then the putter blade goes back.
Look at this. An 8-footer for Gary Christian. He converts, and he remains under par for the day and for the tournament. Easy to root for. Good 4 for Christian after a tee shot that he tugged a bit left. Rickie Fowler has moved up 32 places on the leaderboard. And now they head to the par 5 13th, the only par 5 on this inward 9. We've seen it yield eagles this week, but we also saw Webb Simpson, for example, yesterday in our feature group coverage, stumble on this 13th.
Well, if you look at the 13th today, there's only be a handful of groups that have gone through, but we've already seen an eagle and 3 birdies. If you just base it on how the hole's playing today, which is really what we should do, it's a scoring average of 4.636. So it's the easiest hole in the golf course, and if you can put this ball in the fairway, you're going to have an excellent chance to end up with an eagle putt. And Rickie Fowler is letting some people clear the fairway, going across the crosswalk, and he'll be ready to go in a minute with driver.
Well, his shot shape, he's going to send it down the right center, maybe turn it a little to the left, Mark. Well, this was a really solid strike. This is a good-looking tee shot right here. And I think that is a definite go from there.
Good balance on that shot, Billy. It seems like when most of these good players hit one offline, they're a little off balance, maybe swung too hard or lost their footing. Very balanced, finished on his left side. Not surprised that was right down the middle. I guess the question is, can Gary Christian get the length here to possibly reach? He's going to have to hit his best, isn't he?
Can't get there, in my opinion. Not with this wind. He hits it too high. This one starting down the left-hand side, cutting back. He got a little run out of it, but I still think the play for him is going to be to lay up. He's probably a good 15, 18 yards behind Rickie.
With the hole location over on the left. We'll see if Christian lays up. We'll see if Fowler gives it a rip. Feature group coverage on Sunday at the Travelers continues. Feature group coverage from Sunday at the Travelers, Cromwell, Connecticut, as we near the noon hour here on the East Coast. TPC River Highlands, Cromwell just a little south of Hartford. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Billy Kratzert is down there at the par 5 13th, the only par 5 here on this back nine. And that's the yellow golf ball of Gary Christian. And the orange-clad Rickie Fowler 20 or so yards ahead of him.
Billy, I think that Gary might have a temptation here.
Well, I've got him outside 250 yards and into the wind, so I would say that probably effective yardage here somewhere 262.
Yeah, and he's not comfortable, is he, going with that low draw, which would be the only way for him to kind of chase it up on the green.
Right. I mean, his shot is in fact, I haven't seen him hit a draw today. Everything's been left to right. Everything in his rehearsal has been left to right, and he's pulled out an iron. And I think that's a smart play.
Absolutely. Now, contrary to that, in just a moment, when we watch Rickie Fowler, he's 236 to a left hole location. He's going to love to turn something in there right to left to kind of burn it in there.
Well, he's already pulled the head cover off.
He's ready to go.
He's ready to go right now.
Gary better hit faster. He's going to be second to hit.
Well, parrying ahead, still on the green, but Christian getting ready to lay up. So just take it down there somewhere around 160 yards. That puts you inside 100. Might have squeezed a few more yards out of that. That's a little bit further back than I was looking for. I've got Rickie at 238. Hole location 19 paces on, 7 from the left.
This has got to look very inviting to his eye. I mean, it's nice to have what I'd say an important shot, a key shot in the round where you can really get this thing to something good. You know, he's 4 under now. He can have a putt to go 6 under in just a minute or two if he can pull off this shot. These kind of shots are a lot easier to hit when you can see them ahead of time, when you can visualize them. It's hard to, you know, if you have an awkward yardage or an awkward shape shot to commit to it. But this has got to look good to him, Billy.
Oh, I completely agree. In fact, this has been the kind of shot that he's been wanting to hit off the tee several times. Just kind of that tight little right to left.
Yes, where's the wind? If anything, yeah, if anything, I got this moving this way. Yeah.
Okay, here we go, 238. Boy, that is a solid hit right there, and just exactly on the line you would think it would be on.
What an intelligent golf shot.
That was a cool-looking shot.
That's a way to get it fairly close to the hole and not take the risk on. You can hear him, when Billy was with that group, you could hear him saying to his caddy, we're going to go just a little right of the hole. Wow, was that a good golf shot. And the slope fed it right back into the hole. He's going to have a really good look in just a moment at Eagle. Then all of a sudden he jumps up into the thick of these things at 6 under par.
6 under's tied for 15th. Angel Cabrera is playing the drivable par 4 15th. Cabrera's 7 under and tied for 7th. We're almost at noon here, a couple of minutes before noon, and the leaders will tee off in about 2 hours' time.
You know, as a player, you can't help but to appreciate the importance of a final round of a tournament, whether it wins you the tournament. It's not going to win Rickie the tournament or Angel Cabrera, but a great finishing round sets you up so well for the next time you go play, because if you don't have that kind of a finish, you may go to the next tournament wondering, you know, what is the state of my game? You know, Rickie and Angel Cabrera have a chance to leave here feeling great about their game, and whether they finish 7th, 4th, or 18th, this good last round puts them in a great frame of mind for the next time they tee it up. Now Gary Christian, Billy.
Yeah, just inside 100 yards, Mark. And you got to play it just a little bit to the right of the flagstick here and let it kind of drift down to the hole.
You called it, Billy, and those two balls are side by side.
They give Rickie a little teach.
If I remember, Billy, anything left of this hole that bounces left will feed into that hazard. It will not stay up.
Yeah, you kind of look down there, and there's a little buffer, but I think with the severity of the slope that's short and fairway, I just think that the ball gains too much speed, and it can't stay in that longish grass.
Bubba Watson and Graham Dillette, Charlie Hoffman, they're going to battle it out, but I guess the big question is, will someone who tees off earlier, you know, jump out into the lead and make them become the chasers? Angel Cabrera is trying to do that.
Yeah, it's one thing if you're even par and you're a 2-time major champ and you go and you let her rip. It's another thing, can a Ken Duke, a Chris Stroud looking for a first PGA Tour title, could someone like that make a move? You see Cabrera has worked his way up onto the front page of the leaderboard as he plays the 15th.
Well, for Cabrera, the 15th is going to be the deciding hole. Will he really jump into the thick of this? Because if he could make 2 there and get to 9, you know, anything could happen.
Birdie putt here for Gary Christian. An eagle putt for Rickie Fowler.
You see the players fixing their ball marks. That's what they're doing.
And Billy, we see the crowds.
Gallery.
Yeah, boy, you mentioned it yesterday. Great attendance here, as they always have. 250,000 last year. And huge crowds again this weekend on just a gorgeous first weekend of summer.
Well, there's so many things available to the spectators to know exactly what a player is doing with the scoreboards, the jumbotrons. They know exactly what's going on. And when you see a player like Rickie Fowler that all of a sudden makes the turn at 3 under par, so you know he's playing well, now all of a sudden you pick up fans, and I don't know, it's a bunch. I'd hate to guess the number, but it's a bunch.
You're right. The tour has done a great job over the last decade for sure in technology on the golf course. It just further enhances the experience. You see Christian's caddy pick something off of his hat. That was weird. A little bug, maybe.
I don't think it's part of the routine.
Yeah,
though.
I was going to say. Yeah,
I don't think it was a pat on the head. You can do it.
Yeah.
Well, this is a quick putt coming down the hill, and just kind of that slow breaker all the way down the hill. Boy, that gave Rickie Fowler just an excellent look at what this putt does.
Billy, it looked like that ball actually tried to kind of turn left the last foot or two as it lost its speed.
Yeah, it's that slow breaker, that ending break is the important or the key part of the putt. And as you said, Mark, you're never going to make putts unless you have the proper pace. Now Fowler.
Well, he's ready to go quick.
Oh, for eagle. He is on G, waiting for O. Yeah, walk it in. Walked it in.
Eagle 3 for Rickie Fowler, his 5th eagle of the season, and he vaults into the top 15.
Well, now we're seeing something special here. We've seen this round build. Two guys bumping fists. That's a nice thing to see on the PGA Tour. Another look at Rickie Fowler's putt. It had a little more speed than his playing competitor. That ball would have been 3 or 4 feet by, but it wasn't going to be because it was dead on line. Man, what a good job.
Let's update the leaderboard. After Fowler's eagle, Angel Cabrera made birdie at the 15th. If he birdies 16, 17, 18, no small feat, but were he to do that, he would be the PGA Tour's latest Mr. 59 or Senior 59. Rickie Fowler has worked his way up to page 2 of the leaderboard. He's 6 under par on the day. And again, Fowler made the cut this week after 36 holes only because the amateur Justin Thomas was one of the 70 players at 1 under or better, and it's 70 professionals in ties.
And Rickie Fowler, to do that, actually 3-putted his 18th green, his 36th hole, thought he'd missed the cut. He's made the most of this new lease on life. Now he's taking a 3-wood out here, Billy, and he's done what we used to see quite often. He's kind of kicked up a little bit of turf, not using a tee, playing it right off the deck, as we would call it.
Mm-hmm. And you see the bunker straight ahead. You see the walk path. You split that line right there. You split the bunker and the walk path. That's the perfect line. Ooh, that is really good. That is low, that is stinging, that is working with the contour of the fairway.
We had a great view, Billy, of what you described, and it looked like you drew it up for him, and he put it right on that line with that turning draw.
Totally different line for Gary Christian. He'll start it pretty much over the first third of that bunker and then work it back left to right. And did exactly what he wanted to, Mark. Good shot.
It shows you there's more than one way to play the game. He did that cut with the driver, and he's got that ball in a very good position too, Billy, on the right center of the fairway. Both players will have an excellent look to this green that's down a hill, a little stream behind the green, and today the hole, as they play 14, is on the back right, 30 paces on, only 4 yards behind it. And it's 6 from the left edge and 7 from the right edge. Let's go back to Rickie Fowler's dramatic eagle on the 13th as it works down the hill and gets center. Well done, Rickie Fowler.
Well, the Travelers Championship has a history of big Sunday comebacks. Angel Cabrera began the day even par. He just made that secondary cut on the number. He's playing the 16th hole now. He's -8 in our feature group coverage. We're watching Rickie Fowler put on a show. He just made a 22-footer for eagle at the 13th, and he, as you can see toward the bottom there, is now on the second page of the leaderboard with 5 holes to play. Should be another great shootout here at the TPC River Highlands. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzert. We'll have Justin Rose and Hunter Mahan in our second feature group. We are enjoying this new quicker putting routine of Rickie Fowler. It's agreeing with him, guys.
He looks very comfortable with it. Billy made the comment the only thing he still feels he's adjusting to is on longer putts, maybe having a little more trouble with the speed, but he makes another 20-footer or so like that for eagle, and he'll be totally comfortable with it.
Well, I certainly agree, and I think you look at the putts that he has made from that 15-foot range and that 22-footer for eagle back at the 13th. They've been downhill, so it's still a process, but boy, I love what I'm seeing today.
I know I referred to Dave Stockton earlier, being such an expert on putting, helps so many of these players with their putting, Keegan Bradley and a lot of others. But what Dave talks about, not reading it from every angle, not tying your mind up. I remember one year he gave me the tip to do that, and all of a sudden, 12 weeks later, 3 wins followed. It seems like I was trying less on the green and making more putts. Now we look back from the green, back up to the top of the hill. You can see how much elevation there is here. First to play will be Rickie Fowler, Billy.
Yeah, 167 yards, even though the green sits well down below the level of where this shot is coming from. Rickie has chosen an 8-iron, so I think he's taken a club that he cannot hit over the green. I mean, there's only 4 paces behind that flagstick, Mark.
And Billy, as you and I know, this green falls way off. If you put it over, you have no green to work with. And there is a stream behind this green that if you caught a hard bounce, you could get to it. That was a very wise play. Now, Gary Christian.
Right side of the fairway. So a little bit better angle for this shot shape, 163 yards. Also with an 8-iron. That was a very solid hit with the iron, but a little bit higher up in the air. You can see that ball spinning back.
Good looks.
I'd have to give both those players a thumbs up. That's a smart way to kind of try to sneak it back to the hole and not take the risk of putting it over this green. The way Rickie Fowler is with that putter right now, these are certainly holeable putts for he and Gary Christian.
Again, Gary Christian playing on the weekend for just the second time, making just his second cut of the season. It was really right here, though, in Hartford, where in his rookie season last year as a 40-year-old rookie that Christian began to catch his stride. He finished tied for 18th here, and over the course of his next 5 or 6 events, he would go on to post 4 more top 25s. So this time of year was good to him last year. Finished top 20 at the John Deere, top 15 in Mississippi, tied for 10th at the Canadian Open, tied for 21st in Reno Tahoe.
I like the trivia about Gary, Grant, that his first name, his parents must have been big fans of Gary Player, but named after Mr. Gary Player.
His Christian name. So, could this be the beginning of a good run for him? He's obviously, as we've documented, he has the right perspective. He's seen a little bit of everything. He's won 30+ times on various mini tours. And the contrast, as we pointed out at the beginning, to Rickie Fowler, a guy who came out in just a very few events in 2009, right after turning pro, made enough money to become a rookie in 2010.
And those feats weren't a surprise really to anybody. I mean, from the very young age was a star junior golfer, won the Western Junior, which is one of the biggest junior tournaments that in the U.S. Junior. Went on to star at Oklahoma State, 2 Walker Cup teams. He's always played at the highest level he's competed on, and nothing was different when he got onto the tour.
And a chance to move into the top 10 if he can get this one to drop.
Well, as I look at this putt, it's going to fall towards the back of the green, it looks like, Mark. That's where Rickie has it lined up.
Another one.
Wow.
He's 7 under with 4 holes to play, the next of which is a drivable par 4, the 15th. And he's on page 1 of the leaderboard. He's tied for 8th.
Yeah, what a featured pairing we have. I mean, he's following right in the footsteps of Angel Cabrera, who's a couple holes ahead of him. And both these players have a chance to create a little history here today at TPC River Highlands, Travelers Championship. Gary Christian would love to catch a little bit of this momentum, hold this putt, and maybe make a birdie on the next hole, work his way up the leaderboard. These are all very big for this 41-year-old second-year player on the PGA Tour. Not many guys are rookies on the PGA Tour at the age of 40. Quite an accomplishment.
Remember Alan Doyle about, 10,
I think he got his card at about 47 or 8, and that man can play golf. Now, Billy, what's he facing here?
He's facing a putt that's going to slide a little bit to his right. Pretty level, maybe just a slight bit of downhill in it, but definitely moving to his right.
Yes.
Good read.
A couple of birdies for our featured group.
And you can toss in the name of Robert Carlson as a 41-year-old rookie.
There you go.
Yeah, a little bit of a different history to get here, though, but you are absolutely right. Well done on a hole that create challenge at times, even though it's played to about the 10th hardest hole this week. Good tee shot set up those second shots, and both players made beautiful putts to that back hole location. Now they're going to have to walk up a little hill. Sometimes there's a weight on this 15th because guys can drive the green, and as they approach the 15th hole, it's one of those dramatic holes where a lot of good things can happen. The 15th hole at this golf course this week is played as the easiest hole in the golf course. Played to a stroke average of almost 2.72 under par.
So Rickie Fowler at 7 under has joined Hunter Mahan and Justin Rose, whom we'll see in our second featured group today. Tied for 8th place. Those guys will begin 3 shots behind Bubba Watson and Graham Dillette and Charlie Hoffman. A lot of different ways, Mark and Billy, I guess, that you can measure the greatness of a golf course. But when you can see scores like 61, 62, 63, and yet you're still looking at 10 under par leading the tournament, on a midway through a Sunday afternoon or Sunday noontime, that's neat. I like that. It's there if you play well, and if you don't, it can reach up and grab you.
I think that's the perfect observation. I mean, there are holes that are very birdieable. There are holes where you can make eagles, even par 4 you can make eagle. But if you get sloppy off the tee or become impatient or foolish and try to force the issue at this golf course, I think of number 17, even the short 15th they're going to play, you can make a double or triple really quickly.
Let's take a look at Rickie Fowler's round of 7 under par through 14 holes, 5 birdies and an eagle.
Well, it started quick for Rickie Fowler. The second green after a good wedge in here, knocks it right in with some authority. That got the round off to a quick start. Here on the par 5 5th hole after a bunker shot, holds his 15-footer down the hill right to left. Now we move to the 9th hole, his last hole in the front 9 after hitting a driver off the tee, an aggressive tee shot. He holds that lengthy putt. And here we are on 11. After being aggressive off the tee on this par 3, makes it downhill right to lefter. This new stroke is working good. And how about this putt for eagle on 13? A tremendous second shot. That quick putt down the hill finds the center of the hole. And that would take Rickie to 6 under par. And just a moment ago at 14, another great putt just at 20 feet for birdie. 7 under par through 15 holes, and he's on the exciting 15th tee. We're taking a look at him with a chance to do something more here. A drivable par 4. That's why they're waiting. We can see the putts per round. 20 putts through 14 holes. On a pace to have a very good putting total, but more importantly, the total on the scorecard. Some storytelling going on the tee.
I've heard of things like that.
Well, take a look at the shortest par 4s on the PGA Tour in 2012. Olympic Club, of course, the 7th hole there at the U.S. Open.
And how does this hole stack up? Well, River Highlands, TPC, the 15th, 296. You can see the stroke average playing to 3.867. These are exciting holes. The one at the bottom of the screen is one of my favorites, the Riviera Country Club 10th. Designed some 70, 80 years ago, but boy, has that stood the test of time. These are all exciting risk-reward holes. You can drive it on the green and make it 2, but if you put it out of position off the tee, you're battling to make par, and if you get unfortunate at a bad bounce or something, you can make bogey or even worse. I think these holes are more dramatic, Grant and Billy, when you find them later in the round like this. One that's not on this list is the 17th at TPC Scottsdale, where they set it up where the guys can drive it on the green on Sunday. And there's water just left of the green, much like this hole. Now Rickie Fowler's getting ready to go, Billy.
Well, they've actually surprisingly, have taken the flag stick out. They're not waving him up. So he's set to go. He thought they were going to wave him up, but
maybe that means he thinks he can make it. Take the flag stick out. And of course, that kid, Ches Reavy and D.H. Lee.
Yeah, that's disappointing because you get that momentum. You make that birdie at the 11th. You make that eagle at the 13th. Then you birdie 14. Now you are on a roll. Last thing you want is to wait.
Especially a personality like Rickie's who's ready to go. And Billy, he does have the 3-wood out, so he's obviously going to try to hit that same thing he's hit. Hung a few today to the right, but he's hit some very good ones, like on the par 5 just 30 minutes ago.
Well, you hang it to the right here today. We saw the players have the difficulty trying to get the ball up and down. Equally as difficult with this back right hole location.
Rickie did drive the green on Thursday. Made birdie.
This week, 9 eagles on the 15th already. But as soon as you say that, 150 birdies, you have 49 bogeys, 5 double bogeys or higher. We saw Mark Wilson yesterday hit his tee shot to the right, drew an unplayable lie on the side of a hill, had to imitate a mountain goat, head to the top of that hill, played out of somebody's yard, somehow got that ball on the green, but then 3-putted for double. So while the scoring average is under par by almost a quarter of a stroke, just over a quarter of a stroke, there is some danger here if you had an errant shot.
Breeze is 7 o'clock there.
Okay, flag stick in. Lee and Reavy leaving the green.
4 holes to play, including this one. 7 under par.
Get up. That's going to be just fine. He's got a lot of green to work with. You got to take it up onto that shelf, but the miss left is a lot better than right.
Oh, he is in a good place, Billy, and I like the way they've manicured this hole. They could have mowed that down to fairway height where all those balls would go in the water, and if they did that, guys would be backing off. They've set it up for them to be aggressive.
I think this is just a perfect hole location for Gary. It just depends if he can move it enough with this down breeze. Starts off on a good line mark. Trying to get up there. Come up just a little bit short, but both players in good shape here.
Rickie Fowler, 7 under par. As our feature group continues, chance to get up and down for a birdie at the 15th. Feature group coverage continues on Sunday here at the Travelers. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Billy Cratchit, Rickie Fowler playing with Gary Christian today. Now on the 15th hole, Fowler on the first page of the leaderboard, tied for 8th. A second shot upcoming here at the Drivable Par 4 15th.
And Grant, he's going to go up and he's going to take a look at what he faces. And actually 3 distinct sections to this green. You have that kind of that front plateau, then you go through a little bit of a swale, and then you get up to the plateau in the back. From this angle, even though he's in the rough, it's the first cut of rough. This first part of it is going to go up that slope diagonally and maybe get kicked a little bit to the right, and then once it gets up on top on that plateau mark, I think it straightens out.
The speed at which he goes over these kind of waves in the green are very important, aren't they, Billy? Because if he doesn't get the right speed, it can change the direction drastically.
Oh, absolutely. Gary Christian, on the other hand, has a totally different shot. And if it was me, I would take the first section out of play, and I would try to land this into the slope and then just let it work up to that back plateau.
Another difference, too, Billy, he's got a clean lie from the fairway, and Rickie's sitting down in the rough.
Will it stay? I don't think he was thrilled with that, but he'll have that for birdie.
Boy, Rickie is ready to play. I mean, he is on go all the time, trying to hit the same type shot.
That putt to get to 8 under for the day with 3 holes to play on a par 70. Just saying.
You could just kind of feel that everything is just clicking. He looked back at Joe Skyver and he said, you know, I was able to put a little check on that. You could see it just kind of grab. Beautiful looking shot.
We're seeing this young Rickie Fowler today, especially the last 2 hours, running on all 8 cylinders, maybe even 12 cylinders today.
Yeah, I was going to say 12.
Yeah, he's definitely high performance today. Fun to watch this young talent, just 24 years old, all this experience, and this is why so many experts in the game are high on his future. When you watch this kind of performance, you kind of see him get in that, probably the overused word, but in the zone. You can just see the natural talent coming out, not overthinking it, not trying to manipulate the club, just kind of performing, letting it happen. Pretty special to watch.
Yeah, and it's good to see, like a fast player like Rickie Fowler. The day has not been at a quick pace, but he likes to play at a quick pace. But it's nice to see him adjust to that and play this well at this slower pace. Now Gary Christian, this putt, this would move him to -3, which happens to be a pretty good round today, guys. It's just that Rickie Fowler's at 7 with a chance to go to 8.
Well, this has been really enjoyable to watch because Gary Christian has not hit it great today. I think he'd be the first to admit that, but he scrambled when he didn't hit it exactly the way he wanted. And now here he is 3 under par on his back 9 today.
That's really nice to see for this young professional, though he is, 41 years old.
All right, Rickie to go 8 under. That's a bit deflating. I don't think he was walking as if he had made it.
No, that was a miss because he immediately looked over at Joe, and I actually think that heel may have kicked out underneath it just a little quick there.
Billy, while he plays at a very fast pace, it really appears that he just got a little bit quick, a little ahead of himself.
Yeah, I would agree.
There's the walk. You know, it's hard to block out the fact that it's to go 8 under. I mean, in a perfect golf mind, you would have one shot at a time with no consequence to where you are. But he knows that, you know, birdie the last 4, you break 60. He knows that if he can birdie there and birdie a couple more, he may be tied for the lead before these guys tee off. All those things are in the back of your mind, and sometimes it just speeds you up. You kind of get ahead of yourself, which I think he did a little bit there.
So Fowler with the par at the 15th, and you can see Angel Cabrera there at the, well, he's 8 under par. Cabrera has just now bogeyed the 17th. So Cabrera goes back to 7. He's tied there with Fowler. Best rounds on the course. And Fowler has a chance for one of the best rounds he's ever had on the PGA Tour.
This was a hard par 3 yesterday, Mark, with the hole location. They only played 160 yards yesterday. Today, 178. But this, appearance-wise, this looks like it's a tough hole location.
Well, I thought the back right and back left are the two hardest. This hole and the 12th hole yesterday, the hole location was everything. We saw this hole give players fits yesterday. I think it's a little easier today, but you better be right in your yardage.
Just right now, just by poking out.
Well, he got the tee today. Got the honors with that birdie, and he'll go to the right edge of the tee. That's a spot I was always very comfortable. He's going to work this ball again from left to right, and it really does fit this hole location.
And you just see that the flag on the flagstick gently waving. And Gary Christian going with a 6-iron. Hit a really solid iron back at 14. Good looking shot here too.
I'll say. With a guy who's won $14,000 this year. That's making only one cut.
I'm going 5 off.
Yeah, right now I'm taking a 5 off of 1.
Yeah, I like the 5 off. Looking just left of it. Okay. Good?
Yes.
No, Rickie Fowler going with 7. Left of the flag and turning left.
So Fowler a lip out for birdie at the 15th. He'll have a long birdie putt at 16. Gary Christian has a nice short birdie putt coming up as our feature group coverage continues from the Travelers. Our feature group coverage continues from Cromwell, Connecticut, a few miles south of Hartford, the TPC River Highlands. The 62nd playing of the Travelers Championship. And we've seen a couple of players take it deep on this Sunday, including that man, Rickie Fowler. Angel Cabrera is already in with a 63. Fowler is at 7 under with a long birdie putt here at the par 3 16th. 35 feet, according to ShotLink.
Yeah, and pretty much in the middle section of the green, and you have kind of these two wings that kind of sit high on this green, the one to the far right and one to the far left. And Rickie Fowler has this putt that is going to be going back up the hill. Maybe just a slight bit of influence from that back right edge that may drift it a little bit to the right.
Tells Gary Christian that he'll wait. Fowler's career low is a 63. That was at another par 70, Colonial in Fort Worth. He'll have a couple of chances to better that, assuming he can make that short putt for par. Now Gary Christian, as we've said, making just his second cut. This is a birdie putt. Every dollar counts for the Englishman, trying to get hot here in the summertime and work his way up the money list.
And for a round that was pretty much just kind of ho-hum till making the putt at the 10th and kind of getting everything kick-started. Did not birdie the par 5 13th. Rickie Fowler eagle, but just to get to 400 par and shoot 66.
Four under par on the back nine.
Good job.
And for the day and for the tournament.
That's 3 birdies in a row. You know, there's a lot of things going on. You got a young guy like Rickie Fowler who's at the other end of the spectrum. But if Gary Christian can finish between 125th and 200 on the money list, that gets him into a final 4 tournament series where he could earn his card or exemption next year that way. All kind of things going on. Now Rickie Fowler from 3 feet. He pours that right in the center of the hole, so he will head to the elevated 17th tee, the difficult 17th. 7 under par for the day, 7 under par for the tournament.
Tied for 7th. And you can see the incline as they head to the 17th tee.
This is a tee shot we've talked about yesterday quite a bit, that plenty of room to drive it. It's not even a driver. You know, a player can go off this tee with an iron, utility iron, maybe aggressive with a 3-wood. But the very fact that when you see the view from the top of this tee, there is water all down the right side of this fairway. Any ball that's missed to the right will find the water. We pull back from the tee and you play downhill and look to the left of your screen there. You see that lake that fronts the par 3 16th. That lake goes all the way from that green to the 17th green, and that borders the right side of this fairway. Gary Christian going with fairway metal, Billy.
Yeah, and that's the right play. He's going to set it just inside that bunker down the left-hand side. The cross bunker you see, really not a big issue. I think it's only 234 to carry that bunker, and plus you have the benefit of the wind at your back. That heading towards the bunker. Just tried to squeeze in there, but first cutter up. That'll be okay.
What a big difference to be there or in that higher rough is now. From there, he's got to play over the water. Today, the whole location is still pretty dramatic. It's on the front right. Yesterday, it was front left, so you've got to be precise. Now, Rickie Fowler with an iron.
I like the play, Mark. You know, you certainly don't bring anything into play. You can make a nice, comfortable, aggressive swing. You're not worried about right or left. And that's right in the center, right at, in fact, a little bit past Gary Christian.
Rickie Fowler, 7 under in his final round. Gary Christian, 4 under in his final round. Quite the featured group here on Sunday at the Travelers. Back in a moment. Angel Cabrera has posted a 63, as you see. 7 under for the day today at this par 70, 7 under for the tournament. It's the lowest score since Thursday when we had 3 scores, 63 or better. Bubba Watson had a 63. Charlie Hoffman had a 61. Hunter Mahan had a 62. We are at the par 4 17th. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzer, our featured group. Both players playing extremely well, especially on this back 9 today. Gary Christian will play first. He's 4 under on his round and on the tournament and here on the back 9.
Well, and the second shot's going to play directly downwind now. Mark, you said the whole location 9 paces on, but from this angle, because of the way that the green is situated, it's probably maybe 5 steps from that front fringe that you can see. So it actually looks like it's on the front right corner.
Billy, this is the shot that a player really needs to respect, don't they? You can't be careless or too cute with this one.
No, you have to stay committed to the shot. And, you know, if there's any hesitancy with the club that you pulled, chances are you're going to hit one way to the left, wide left. 4 under par. Hitting something hard. Good looking line. Great shot. Right at flag high, Mark.
There's a little pressure on that shot, too. Just ahead of him, Angel Cabrera made bogey here. Now Rickie Fowler, boy, he's going quickly.
Oh, he wants to play. I mean, he is really playing quick today and playing well. But going with the wedge. Much higher. Same line. Drags it back a little bit, so Rickie Fowler is going to have, it appears to be about 8 feet from the hole mark for birdie.
Yeah, 2 really good shots, Billy, back to back. Gary Christian is 12 feet 4 inches, and Rickie Fowler is inside of that on a very similar line. He'll get to see the putt of Gary Christian first. Aggressive plays. I really like the speed at which Rickie Fowler plays. There's no overthinking any of this, and it works.
No birdies yet today at 17, but 2 good looks. And you see Gary Christian acknowledging the gallery here at the TPC River Highlands. And we saw his demeanor early when things, he wasn't striking it exactly the way he wanted. He scrambled, saved his pars, made 9 pars on the front 9. Now the lid has been opened. He's made 4 birdies. And it's good to see him being rewarded.
Well, it's really especially good to see these guys avoid the hazards that the 17th hole presents. This is the 3rd hardest hole in the golf course the first 2 days, and there have been some problems on the hole today already. 10 pars, 3 bogeys. No one's yet to make a birdie today, and playing to a stroke average of 4.36. I promise you breathe a little easier. Your heart rate slows down once you're walking around that lake and you're on the green in good shape at 2. This hole always got my attention.
Gary Christian making his way to the green. He had a chance last year in his rookie season to play. As I mentioned earlier, he made the FedEx Cup playoffs. He got to play on Saturday with Tiger Woods, and he said afterwards he was like a 12-year-old girl going to a concert. It was everything that he thought it would be. I mean, this is a guy who is still north at the age of 40, still soaking up these first-time experiences on the PGA Tour. That was last fall or late summer. And we'll see what happens from this week on. If he can get in here at 4, maybe even 5 under par, post a good paycheck, just his 2nd check to cash this year on tour, who knows what this might kickstart.
I think it's importantly, the finish is not going to be extremely high, but he's going to leave here feeling like I made up, 30, 40 places on Sunday. Right now he's tied for 29th. That very possibly could drop as the day goes on. The scores, people can go low here. But I think the point we made earlier that if he can shoot 66, maybe 65, the confidence that will carry over into the rest of the year could be invaluable for Gary Christian.
Well, the putt that he has here, just outside 12 feet. Now there's going to be some bend in it from right to left, and it's all about being able to hit it out there and hit at the right pace.
Billy, we talked about it yesterday. Is this one of those putts? I don't really remember if he gets it low of the line with pace that it could get away from him.
Oh, it can get 3.5, 4 feet away. Absolutely, it can. This is one that you're just going to have to kind of just pick a spot up there and just let gravity just kind of take the putt over. This is one from this side of the hole. There's no way you can be aggressive, which is going to be very interesting for Rickie Fowler in his attempt to try to get to -8.
Well, it might be a real plus for Rickie that he's going to get to visually see the speed of this, and it might remind him that he can't be that way.
Watch how gentle the stroke is on this.
Looks like he was hitting a 3-footer, Billy.
I mean, it just snaps off the table when it gets a couple feet from the hole. Now Rickie a little deeper into the green, and a putt from right just outside 11 feet. A little different angle, still is going to break, but he's coming more down the hill from here, Mark.
That's been the kind of putt he's made all day today.
I have to believe if it carried a little less speed, it may have taken the break.
Agreed.
Inside 3 feet.
Now still in a tie for 8th, Grant.
Yes, that's right. A birdie at 18 could give him new career low of 62. Gary Christian just a foot and a half or so. Just his second Sunday to play this year. He's bogey free. 4 under par in the top 30. Currently tied for 29th place. Rickie Fowler looking to slide into that top 10. It'll be tough, as Mark said. A lot of good players just now teeing off. We'll have a chance to have at it here at the TPC River Highlands. One more hole for our featured group. Fowler back here at the TPC River Highlands for the first time since 2010.
Watch your back, please. Watch your back, guys. Thank you.
He tied for 13th that year, 2010, his first year on tour. En route to Rookie of the Year honors. Gary Christian also played here last year. As we mentioned, tied for 18th, and that really got his season started. He shot 66 on Sunday last year as well. A par here at the 18th would give him a 66 today.
I'm watching your back. Watch your back, guys.
Yeah, big tee shot here, Mark. You do have a trailing breeze that right now is pretty significant. And you just kind of bracket this tee shot in between those two bunkers. Stay away from the bunker down the left-hand side. Be okay. Yeah, that's up the right-hand side. Should get a little kick to the left. Oh, that ball kicked up the hill. Maybe working his way back down.
Oh, Billy, he was very unlucky there. It did not work back down totally. It's actually kind of up against the high cut. As a right-hander, that could easily catch the toe of his club into that right hole location. He's going to have a difficult second shot. Now Rickie Fowler with driver this time.
Yeah. He'll set it right center and just kind of hit that little baby draw that he likes to hit. Well, this just inside the bunker down the left-hand side, and that is a good one there, guys.
It did take a left bounce, and it may have fed down to that first cut of rough, but it's a good angle to that right hole location. I know that.
Fowler and Christian beginning the day at even par. And let's update the leaderboard. Watson, Dillette, and Hoffman. Dillette and Hoffman in the final pairing. It certainly wasn't what we expected when we saw Bubba Watson get to the par 5 13th with a 3-shot lead at 13 under par, but he bogeyed that par 5. He bogeyed the drivable par 4 15th.
And young Patrick Reed out of Augusta State, part of the national championship team there. Disappointing round yesterday when he was tied for the lead, or right at the lead at 3 over, but today his firepower is coming back 3 under after 3, got himself right back in the mix. I'm not surprised to see that. I really expect that young man to break through any time. I really do.
Last year he was playing on sponsors' invitations and Monday qualifying. Justin Rose and Hunter Mahan, about 10 minutes after 1 o'clock. We'll have them in our second feature group today. What do you expect to see from those two? Do you think Justin Rose has another big Sunday in him?
I think that he does. I think there might be a question really of energy. They may sound silly because winning an Open and competing on a course that hard, majors take so much out of you. He got off to a slow start, a couple over par his first 9, and he's battled back the rest of the week. So I think he should have good things in store today. Then we've got, how about the veteran Jeff Maggart's play this year? Almost won it, came within a swing of winning at the Players Club when he hit it in the water on the 17th. 49 years old, that's impressive. Mark Leishman doing a wonderful job defending his title.
He's only 4 back today. He was 6 back going into it last year.
No big deal.
Yeah, this is a piece of cake.
Easy. Nicholas Thompson from the golfing Thompson family. Little brother Curtis is a star at LSU, and we know all about his sister, a star on the LPGA. A lot of good players on this leaderboard. Of course, there are no bad players on the PGA Tour. They all can play, and this group included. What a great morning featured group. We look forward to the afternoon group, but this group has really not disappointed us between the two of them. 11 under par, 7 under for Rickie Fowler for the day. Gary Christian 4 under par.
Neither's made a bogey. We've seen 9 birdies and an eagle.
An absolute opposite of what we saw yesterday afternoon in our feature group. That just shows you the fine line on the PGA Tour between a mediocre round and a good round. Not a big difference. Now, I'm interested to see where this ball ended up. Did it stay in the first cut? And it did. That's really a nice break that it did that. And he's got a beautiful angle. And on the other hand, Gary Christian's going to have a little bit of a challenge. Billy, have you had a chance yet to look at his lie?
Yeah, it's a good lie in that first cut of rough. He's going to have a shot coming over the bunker now. How much spin he's going to be able to put on the ball, downwind. I think it's going to be hard to get it really close, but he's probably going to put a wedge in his hand. So,
well, that's the good news.
If you can elevate it, you might be able to stop it. But Rickie Fowler has 139 yards, and I've got Gary Christian at 133.
We've got a great view from Rickie, behind Rickie's ball, of how close that hole is located to the right edge of the green and how much it's tucked behind the bunker.
Yeah. I just don't think there's any spot on this hole that you're going to be able to get a good, clean look at this whole location.
No, you're absolutely right. Even if you drove the left edge of the fairway, you're going to have to challenge the bunker if you want to go into the hole. This might be the most time they've taken all day long.
It is.
If you added it up.
I was just about to say that, Mark. This is as much discussion as he and Joe have had all day long. Good lie in this first cut, though. Boy, this is way up in the air. Way up in the air.
And a great shot from Fowler. He'll have that for a career low 62.
Well, there's two ways to stop the ball. You can do it with height or with spin, and when you're in the rough, that kind of takes out some of the ability to spin it. And that was a brilliant shot by Rickie Fowler. That's what he's been doing all day, Billy, making those putts, those downhillers. Now, a look at Gary Christian.
Yeah, and a decent lie, and also with a gap wedge. Taking it straight up in the air. This too, a good looking shot, high in the air, Mark. And that was just kind of the angle he had there. He was kind of downwind. There was just no way that he was going to be able to get any spin on it, but still a good shot.
Billy, don't you think probably those shots were probably both same quality of shot, but because of the angle into the green, that's the difference right there.
Good point.
Yeah, really, really good play by both players. Gary Christian's going to have a putt at 65. I mean, that's a heck of a closing round. If he could get to that score, he's going to absolutely jump up in the standings. That is an impressive graphic, isn't it? Gary and Christian, Gary and Rickie together. 9 birdies, 1 eagle. The 0 at the end is what gets my attention, Grant. Billy, no bogeys. Not easy to do. Looks like they're going to play 36 holes of golf. Between the two of them without a bogey.
Yeah, well, we had a wagon full of bogeys yesterday.
Boy, we did, and we had none of the circles, none of the birdies. I mean,
until Webb Simpson, where at 15?
Yeah, and Keegan never made one. I mean, you could have won a lot if you were a betting person on that odd right there.
Keegan's making up for it today. He's already picked up 3 birdies. And again, we'll see Justin Rose and Hunter Mahan, who will tee off in about 10 minutes' time in our second feature group. But a couple of birdie putts here to finish up Fowler and Christian.
This is big. These are big putts for both players. I mean, it would move them up the leaderboard. Rickie Fowler, with the players out in the afternoon, you expect the scores to go a little bit lower, but a birdie here would jump him up into a tie for 6. And at the end of the day, I think 8 under has a chance to be in the top 10. I mean, pretty nice when you start last position of those who made the second cut, and you can climb yourself up into the top 10 or around the top 10. That's a successful day.
Well, you addressed the fact that this is a President's Cup year, and at a top 10 finish, you get points there, and FedEx Cup points.
Do we have the same scenario here we've had a couple times today where Rickie's going to get a read from Gary's putt?
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much the identical line. It's just that Rickie's going to have maybe a little less than half of the second half of the putt that is going to be hit by Gary Christian.
Rickie asked Gary if his coin is okay. Gary said it was.
Well, I guess it's on almost the exact line if that question was asked. It's nice to see this 41-year-old journeyman golf professional who's new on the tour at that age. It would be nice to see him end on a high note here. I've got to believe whatever happens, he's going to take some positive that the second cut of the year for him ended with a very good Sunday round. And we said earlier that if you finish this year on the tour, it's a whole new format how you requalify as an exempt player. There's no more tour school to go to where you go right to the PGA Tour. You've got to go through web.com tour. But if you finish 125 to 200, that puts you in a 4-tournament series at the end of the year with also the top 75 off the web.com tour. And if you finish high enough in that 4-tournament series with money won, you earn your way back onto the tour.
And just to add a little bit to the drama, Gary Christian, if he finishes on the number where he is right now, and if it were to end as it is now, and there's a lot of golf left, not saying that will happen, but he would move to 199th. He'd move up 30 wow. spots on the money list.
Oh, excellent.
That is exciting. That is amazing.
Well, he's had a great attitude all day.
I agree.
We've walked the fairways together. He's come up. He said he was very appreciative of all the fans here. He didn't know he had this many fans in the Hartford area.
Billy, I went over to the practice range to watch him hit some balls, and he turned. He says, "Mark." I go, "Yes." He says, "I met you through your nephew Josh." He and Josh played web.com together several years ago, and just a very enjoyable, engaging personality. You like to pull for a guy like this. Now, here he goes.
Just to shoot 5 under. Reach. That's probably the last thing that went through his mind, that he could leave that putt short. But Rickie did kind of sneak over there and take a peek at it.
Gary took a while to get a read on that putt, so Rickie, no doubt, has the idea of what he wants to do here. This for a career low 62 in his 4th season on tour, 4th full season.
Billy, have you ever asked Rickie what he's doing when he holds the putter up? He does the same thing on his full shots, I noticed.
Yeah, he tries to get that line just perfect.
Just picturing it, I guess.
On the intended line that he wants, and you can kind of see him sectioning off this putt. 2 different sections. Okay, the line is just not perfectly where he thinks it should be.
And what Billy's talking about, he's using a line on the ball that he wants to roll it down, and he just made a final adjustment.
Only the line one more up.
Well, it's a great round, whatever happens here, but 2 disappointing misses. look at the miss on 15 and the miss there. And a little bit of work left here. He needs to keep his focus and his concentration. A chance to tie his all-time low on the PGA Tour, 63.
Did you use the line?
I never did. I never did. I knew I aimed wrong anyway, and I didn't want it to mess me up.
For a 63. Oh my. Well, that puts a damper on what was a great day. The lip out at 15 after a fine pitch shot, and then a 3-putt from inside 10 feet at 18.
I don't think it was his best putt, Billy, but when the first putt breaks to the right, you think the next putt coming back is going to break to the left, and it didn't do it.
No, and I can see the motioning, and I certainly thought the first putt would actually drift a little bit to the left going down the hill, but shame that he 3-putted there, but Gary Christian. Good solid round. Two good solid rounds.
It was. 66 as he shot on Sunday here last year. And Fowler shoots 64. That was a 12-foot birdie putt that Fowler ran past and couldn't make the comebacker.
Well, we showed that graphic with no bogeys. There's unexpected bogey on the 18th. It'll be a disappointing. I mean, I'm sure that when he's flying home tonight or wherever he's headed, he'll reflect on what a great round he played. You can't take away from the brilliance in that round today, but disappointing nonetheless to finish that way.
And take a look at the scorecard. You see, good solid opening 9, 32. And then just that very strange 3-putt from 12 feet. Fowler's going to head over, just over to Providence, Rhode Island Country Club, and play in the 2-day event that Billy Andrade and Brad Faxon host.
You know, I do think what happens, and I think Billy might agree, that on the 18th hole, he wanted so much, I'm sure, to shoot 62 and to jump up into 6th place. He was, I'm sure, aware of where he was in the tournament. And once you miss that birdie putt, there's a little bit of a letdown. Sometimes a slower pace on regrouping when you remark that kind of gets your breath and settle back down. It looked to me like he just a little bit, not that he lost interest in the round, but he lost a little focus, and I think that was the cause of the 3-putt.
Well, our first featured group has ended, just as our second featured group is headed to the number 1 tee. And it should be a rousing welcome. You have a past champion, and you have the reigning U.S. Open champion, Justin Rose and Hunter Mahan. Could one or both make a run at the Travelers Championship today?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final round of the Travelers Championship. This is the 1:10 tee time. First on the tee, from London, England, Justin Rose.
Look at the gallery, the massive gallery lining this hole to watch these two players. Just 7 days ago, he was teeing off about this time, a little bit later. Who would have known that 4 hours later he'd be the U.S. Open champion?
You think Sean Foley's paying attention to this featured group today?
I think he has a little bit of a vested interest in it. Now with driver off this first tee. Beautiful golf swing. I just love the rhythm in this man's swing. Ball down the left edge of the fairway. It's fighting to hold the fairway. It just gets to the first cut, but that will be just fine. Actually a pretty good angle with a back right hole location.
You have Rose with 3 top 10s here. Wow. It's disappointing.
Also with driver, maybe the best driver in my opinion on tour. Just wonderful driver of the ball.
Ball striking wise, you may not find two better.
You want to emulate somebody how they play golf. If you want to copy somebody, you couldn't go wrong with either one of those. And look at that, right down the dead center of the fairway. He might swing, these two players combined might swing with more balance than any two players you could put in a group.
Our second feature group, off the tee at 1. The U.S. Open champ and the past Travelers champ here in Connecticut. Sunday at the Travelers Championship. You can see lots of blue skies overhead. You can see some of those trees blowing in the breeze. That will be a factor. We've seen two really fine rounds in our first feature group. A 64 from Rickie Fowler, 66 from the Englishman Gary Christian. Another American and Englishman out here in the midday sun, Justin Rose. A little bit left of the fairway mark.
Part of the excitement in watching our featured group here this afternoon is if these two players play well, they can win this golf tournament. And that adds to the excitement. Justin Rose, our most recent winner on the golf stage in world golf with the Open last week at Marion. Little irony in the fact that they were the two leading, along with Phil Mickelson, right in the lead parts, lead roles, along with Jason Day in last week's drama. Hunter Mahan looked like he had a great chance to win until that kind of unforced 3-putt on the 15th hole, and certainly played well enough to win.
Sure, still finished 4th. Hunter shot 61 on Sunday last year here. Mark Leishman shot 62 and won it.
Well, 61 might win it today. That would be a heck of a run. If either of these players can shoot 65 or better, they're going to be in the mix. Now, Justin Rose, ball below his feet. He's playing his second shot to this back right hole location. Great view of the shot ahead of him. Ball working a little bit to the right. And it just misses the green to the right and feeds back into the closely mown grass. He'll have a delicate little pitch. This will be right down the hill. We've got about 15 feet of fringe to go through first. Have a lot of different options on how to play that. Hunter Mahan will be next to play. 137 yards. Just a perfect level spot in the fairway. This is just a pitching wedge for Hunter Mahan.
Oh, these guys are good.
Oh, Oh, that ball comes up a little bit short and feeds back down into the middle of the green. He'll have over 30 feet for his birdie. Not the best of second shots by these two players, but they're often starting their final round, trying to make something happen here on Sunday at the Travelers Championship.
We'll take a look at the player profile for Justin Rose. You know, July 30th, he was 17 years old. You were right there, Mark, when he holed out on the 72nd hole at Birkdale.
10 yards from him, calling that shot for television, and I've never seen a more jubilant young man turn pro and been the reality of professional golf. 22 straight missed cuts, I think 25 of 27 his rookie year. He said he values, though, the lessons that taught him, and for someone to come back from the depths of that kind of despair when you were on the top of the world as a young teenager tells me a lot about his character. Something else he said last week that I really appreciated in his interview after the round, that his goal was to conduct himself properly, to do the right things on Sunday and let things fall where they may. And I even told my son, that's a great example to follow. Go about your business the right way, handle yourself properly, and just accept the outcome. And boy, the outcome was good for him. He's going to get a lot of applause today as he walks up to these greens, not only for where he's playing in this great tournament, but in appreciation for his win last week in his first major.
And Mark, you know, you talk about winning any tournament, and you won a whole lot on the PGA Tour. It's tough for people like me who haven't been in that situation to know what the crush is like after you win an event. The demands on your time. We saw him on Letterman. We saw him on appearances everywhere. To come here and not just play, but to play well is impressive, isn't it?
It's very impressive. And I know the people of Hartford, the Travelers Company, all the volunteers, look at the massive gallery. They're coming and they're appreciating when guys like Justin Rose don't bail or don't eliminate from the schedule. Hey, I'm tired, I can't play. That's a really quality thing he's doing. But that's the way he kind of operates. He does things with class on the golf course, and he's being rewarded for it. Now he's elected to putt. Probably a pretty smart move. The big guess is what happens the first 10 feet.
Ooh, good up, man.
Oh, he just wanted to get it on the green just like that, and that was very well judged. Very well judged by Justin Rose. You know, if you chip that ball and land it on the green, if you don't land it in a perfect spot with the perfect amount of spin, it can get away from you. He'll be able to convert that. He marks that out of courtesy for Hunter Mahan, so he's not standing right behind the hole. These players are even courteous to the through lines in case Hunter doesn't make his and he runs it past the hole. Hunter Mahan's putt is from the middle of the green. He is 36 feet and 8 inches according to ShotLink. The same hill that Justin Rose's putt from the fringe was going down should make this ball move some right to left. Get it high enough? No, did not play enough break. That ball will run some 1.5 by. Both these players should be able to convert these short putts. Hunter will be first to finish. He will remark. A lot of these players do use the line on the ball. I never used the line, but I did like the name of the company looking at me, so you want it the same way every time. And notice he'll go through the same routine. This is a good lesson for everybody watching. He takes his 2 practice strokes, then he steps in and goes. He does that every time. Well done.
R4 stays 7 under. He's been passed on the leaderboard by the guy who knocked him off at the U.S. Amateur in 2002, Rickie Barnes. That was at Oakland Hills.
There's a flashback.
Yeah. So Rose, after missing the fairway and missing the green, now has, what, inside a foot? Good start.
It's a range that even I like. Good start by both players. You'd love to make 3, but you know your round's off. You haven't done any damage, and you head to a hole where you really do want a good putt for 3 because the next hole is one of the shorter par 4s on the golf course, second shortest at 341. Just a utility club or 3-wood off the tee. And we've seen some birdies there today. That next hole during the first 3 days played as the 16th ranked hole of the golf course, so only 2 holes were easier.
So as opposed to last week when both of these guys were contending and Rose eventually won the U.S. Open, even par not so good. Justin Rose shot even par 70 and moved up and won the U.S. Open. Here these guys with a couple of pars on the first hole. They've dropped a couple already from 7th to 9th. And a good look at what they view as they step to the tee at 2.
Beautiful piece of property that this golf course was first built on in 1928, remodeled in 1989. Nice hilly countryside, right in a beautiful old neighborhood. Cromwell is just outside of, just south of downtown Hartford. And now this is an aggressive play. We haven't seen many players go off this tee with driver. He's going to try to drive this ball up to, right in front of the green where he's got just a, 70, 80 yard wedge shot. Going to the left side of the tee makes me think he wants to hit a draw here. An aggressive play. He's challenging the corner. That ball hits by that first bunker, gets into the left rough. He'll have to go over that big tree that guards the left side of the screen, but Hunter Mahan also taking out driver. I think these guys are trying to win the tournament there,
well,
Grant.
When you have the #1 total driver in Justin Rose and number 8 in Mahan, why not hit the big one? And Rose has already missed a couple of fairways. Not by much. Now Mahan.
Both these players very orthodox setup, parallel lines to their target. Oh, I just love the balance he swings with. You can hear his caddy encouraging, good swing. And more importantly, good results. That is right down the middle of the fairway. He will not have to go over that large tree and have a direct look right at this green.
Well, we've seen a 63 today already from Angel Cabrera. Saw a 64 from Rickie Fowler. With one of our featured group players take it deep today. It is about almost 1:30 Eastern time here. You see the final pairing of Graham Dillette and Charlie Hoffman will go in about half an hour. Ricky Barnes has moved up to 8 under par. Patrick Reed has picked up 3 today. Angel Cabrera took it deep. He had it to 8 under par at one point. And there you see our featured group here for the afternoon. Justin Rose and Hunter Mahan. They're playing the second hole. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber from the TPC River Highlands.
We're taking a look from the green back now. Hunter Mahan is in the perfect position. He's only got 67 yards left to this back left hole location. Couldn't be in a better spot. Justin Rose, on the other hand, is on the left side of this fairway down in the edge of the rough. He will have a poor angle, a little bit of tree work. Now you're getting a look at that. Justin Rose's ball is right there in the rough left of his bag. And you can see the flag blowing just right at that big tree. Now he can get it over the tree. That's not the problem. It's going to be, he doesn't have a lot of green to work with coming from that angle.
We saw Rickie Fowler from a similar spot hoist one over that tree and spin it back to just 10 or 12 feet.
What might make this a little harder, he's closer than Rickie, so he won't be able to spin the ball as much. There's a look at Hunter Mahan making some rehearsal swings. You can see the bunker he's got to carry also, so got to be very precise in your yardage. You see the wind gusting in the trees. Well, you heard the call made by somebody in the gallery, all over it, and it was. He's got a short birdie chance coming up. Now Justin Rose, totally different shot from the left rough. Oh, he got away with that. It sounded high on the club.
Yeah.
Didn't carry as far as he wanted, but because it was right of the line, didn't take as aggressive a line. It hit and released, and a very good miss. Good guess there.
Do you start to get those bounces when you win tournaments like the U.S. Open or the Players?
I think you start to recognize that it's a good break.
Yeah.
You know, if you're in the wrong frame of mind, you hit that shot and you're complaining that you didn't hit it good. When you're in the right frame of the mind, you play that shot and you go, well, I'm not perfect. You know, I was in the rough and I'm glad it turned out there. It's kind of all the perception. One thing I noticed,
it's been a pretty good year, in case you weren't aware, for Justin Rose.
How about that graphic? Wow. Second in the Palm. He had a great run through Florida. You know, if you look at that, he played great in Miami, played great in Lauderdale. And then everything came together last week. If you asked me to give me 5 guys who you think will win a major pretty soon who hadn't won one, he would have been at the top of the list along with the guy he's playing with and a couple others, you know, Matt Kuchar. Even an Ian Poulter.
Stand nice and still behind him. Thank you very much.
And that's some directing being done by the caddy. Good caddies take care of their man. You know, they kind of try to ward off situations, letting the people know who are through the line to kind of get ready. He's going to putt. Now they're holding still. This putt from just inside of 10 feet, 9 feet 10 inches, should move slightly right to left. It did move slightly. He needed to move a little more. Good stroke. Love that speed. Just about a foot by speed.
Statistically, he's not putted well this year. He's 158th on tour in the strokes gained category. But then again, when you're 6th in greens and 12th in accuracy, 23rd in driving distance, number 1 in total driving, you can afford to not make them all.
Well, stats can be helpful. They can also be deceiving. For a player who hits a lot of greens, he's going to have more total putts. There's no question about it, than a guy who's chipping and pitching. Now Hunter Mahan, very, very good look here from 8 feet 8 inches. This is pretty straight right up the hill.
In the hole.
Obviously, either a pull or a misread, but whichever it was, it'll result in a par. It's disappointing for both these players to let this hole get away, but they know that those birdies could come at any time. They'll head over to the third hole, 431-yard par 4. Try to get something going over there. And it's a short walk. These old-style golf courses, that's one thing I love about them. This 9 is, pretty much intact from what it was in 1928. Some of the holes have been adjusted, but the routing is basically the same. And you've got just a 10-yard walk from the second green over to the third tee.
Think about Colonial and Fort Worth, Warwick Hills, where they used to have the Buick Open. Similar in that way. Everything very compressed and compact.
Talking about compressed, how about last week at Marion? I mean, a very small piece of land.
But didn't that course, didn't that venue prove to be a great choice by the USGA?
Well, people thought because of the length, just like here, that they would tear it up. Obviously, that wasn't the case. Now, Justin Rose.
King of the North.
Again with driver. Well, the gallery likes it. And well, they should, down the left side of the fairway. All three drives for Justin have been a little bit left, but that will be good because as they look at the second shot on the third hole, the hole is located 25 yards deep into the green, 4 off the right edge.
Mahan in the fairway, his first 2 holes. And there's a great look from behind, and we can see that balance again, Mark.
I can't remember the last time I've seen him swing and lose his balance, and look at the result, the length and the accuracy. That down the left side of the fairway, that's long too. This third hole plays to a stroke average of under par. It's the 12th easiest hole in the golf course. 3.962 is the scoring average. We watched these two great champions walk down the fairway, our reigning U.S. Open champion and Hunter Mahan.
Just a few pairings yet to tee off here on this Sunday at the Travelers Championship, the week after the U.S. Open, and a tremendous field. You've got major champions like Bubba Watson, and Angel Cabrera, Webb Simpson, Keegan Bradley in the field. Of course, last week's newest major champion, Justin Rose, is in our second featured group. There he is with Mark Fulcher, his caddy. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber with you. Rose playing with Hunter Mahan, and take a look inside the Travelers field here, Mark. They got a great field.
They do.
You never quite know the week after a major.
No, you don't. Sometimes guys are exhausted. They don't put it on their schedule, but I think that shows the respect people have for this tournament. The sponsor of the tournament, Travelers, are a wonderful sponsor for the PGA Tour. The area of the country, people like coming here, the hospitality they feel, and the golf course. You know, about this golf course, Justin Rose said he really likes playing it because if you're on your game, you can get it. But if not, you can struggle. And he said he noticed that in some of the scores yesterday. Now, Justin Rose from the left side of the fairway, a little bit of a draw lie, and he's got a second shot of 156 yards. He doesn't like it right away. That would indicate to me he's hit it left by the body motion. And he's hit it on the very left side of the green. He'll have a lengthy putt for birdie. Good news, he did not short side himself. So, you know, good players, I think one of the big things is good players have good misses. His rehearsal, just trying to get back the feeling you wanted, kind of hung back a little bit. Club passed the body, and consequently the ball went to the left. Now Hunter Mahan, what a tremendous drive he hit. 292 yards up this hill. He's just got 140 yards. Hole location today, 25 on, 4 from the right, so you want to guard for missing right. He will take dead aim with this short iron. Boy, what a good sound of that ball. That too to the prudent side of the hole. You know, maybe a little further left than he wanted, but I'm sure he was playing just left of the hole.
Mahan 22nd in the world rankings. Justin Rose with that U.S. Open title. Rose has moved up to number 3 in the world rankings. Take a look at the player profile here for Hunter Mahan, who just turned 31 last month.
Yeah, still young in the game of golf. Notice the college. Boy, they've turned out a lot of great professionals. Oklahoma State University, they just this last week made a coaching change. Hasn't happened many times in their history. They expect their coaches to produce winners. They're still a great college program, but a little bit off the last couple of years from what a lot of people expect. Our feature group this morning, another one of his alumni, and Rickie Fowler.
He was destined to go to Oklahoma State, wasn't he? You born in Orange, California?
Yeah. I ran into him at a little local restaurant in Ponte Vedra during the Players' Championship. It's called Sierra Grill. It's a great, healthy, and I'm not trying to make this a dichotomy, a healthy Mexican restaurant. They don't freeze anything, and you know, it's all fresh. Really a good little restaurant. And he had his sunglasses and his hat pulled down. He says, "Mark, I eat here about 5 times during the week when I come. My favorite restaurant in this area." And that during the Players' Championship.
Makes his home now in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
5 career tour victories. With all this talent, it shows how hard it is to win on the PGA Tour. I expect that to increase double or triple before his career is over. This is a young man. I would be quite surprised if 10 years from now, we look back if he hasn't won not only a major but multiple majors, and his future is pretty bright. Look at this year. Second at the match play. Matt Kuchar kind of nipped him in that tough weather. Beautiful play last week. Maybe not as many high finishes as we expect from Hunter Mahan. The year hasn't been his best, but he could end up being one of his better ones by the end of the year.
His scoring average on the weekend is not what you would expect from Mahan, and not certainly what he expects from himself. 71.5 on Saturday, an even 72 on Sunday, the scoring average. Now the long putt for Justin Rose here at 3.
Yeah, he's facing a putt of just over 54 feet. Not a lot of movement in it. Comes up one little hill. It might move ever so slightly in the second part from right to left, but just about getting the speed right. Rolled away just a little bit.
Yeah.
Kind of rolled out as the day goes on. These greens have not been fast this week. They've been set at about 10.5 on the stent meter. I could see that increasing today maybe by a half a foot, or Billy talked about to 11.2. I think that's about right. But once that putt, as we thought, would break a little bit right to left, it kind of feeds off the back of the screen, and it rolled out, I think, about a foot and a half more than he expected. Hunter Mahan, on the other hand, from the very same line, he had a good look at what happened. He's 24 feet 2 inches according to ShotLink. He should have a very good idea after seeing that about the speed and the line. Hunter does not waste any time. Notice the routine all day long as we watch the featured group. 2 practice strokes, that won't vary unless he makes a mistake. That got pulled right off the bat just a bit.
God.
You have to wonder, was that speed affected by him watching Justin Rose's putt roll out? Whatever the cause, he'll walk off the 3rd hole with another par. 3 straight pars for Hunter Mahan, remains 7 under.
Get off me.
Par putt for Justin Rose here at the 3rd.
No more. You're going to move some more. That'd be great. Thank you.
Justin Rose just directing a little traffic.
Politely, as always.
Yeah, that was nice. If you could just a little more, please.
That would be great, he says. It's been a great 7 days for Rose.
This putt actually got 7 feet from the hole, so a little more than he bargained for. Back up the hill, moving ever so slightly left to right. There's a good one. You don't lose any momentum with that save.
And the U.S. Open champ, and he even thanks
how nice
our camera crew. Well done. Well, they've each dropped 3 places on the leaderboard with this par start.
Good news, bad news. They're even par, but those are 3 of the easier holes in the front 9. Now they're going to face the 2nd hardest hole on the golf course, the lengthy par 4 number 4, over 480 yards, and then the long par 3 number 5. Today that hole is playing 231 yards, so that's what these players face coming up. They have to walk about 50 yards back to the edge of the property to find this tee. It's coming out of a chute of pine trees. You'll see the gallery clearing the way. Marshals will put the ropes back up and they'll be ready to go. Some players challenge us with the driver. Others, like did 3-wood. It's kind of whatever your preference is. You need to find the fairway. Justin Rose on the tee with the driver. Here's a good view of what they're trying to do. You see a bunker down the right edge of your screen. They want to stay left of that. They can shoot at that bunker you see in the middle of the fairway. They can reach that, though. It's 290 to that bunker, but they can work it off of that bunker with a fade or play between the two. Ball needs to get down. It just runs just through the fairway, short of the bunker, in the higher cut of rough. Depends on his lie. The hole today on number 4 is cut 28 yards into the green, 5 from the left. Not the best side to miss on today, the left, but he should have a clear shot. Just depends on his lie how much club he can get on the ball. Now, as we mentioned, some players go with less than driver. Here, Hunter Mahan has a 3-wood. That kind of widens the fairway for him.
4 for 4.
Right down the middle, no surprise. It's a good tee shot by Hunter Mahan.
Three pars for our afternoon featured group. This 7-footer from Rose kept him even par for the day, and 3 shots off the lead of the Travelers. Fourth hole at TPC River Highlands. A couple of players who've had their share of success here. Hunter Mahan, the 2007 winner. That was his first title. Justin Rose has had... These good friends enjoying each other's company here at the long, tough fourth. Rose has had the 54-hole lead twice here. First was back in 2005 when Brad Faxon shot 61 on Sunday to roar from behind and win.
When I look at these two players playing together today, I can't help but to think how much their careers mirror each other as far as results. And I think what a lot of experts think of talent levels, both 5 wins on the tour, on the PGA Tour. Obviously, Justin has played in Europe and been successful over there. And he just went to a whole new level with winning last week's U.S. Open. Both similar age, 131, Justin 32. Both a lot of experience, Justin had it kind of in the hard knocks, almost wins the British Open as a teenager, then battles through the, the secondary tour in Europe to kind of earn his stripes. Hunter Mahan, a leading amateur player and great college player, so they've kind of followed different paths to get to the same place, and here they are now, right at the top of the golfing world as far as talent and ability. And after that 3-wood off the tee, Hunter Mahan will be first to play. This is a shot of 192 yards. Right. Well, it was right with the line, a little light on the distance. The back hole location have a lengthy putt, but good tee shot, just a little short, maybe 1 club short.
Even Mahan didn't win until his 4th season on tour. He didn't come out and dominate early. Certainly Rose had a much tougher start, as you mentioned.
179 yards out of the rough. Try to chase this ball into the green. And chase it will. Will it slow down and hold the green? It's going to be close. It does hold the back of the green. Very good recovery shot from the left rough. Little tree trouble on that swing, too. That ball's just past hole high outside of 30 feet. I think he would be very happy with that.
Yeah, as I look at Justin Rose here, Mark, I think a little bit about your career. And let me ask this question. You had won some big tournaments like Justin Rose had won before he won the U.S. Open last week. He'd won Memorial. He'd won the AT&T National. You'd won Doral. You'd won the Western before you won the Tour's signature event, the Players' Championship. Did you feel any differently about yourself? Did you feel like other players felt differently about you in the days and weeks and years afterwards?
Well,
or did you care?
It was the Players' Championship, not the Open. It was a great field. I really didn't care. I was kind of basing my own value on my own views of how I was playing and what I was doing. But I do think you're perceived a little bit differently with every win, and if some of those wins have great stature. I do think a comment that Justin Rose made, he said the way to prepare for winning a major is just by being there a lot and winning a lot of tournaments. You know, I had the lead at the PGA in '87 after winning, 5 times on tour, and came down to the last hole, did not win. Had a couple seconds at the British or the Open and the U.S. Open, but wasn't able to win one of those in my career. I think really the best course is to kind of stick to what you think is the right thing to do in your practice and the way you prepare and how you view your career, and how that comes out, it comes out. Justin Rose made the comment after he won last week that he was going to try to act the right way on Sunday. You know, stick with his game plan, conduct himself properly, keep the proper perspective of what he was going through, and let everything fall where it may, and it fell in his favor. He also said this week, I thought interesting, if he wants to continue to win majors, he needs to continue to win, period. And that prepares you best for winning majors than anything.
And a lot to smile about. Fulci, his caddy, longtime LPGA caddy.
I can really say, though, with Justin Rose that sure, he's happy he won last week, but I think he'd be the same Justin Rose whether he had not won last week. I don't think he'd be pouting, or I think he goes about his business very professionally. Both these players, I think, are good examples for young golfers to emulate the way they carry themselves on the golf course. Sure do love their games.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about that ball coming up short. It's 46 feet, 2 inches below the hole. Not a difficult read when it comes to the line. This putt won't do a whole lot in movement left to right. It's a matter of gauging the speed properly. Again, notice the routine. Looks at the hole, makes a practice stroke, makes another one. That's it, just 2 of them. Well, I certainly wasn't correct. That ball did work from left to right more than I thought it would. Obviously more than Hunter Mahan thought too.
Yeah, you guys had the same read, I think.
Yeah, I thought it was basically just going to work slightly. You know, I didn't think the direction was the big issue, but once it lost speed coming over that one hill, it worked to the right. He's left himself, outside of 6 feet, 6.5 feet. This is the second hardest hole in the course for a reason. Not only is it got some length to it, plays almost just under 500 yards today. On the scorecard it says 481, but with this hole located back closer to 500 yards. Now Justin Rose, from just past hole high, this will be a little bit down, and from right to left, 25 feet, just over 25 feet. Just races by the left edge. I like that speed, though. It's an aggressive speed, but it's only some 2.5 feet by, maybe 3 feet.
So you cross Justin Rose's name off that list. It's a blessing and a curse. You want to be on the list because it means you're a really good player, that list of best players without a major. But you don't want to be on it because you want to go ahead and grab that one. But Hunter Mahan, his fellow competitor today, is, what would you say, top 5 on that list?
No question to me. I mean, you know, you'd have to put Matt Kuchar on that list.
Okay. I would agree with that for sure.
You know, Ian Poulter would probably make the list. Lee Westwood, boy, that's a great name. Lee Westwood, definitely in the top 3 on that list.
Par putt here for Mahan.
This is a little bit subjective, but I think those are all worthy candidates. Now Hunter Mahan from just outside of 6 feet. Well done. Well done. Hard hole, you made your 4. Now go make a 3 on the next hole. Then you can start making birdies. The next hole, wow, 231 yard hole, hard right hole location. A little bit of work left for Justin Rose. He ran that first putt 3 feet 5 inches by, but watch the silkiness of this putting stroke. And he rolls it right in the center of the hole, both these players. 4 straight pars to open their round. That par is one that they welcome. Might have liked to make a birdie on one of the first 3, but they'll take par on number 4 every day here at TPC River Highlands.
So both even par for the day. They were tied for 7th place when the day started. And they have dropped down to a tie for 11th place. Just a couple of groups yet to tee off, a couple of pairings. Chris Stroud and Bubba Watson. Stroud, the Texan, looking for his first win. Watson, of course, got his first win here like Mahan did 3 years before. Graham Dillette and Charlie Hoffman will tee off at the top of the hour. Saw a 63 today from Angel Cabrera. In our first featured group, we saw Rickie Fowler shoot 64 and actually have a chance to take it even deeper. There's your first page of the leaderboard.
Yeah, watching our first featured group, it looked more like Rickie was going to shoot 63 or 2. Actually, he was putting for 62 on the last green, very makeable putt. And once that ball missed, I really believe a little bit of, we say, air went out of the balloon. Yeah. And I know the feeling. I know it's happened a couple of times in my career where you had a chance maybe to win or do something really great on a round. And once it didn't happen, it's a little bit like a punch of the solar plexus. It kind of takes your breath away. You've got to regroup to focus on the next shot. And sometimes if you react too quickly, you can't kind of gather your thoughts. I didn't think Rickie at all lost his cool. I just thought that a little disappointed.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like to me. But still, I think as he heads over to Rhode Island to play in that charity event put on every year by Brad Faxon and Billy Andrade, he'll think, man, I really played good today.
Yeah.
It'll help him his next event.
Well, we crossed Justin Rose and Adam Scott off that list of best players without a major already this year. We mentioned Matt Kuchar, Hunter Mahan, Lee Westwood. I think Luke Donald, obviously, you have to put his name.
He'd be in the top 5, no question. We have room for one more.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could pick a guy like Brandt Snedeker, who has begun to put himself in position.
You could, and you could obviously put, because of how he's played majors, a guy like Jason Day. But the one thing that Jason Day hasn't done yet is win a handful of tournaments. So I think maybe.
No video, and most importantly, please respect the golfers.
We're getting an announcement to the gallery about videos and cameras. But you could put Jason Day talent-wise. But just like Justin Rose said this week, I think you prepare for winning a major by winning tournaments, and you win enough that you're comfortable in that situation.
Yeah, that is Day is the puzzling one because he's only won the one, tour event, the Nelson, a few years ago.
He's going to win a lot more though.
But he has 5 top 10s in majors,
in
11 major championships. So.
Well,
and not backdoor top 10s either.
No.
He's had a couple where he's been right there.
Anybody who watches golf closely can watch Jason Day and say, wow, does he have some talent?
Yeah.
And maybe what he's lacking in regular tour events is the focus that the pressure and the excitement and the spotlight of a major helps him focus. That's just a concept. It doesn't mean I'm right, but he's certainly talented. But those other names, Luke Donald, Westwood, they've proven themselves, won a lot of tournaments, gotten to the #1 ranking in the world. Matt Kuchar's, the most consistent, now starting to become a prolific winner. But back to our featured group, Justin Rose, 231 yards on this difficult par 3. Tough to get it close with that right to left wind and the right hole location. And as we've seen earlier, balls working from right to left as the wind hits it. Gets hole high. That's really a good result. Nothing wrong with that at all. He described it as clunky. I wish I could hit my clunky shots like that. Boy, look at the meticulous effort these players. There we see Justin Rose rehearsing the positions of his swing. I'm sure maybe a thought or two that he and Sean Foley are working on. The teacher from the Orlando area works with these two players along with Tiger Woods. We've all heard of that guy.
You have number 1 and 3 in the world, Woods and Rose.
Hunter Mahan with a 4-iron, 231 yards. Think these guys don't hit the ball a long way. In actuality, he's probably trying to land at about 220 and let it run out some 10 yards. An aggressive swing. Oh, and he's lost that ball to the right, and that is not where you want to miss to the short side. We'll have to wait and see if it's in the bunker. It might have hung up in the high, rough grass. And we're going to watch these players walk off the tee as they head down the fairway on this difficult par 3. Bubba Watson in the lead with Graham Dillette. We'll be back with more from our featured group. Welcome back to our coverage, our featured group coverage here at the TPC River Highlands and the Travelers Championship on Sunday. The final round, we are following the progress of Justin Rose and Hunter Mahan, two of the best young players in the world. Justin Rose just last week with the United States Open. I am Mark McCumber, along with Billy Kratzer out with this group. Hunter Mahan hit a 4-iron on this difficult par 3, Billy, and he left it to the right. What's he looking at and what's he facing in this bunker?
Well, this is a really hard bunker shot, and this ball did not get down into the flat part of the bunker. The ball is going to be just a slight bit down, but excuse me, the ball just above his feet. But bunker shot he's going to have to let roll out. Oh my gosh. Boy, did he clip that nicely.
Not often do you hit a shot too good. That was hit so good. He did not expect that to happen. I didn't either, Billy.
Yeah, all the tilt coming off that bunker in the front, I think he is. I mean, he's still shaking his head, Mark.
Boy, there's where you've got to do the self-talk and tell yourself, I mean, I'm frustrated that it didn't get closer, but it's hard to get mad when I execute it so beautifully. Now, Justin Rose made the prudent play out into the middle of the green where we've seen most of the players today. Hard to get to that hole location at 231 yards tucked behind that bunker.
Yeah, and it's a hole location. I don't know just how close you're going to get. I mean, if you happen to hit it perfectly flying high like Justin did, you know, you might be able to get 15 or 20 feet closer, but I think that would be maxed out. And now Justin Rose has his putt coming across the green. This ball's going to move from his left to his right.
Misjudged there.
Yeah, I think a lot of the players this week that played at Marion come up short with putts of that length.
Well, you and I discussed earlier today, covering our first featured group, that the big difference between 10.5 and 11 on the stent meter and 13.5 and upwards of 14. And that's a lot of difference.
Yeah, a lot of difference. And when you look at the contours of the greens at Marion as opposed to here at TPC River Highlands, a significant difference.
There is the greens at Marion last week had a lot of large, long slopes. Not the case here. Now, here's Hunter Mahan left trying to save par on this difficult fourth hardest hole on the golf course, par 3.
Yeah, you have just a little bit of a ledge over on that right-hand side of the green. Everything kind of tilting right to left. This putt going back up the hill should move a little to his left.
Par 3, there's a reason why it's the fourth hardest hole on the golf course.
I would say a really good shot today is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 feet. I just don't see how you're going to be able to get the ball closer than 20 feet unless you land it in the rough just over the bunker.
Well, that's the reason there's only been one birdie on the hole all day, Billy, to go along with 13 bogeys, and now one more, the 14th bogey. Here, Justin Rose. Well, that's a good save. Justin Rose's card still without a bogey. Also without a birdie. 5 straight pars. First 3 might be a disappointment, but pars on 4 and 5, those are good things. The second and the 4th most difficult hole on the golf course. Now they're going to get a stretch of the golf course, Billy. We can see that bogey dropped Hunter Mahan back to a tie for 18th, and Justin Rose, they both fall in a few spots today. Both these players have a chance to win this golf tournament if they can kind of catch fire and make some birdies, and the next hole will be an excellent chance. The next hole is a par 5 that is reachable by both of these players if they hit good drives. It'll take good drives today. It's a little bit back into the wind.
And Mark, it's a pretty good wind right now, and both Hunter and Justin certainly have the length to get there. But right now, this is as strong as the wind has been all week long.
Well, Billy, you mentioned these guys have length, but they're going to have to really flight this tee shot and get some run on these fairways to have a chance to reach, aren't they? The 6th hole has, given up a lot of birdies this week. Sixth hole plays to a scorecard yardage of 574 yards. There's a left hole location today. We can see our players making their way back to this tee. As they walk toward this tee, the 5th green is located to their right, and they're walking back some 50 or 60 yards. This hole has been lengthened from its original length.
Well, Justin can certainly flight the ball like you're talking about, Mark, but I think it's a rare occurrence when Hunter Mahan flights a ball low. His ball flight, he pretty much keeps it up in the air, not afraid to stick it in the air. And It's going to have to be a really solid tee shot for him to even entertain the thought of going for this par 5 and 2.
I can't help but to wonder, Billy, with that left hole location just over the bunker, is the wind in your face on the third shot making it play a little easier? Because as we look at the numbers, and they can mislead us at times, it's playing as the easiest hole on the golf course today. It's the second easiest for the week, even though it is 574 yards on the scorecard. Scoring average today of 4.60. There have been no eagles, so it doesn't sound like a lot of guys have knocked it on the green, and they haven't. But 29 birdies as opposed to only 5 bogeys. That's a little surprising to me.
Well, and again, I go back to the fact that if you're going to be given a wedge, if you put a wedge in your hand, you better take it. It's like last week at Marion. If they give you a wedge, you better take it. Therefore, don't do anything stupid. And I think when you get around this green complex, Mark, it's so busy and so much slope off that right-hand side that you're seeing guys lay up, and it's an easier shot than when you miss this par 5 going for it in 2. Now Justin, tee shot, and just a little gust right there.
That's what backed him off, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just blowing as hard as it's blown all week. This is as much wind as the players have had to contend with. Really a good-looking golf swing right there, properly flighted. It's going to be back, and I would think that would be kind of hit it towards that left bunker, kind of keep it in the corner, and then go with it with the third shot from there, Mark.
Yeah, during the interview yesterday after his round, Billy, Justin said that he thought the reason the scores weren't as low in the third round was that the wind had picked up even just to 5, 7, 8 miles an hour. Today it's certainly blowing harder than that.
Yeah, and I think with this wind direction, even though the 5th hole played downwind at 231 par 3, there's just no way to keep the ball on the green. Now Hunter with his tee shots, much higher ball flight, but a good line, and this ball will find the fairway. And that ball's going to be maybe 10 yards behind that of Justin Rose.
Well, Hunter Mahan and Justin Rose are on their way on this par 5 hole, hoping to make a birdie and jumpstart their rounds in the final round of the Travelers Championship. Well, there's the leaderboard. Bubba Watson and Graham Gillette, Charlie Hoffman all leading at 10 under par. Meter just going off. It's now just past 2 o'clock. And Bubba Watson and Graham Gillette through the first hole. Charlie Hoffman has not posted his score on number 1 in our featured group this afternoon. 2 great young players, Hunter Mahan and Justin Rose. Justin Rose, our current U.S. Open champion. They are in the 6th fairway, the par 5 that's playing is the easiest hole in the golf course today. And Billy, what are they facing?
Well, both have yardage to actually get back to the hole into this wind mark. I think it'd be quite the feat to get it there. I think with the way that Justin can flight the ball, that he might be able to kind of get near the front or maybe put it in that left-hand bunker that we saw Rickie Fowler in earlier today. And Hunter Mahan, 281.
Billy, with this club, it makes me think that he's going to try to do the same.
Well, I think trying to get to the green, he's going to have to come in over that bunker on the right-hand side, and he's going to have to hit some kind of shot that is working right to left.
He's still not committed to that yet. He's trying to decide.
Well, the group on the green
they're still there, aren't they?
Is still putting, and okay, and tapping in.
We got a good look from the green back to where you're standing with this group. He does have to challenge the bunker you just saw there on your screen, and he's got about 30 or 40 yards of fairway that he can kind of land in over that bunker and scoot it up there if that's possible.
Yeah, I think if he hits it solid, I don't think that bunker's in play, Mark. I think, if he catches it just off center, he certainly brings it in play, but that's the route he's going to take.
Oh, that ball has gotten left quick.
Yeah, and that's going to miss left of the bunker, and that is going to be a very poor angle.
It had the length with the pull. It kind of went a little further, but he's not going to have much green to work with. As you mentioned, Rickie Fowler told you when you were with him earlier today in our first feature group that he didn't mind being in the bunker, and I'm sure that Hunter would have been glad to be there too.
Right, and I think that's, that's how these guys think. If I'm going to miss the green, put me in the green side bunker, I can get the ball up and down. If they miss a green, they put it in the primary rough or kind of a collection area. That's when it becomes interesting. But after watching that, I would certainly think that Justin Rose can get it on this green. Just from 271. Well, that's a solid strike, and that is a really good line, Mark.
What a good golf shot, Billy. That is right off the drawing board. It works up toward the hole, getting closer and closer, and that's going to be a very makeable eagle putt. It would be the first eagle of the day on this par 5.
It's a pretty amazing shot, and you talk about how you should play the shot. That was absolutely perfect. Kind of that mid-height, just that penetrating ball flight, and it just kind of turned down just ever so slightly. Beautiful golf shot. 2 beautiful golf shots, the drive and that 3 medal.
Well, let's take a closer look at Hunter Mahan.
Plano, Texas. Please welcome Hunter Mahan.
Rock, pretty much. Favorite band is Linkin Park. I listen to a lot of them. Flyleaf and Evanescence, stuff like that. The Dark Knight, that was pretty impressive. Love Juno. I like all kinds of movies. Honda Pilot, my parents got for me. They wanted, something safe. If I did get in an accident, it seems like every kid who gets their driver's license does get in an accident at some point, so they want something safe for me. I got a few cars now. I definitely have a car. I like cars. I have a Dodge truck, and we're trying to do two older cars. We're trying to restore and kind of retrofit to new stuff, and putting some new engines and stuff in them, so they're going to be great when they're done. I went to the 99 Ryder Cup, and that was pretty incredible. I was able to go to the Super Bowl this year, and that was amazing, but going to the Ryder Cup was unbelievable. always like going up to New York. I really like going around New York City and stuff. It's always just a fun place. I like the driver. You know, you don't have to think too much about it. You just grab it, pull it, aim, and pull the trigger. And probably Travelers in that 9-iron up there close in the playoff and making a putt and coming back from that wedge up there, you know, tapping range to win it was great. Probably in and out burgers. I can handle that every day, no question. Usually double. You know, grilled onions, can't go wrong. Anything with peanut butter, chocolate peanut butter, whatever. Everything goes with peanut butter, so anything with that's always good. Anything Oreo milkshakes or anything like that, I can definitely usually go pretty big, so I like anything like that. Probably history. During school, definitely history. It's kind of neat to find out where we came from and all the cool things, how we've come up as a society, pretty much.
Boy, what a nice look at this young man behind the scenes. I'm not sure, Billy, I recognize some of the names of those groups he likes, but I like what he said about the favorite club, the driver. And you know why he's a good driver is you don't have to think about it. How about that, Billy? How insightful was that?
Well, it's the club that you hit the most, probably, other than obviously the putter, and he has a lot of confidence in it, and that's why he's always in the top of that category: total driving, distance, and accuracy.
I really enjoyed that inside look at Hunter Mahan. Tells us a lot about the personality. Sometimes these players look a little stoic. I admire those who can kind of keep that composure. But boy, when you see some of the things they like and dislike, they've got a lot of personality. Now he's going to have to use a lot of personality and creativity to pull this one off.
See, I think the difficulty here is you can see him kind of looking up at the tree. I think in order to get this ball close to the hole, you have to elevate it quickly, and that certainly brings in those branches, those low-hanging branches. This is just a hard shot. And he's decided just to take the 35 or 40-footer beyond the flagstick, which is a very smart play.
That's a very mature play. I mean, it wasn't time to press the issue. And he knows he's off to a little bit of a slow start with the bogey on the last hole. Doesn't want to compound things. There are holes you can make birdie on out here. You just don't want to continue to go the wrong way. The bad news is he's still out, so he's going to have to get right to work here. He's lining up the putt as he walked onto the green. There's a tip for you there to help speed up play. So much has been made about the slow play problem that he didn't just go mark his ball, then walk all the way back around. As he was coming onto the green from that angle, he took a look. Why not? Billy, this putt is, over 36 feet, 7 inches. Shot link has it. Maybe moving a little bit right to left as it gets to the hole.
Yeah, I think coming across the green, you look at where Justin Rose, his second shot came rest. It's behind the hole. It's going to be going down the hill. So I think if you look at the tilt on this left side of the green and behind the hole, you would have to believe that it would work its way down right to left.
I always had the philosophy on a par 5, if you want to take a chance so you can possibly make an eagle or knock it on and don't pull it off and put it in trouble, make sure you make no worse than par. You had your chance, you didn't pull it off, go ahead and make par and get to the next hole.
Yeah, that's certainly a good philosophy now. Pretty good pace right here, Mark.
Go, 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 go.
He too was looking for it to dip down to the left.
It kind of broke late after it got past the hole.
Guys, there have been 3 eagles this week. At the 6th, can't believe there have been too many better shots than what we saw from Justin Rose.
Well, to that point, when I was walking across the fairway after taking a look at the shot for Hunter Mahan, Justin Rose was walking up onto the green, and he said, "My 2 best, Billy."
That's great. This to get within 1 of the lead.
Down the hill, just kind of coax it down there. It'll move a little to the left at the end.
Oh, baby.
Well, it was a good-looking putt for a long time, Grant.
You could have almost hit my 3 best. That was pretty solid right there. And Billy, you know, Charlie Hoffman's made an early bogey. Watson and Dillette are off to a par start. No one's really taking it and running with it yet. Justin Rose is within 2 of the lead.
I certainly would have thought that after 36 holes with the lead being -10, we would have probably been at the -14 or 15 number.
I would agree with that. Yeah, that's what I would have said at least.
Now Mahan just outside 3 feet for his par. He almost beat that one to the hole, Grant.
He almost did, and that had some movement to it. Okay, just the tee shot at 5 really put him in a bad spot. He's 1 over for the day. Let's update that board. There's the Hoffman bogey reflected in his 9 under par total. He was 9 under after 18 holes. He shot 61, Charlie Hoffman did. Chris Stroud, could this be a life-changing or career-changing day for that Texan? Ken Duke looking for career win number 1. Same for Nick O'Hearn, who's been back and forth between the PGA Tour and the Web.com Tour. Graham Dillette has played a lot of good golf the last couple of years. Still looking for his first victory. To the par 4 7th. Rose with the honor. And there's a look at how it's played today. 8th easiest.
You have the bunkers down the right-hand side. If you pull it, I think Justin, with his length, he can kind of get into that fescue, that mounding on the left-hand side. So has to keep it just inside the bunkers and those mounds on the left. Really a straight par 4 here, just straightforward.
He's missed 3 fairways already.
Now this one heading at the bunkers. Looked like it got out of the last bunker.
It did. It went over it, almost to the bottom of that ridge of that last bunker. And I think he actually caught the tee marker, caught the umbrella in his follow-through inadvertently. A lot of guys have hit those tee markers advertently after frustrating tee shots. I think that was inadvertent.
Oh, I got many stories about the Hawaiian Open and pineapples.
Yes.
Okay, now Hunter Mahan.
Another on-balance tee shot.
Yeah, that's those mounds that I was talking about, and just to the right of it, so should be okay. It may be in the primary rough, but should be a good angle.
So Rose to the right, Mahan to the left. Par 4 7th feature group coverage. Rose now within 2. Well, they are bunching up at the top of the leaderboard. Watson and Dillette sharing the lead here on Sunday with everyone off and running in the final round. Ken Duke has picked up a stroke to get to 9 under. Charlie Hoffman has coughed one up to get to that same number. Justin Rose and Hunter Mahan in our feature group, and Rose with that 2-putt birdie at the par 5 6th. Now just 2 shots off the lead. Rose to the right of the fairway here at the 7th. Hunter Mahan to the left, and out there watching both is Billy Kratzer.
Well, maybe a bit of a break here for Justin, that it got all the way down almost to the flat area, but the whole location is in the back, and he's going to have 134 yards to the hole. And Hunter Mahan from this left-hand side, 129 yards. Mahan's going to have the ability to kind of take it down just a little bit lower, not stick it in the wind, and he's going to be able to kind of work it back to this back hole location. Whereas Justin Rose is going to have to come directly over the bunker and then let it release up the hill.
These two guys are Ryder Cup opponents. But the interesting connection, of course, from having the same swing coach. Justin made the switch to Sean Foley about 4 years ago. And the results, Billy, let's face it, it's mostly Justin. I mean, Justin's the player, but some big wins, not just last week, but some big wins in the last 4 years.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the fact that he's done the work, he and Sean Foley worked quite hard on positioning the golf club, and he just needed to get the putter working, and he did last week. Now it's just a wedge playing it left of the flagstick. Very smart play if it settles down. Okay from that spot.
Sure. And a good look from behind Hunter Mahan here.
Yeah, and from this angle, this whole location, 27 paces back, and just 102 yards to the front. But you're going to go in there with a sand wedge. He doesn't like to flank these clubs, so he'll take it up in the air, just try to land it maybe on the first third of the green, just let it start releasing up. I think he was actually looking for maybe 3 or 4 more yards out of that in the air, Grant.
Yeah, I agree. Hunter shot 61 on Sunday a year ago. Mark Leishman shot 62 and wound up winning, coming from 6 shots back. So Angel Cabrera get to 8 under par today before making a bogey late and shooting 63. We saw Rickie Fowler get to 7 under par with 4 holes to play. He played those last 4 in 1 over. He lipped out for birdie at 15, Fowler did. And then 3 putted from 12 feet at the 18th. Still shot a terrific round of 64. That was fun to watch with Rickie Fowler.
Yeah, that really was. And you can't help but think that, maybe if that ball, if the putt goes in at the 15th hole, might be a little different.
Yeah.
But still, it was a great round of golf. Made the eagle at 13, then he comes back with a birdie at 14, and all of a sudden it looked like he was going to do exactly what we thought might happen, is that somebody could go out there and shoot 62, 61, and all of a sudden find themselves in the top 10.
Well, Webb Simpson, whom we saw make a couple of birdies late yesterday, he's 4 under with 5 holes to play today. He's 8 under. Ricky Barnes has 5 holes to play. He's 4 under on his round. Both Simpson and Barnes are 8 under for the tournament. 10 under remains the lead.
Yeah, you see Hunter. He just kind of breaks the putt up in sections, and he's got a significant slope to come up. Now, this whole location on this kind of this back table in the back right-hand portion of the green, and coming up this slope, that once it gets over it, it's going to start moving to the right and maybe a little downhill. So downwind, this is going to be a little hard to judge the pace of this putt, Grant.
Good call. That was his 13th putt. He'll have at least 14 through 7 holes. Rose from just a few inches off the edge.
Yeah, and shouldn't have to worry about this ball kind of bobbling out of this fringe. Coming down the hill, kind of a little from the side, but I would think that this ball would move to his left once it starts losing speed. Back to back.
Well, it's been a good 7 days. You know, you get a ball that kind of creeps over the bunker and rolls toward the bottom of that rise, gives you a shot. That ball comes to rest right on the back of the green. You get the putt to drop. And Justin Rose, just like that, within one shot of our leaders. Billy, it's not often. I'm racking my brain here. Last time a player won a major and then the following week, you don't see players even playing the following week very often. Or you don't always see it, I should say.
Yeah, you don't always see it. But we saw it last year with Webb Simpson flying across country to come here and play the Travelers. And now Justin Rose, but to win a major and then capture another one the next week. Wow.
Can you remember Sandy Lyle won in Greensboro the week before he won the Masters? But that was before. And even that doesn't happen very often. Mickelson.
Well, Mickelson did it in Atlanta.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that doesn't happen often. Yeah. Hunter giving this little putt a lot of respect right here, Grant.
Six feet.
Yeah. And you're probably playing with the guy that you're going to have to beat. Good putt.
Interesting thought. That is a good putt from Hunter Mahan. 14 putts in 7 holes. He won't like that number. But he saves par there. Some good chances coming up. Not so much next. Boy, look at that. Justin Rose. Looked like he handed a ball to a young spectator. Let's update the board, and there you see the American Watson, the Canadian Dillette, the Englishman Rose, the Aussie Nick O'Hearn. Some other Americans there on page 1. Well, you have 7 players now within a shot of each other at the top of the leaderboard. And Billy, we had, yesterday, Bubba Watson, he only had, I think, a dozen players within even 6 shots of him when he got to 13 under.
Yeah, and it's just how quickly everything can turn right here. And, you know, you kind of look at where Justin Rose is positioned in the golf tournament. And, enough holes, enough pairings ahead that you go ahead and post, and then they have to play 16, 17, and 18. Come away with pars there. That's a pretty big job.
Par 3, 8th. 211 today.
Yeah. Actually, a strong helping wind and good hole location for Justin. I heard Mark saying he really likes it. And Justin going with a 7-iron. Good looking swing. Good looking golf shot.
Good looking player.
Yeah, after the definition of his shot of a clunker on number 5, everything has been pure from there.
Nothing clunky about that tee shot.
Well, it was just struck right in the center of the club face. Now, I thought it was kind of odd back on the 5th hole.
No, I've seen it 6 on the hole.
Justin went with 6-iron. Then Hunter went in there and grabbed 4-iron. Yeah, you know, I can see a 1 club differential, but I can't see a 2 club differential. And Hunter Mahan's chosen the 6-iron. I think this is the right club for him. Always has that same routine where he just kind of rehearses the impact zone. This needs to get over the bunker. Carry over the bunker.
Oh.
Yeah, he was looking for that kick to the right when he carried the bunker. Carried a little too deep.
Now, you see Hunter Mahan's reaction. He's not happy. Justin Rose sure is. A birdie from off the back of the 7th. He's within 1 of the leaders at the Travelers. With the updated leaderboard, you see Bubba Watson has bogeyed the long par 4 4th. And so the Canadian Graham Dillette from Western Canada, Saskatchewan, leads the Travelers by 1. We had 15 years of U.S. dominance here at the Travelers, including that man, Hunter Mahan, in 2007. Now we've had Mark Leishman winning last year, Freddie Jakobsen, the Swede, the year before that. Could Graham Dillette break through this week? Billy, how about this second shot at 8 for Mahan?
Yeah, well, he needs to just drop it over the fringe, Grant. Just drop it down there, let gravity take over. Nicely done. Very classy there.
Mahan, in terms of scrambling, has dramatically increased his percentage of getting up and down. He was 156th last year, 60th this year.
Yeah, he's made a big improvement there. Lee Westwood has made a big improvement there.
Yep.
So two players that needed to kind of organize their short game and kind of everything from 100 yards in have done nice jobs.
Billy, here's the answer to the question we were wondering about. Ernie Els in 1997 won at Congressional, and then the next week won at Westchester.
Nice.
Justin Rose with a putt to get a share of the lead here on the front 9 Sunday at the Travelers.
Yeah, and this is the putt that Rickie Fowler had earlier. Up the hill, a little bit slower.
That hopped. Inside 3 feet here. A 3 at the 8th for the 4th straight day. And that's never a bad score here. So let's update that score for Rose and for Mahan both. We'll see where they stand in the tournament. Both were tied for 7th when this final round began. Rose now just a shot behind Graham Dillette, who's playing in the final group with Charlie Hoffman. And Mahan has dropped a stroke, and he's dropped 11 places on the leaderboard. A lot of golf left on a course that Mahan has enjoyed through the years. Not just the win in 07, but the 61 on Sunday last year, the 62 on Thursday this year. It'd be quite a feat for Justin Rose if he could find a way to get it done again. Back-to-back U.S. Open and a tour event. Well, fortunately, those are the only umbrellas we've needed or seen this week here in Connecticut. It's just been magnificent weather-wise.
Yeah, other than the rain that we had on Monday, it's been a spectacular week, Grant.
There's how the 9th has played. And there's several deep over there watching Justin Rose and Hunter Mahan on the 9th tee.
Justin's going to go with the iron, and probably the maximum you want to hit this tee shot somewhere in the neighborhood of 250. I think with the firmness of the fairways, easily doable with this iron. I mean, just kind of just a stinging iron. It's going to take off when it hits the fairway. Excellent.
Hunter Mahan next. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Billy Kratzer, feature group Sunday at the Travelers. A champion to crown here by day's end.
Well, with this whole location, Hunter going with the hybrid, it's certainly going to give him a full shot for your second, and Justin has a full shot. That went a little further left. That may need to get down.
Nice job, Rose.
Two in the fairway here at the 9th. It's been a great day, great weekend here at the Travelers, and some fireworks here on the first weekend of summer. Rickie Fowler this morning in our first featured group. This was his birdie putt at the second mark, and with authority right here. And at the par 3 fifth, this was his second straight par save. That was actually a birdie at the 6th.
Well, that was after going at this green in 2, putting in the greenside bunker, playing a conservative bunker shot, but a smart one. Now we go to the 9th hole after a drive in front of the green and a mediocre wedge. He holds this breaking putt down the hill. Just splendid on the green today. And after an aggressive tee shot on 11, the par 3, this right to left 3 pours right in the center. Now he's on a run, making things happen, 4 under par. And this for Eagle after a tremendous 3-wood into the 13th. And that goes in with pace and confidence too.
He was 6 under at that point, and at the 14th, another downhill putt.
Yeah, another left to righter right in the center. I mean, it looks automatic right now. Little Eagle birdie run right there.
He had a birdie putt from, what, 5 feet at the 15th that
he did.
Lipped out. Yeah.
Then on the 18th, he had an actual birdie putt to shoot 62. Unfortunately, I think when that ball rolled by about 3 feet, maybe a little lack of concentration as he missed the comebacker, and disappointing finish, but I still say that as he reflects on the round, he'll be very satisfied with 64. Good things to think about what he did today going into his next tournament.
Which is next week at the AT&T National, a tournament that Justin Rose won. And look at the caddies switching up here and having a quick chat with the opposite player.
You know, we're one of those sports that is our playing competitor.
Yeah.
But I think every player knows, every good player knows it's you against the golf course, and that's why we are not happy when we don't win if you're in contention, but you certainly can appreciate what the other players accomplished and you kind of live with it.
I would think it would be difficult for Mahan to, it would be a challenge, let's say that, to stay in the moment and stay focused. He's hit a lot of quality shots, especially off the tee, and yet he's 1 under, and the guy he's playing with, the guy who nipped him last week at the U.S. Open, is pull 3 ahead of him.
Well, no time like the present to change that. Billy, you described this tee shot as pulled a little bit. You were exactly right. The good news is because it stayed in the fairway, this left side of the fairway gives him a great angle to the front right hole location.
Yeah, 133 yards, and you know, that's the reason these guys hit irons or hybrids off the tee so they can stay short. But as you said, just a great angle here, Mark, and you know, the wind a little bit out of the right. Tee shot was directly downwind, but because this hole does turn back to the right, this will be a little right to left and down. John Wood just kind of signaling what the wind direction is doing with his hand, but
Billy, there's still enough moisture in these greens. If you nip these wedges, they will still check up, won't they?
Oh yeah, you clip it perfectly, you can make it dance. Good looking shot here.
That ball did check, but then it kind of slightly released down a little ridge that runs to the middle of this green. He'll have about 20 feet for birdie.
Chance to shoot even par on his front 9 if he can make that. The leader is Graham Dillette. He leads 4 players by 1, including Justin Rose.
You asked the question at the start, Grant, could Justin win today? Does he have the energy? And if there was any question of whether he's sputtering, you know, as far as energy, having a start like this provides the adrenaline you needed. So he keeps playing like this, I think the energy will be there.
Let's see if he can hold this wedge off. He told Mark he's going to have to hold this wedge off just a little bit. That's exactly what he's tried to do. That was a bad hop. Bad miss to the right.
Billy, that ball landed right on a spot where the green slopes to the right, and it did take that hard right into the high rough.
So he hit only 3 of 7 fairways, only 6 of 9 greens on his first 9. But so far, only 13 putts for Justin Rose.
Early in the year, as he headed into the Florida segment before his good play at the Honda, he made the comment that he'd worked diligently on his putting. I always have thought of him as a good putter. I love the stroke, but he knew he had to improve in his numbers. And that's where a lot of these players who are very meticulous in their preparation, they look at numbers, they look at stats, and it was clear to Justin that he needed to be a better putter, and that's what he's worked on.
Guys, I would venture to say Phil Mickelson thinks Justin Rose is a good putter after what happened in Chicago last fall and what happened last week. He certainly made a lot of big putts in big moments.
Well, the one he made on the 17th hole at the Ryder Cup, what do you think the odds were on that one?
Yeah, low. That birdie squared the match, and then he won it on 18. All right, third shot here.
Delicate little shot here. You know, he has to come up and over that little false edge that took the ball to the right in that primary rough. Looking at just at a spot just about 5 feet in front of him.
That putt for par for Justin Rose to stay one back of Dillette. Sunday at the Travelers Championship from the TPC River Highlands in Cromwell, Connecticut. You're watching feature group coverage. And this is Hunter Mahan on the 9th hole. A 2007 winner here. Looking for a birdie and a front 9 even par 35. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzert out there watching.
You know, this putt from behind the hole coming down the hill will move to his right. And right at the beginning, there's some left to right break, picking up speed.
Hunter's body language doesn't change often, but you can see the frustration on a Sunday with a chance to win, shooting 1 over par. But as things would happen on a course only 6,850 yards.
Well, Mark, we saw earlier. We saw Rickie Fowler get hot when he birdied the 11th, then he eagled the 13th, then he birdied the 14th, and then you have the drivable 15th. So a lot can happen on this back 9.
Well, with that slow start, only 4 back because the lead has not moved in a day and a half.
Justin Rose has picked up 2 shots. He's got this putt for par to stay 1 back of the leader, Graham Dillette.
Yeah, and he's looking just about a ball, maybe a ball and a half outside that right edge. Everything on this front third of the green works back down towards the fairway.
U.S. Open champion will give one back. That will be a front nine 34. He's 8 under par, 2 shots behind the leader, Graham Dillette.
And Mark, that wasn't because he missed the putt. That was because the second shot was a poor one.
No question. That's one of those bogeys you want to avoid because it was unforced. If he played, a little more conservatively into the green, he could have missed it and still been okay.
Front nine 36 for Mahan. 4 shots behind the leader, Graham Dillette, Sunday at the Travelers. For a period of 15 years, players traveling from distant lands watched as American after American would find victory at TPC River Highlands.
Right over the top of it.
Oh,
what moment of shots. Kick in birdie.
But in 2011, Sweden's Freddie Jakobsen ended the international drought on the strength of 21 birdies and just 1 bogey over a 4-day span. 1 year later, foreign success continued as Australia's Mark Leishman overcame a 6-shot deficit in the final round to score an improbable win. In a season in which Americans have captured 20 of 25 tour events, will our victor this week be someone who traveled here from places far and wide, or an American intent on maintaining his country's dominance? The Feature Group channel on DirecTV is next. The PGA Tour proudly presents the Travelers Championship as part of the season-long race for the FedEx Cup. Beautiful summer Sunday here in New England. For the final round of the Travelers, 84 degrees. Enough breeze to make the players take a second look. Moderate humidity. Outlook. Sunny skies. As we look high overhead, the TPC River Highlands. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Billy Kratzert, our feature group, makes the turn to the tee at 10. Hunter Mahan.
Hunter Mahan's got 3-wood off this tee. I think it's probably one of the most demanding tee shots on the golf course. Trying to turn this ball from right to left. He may have overcooked it a bit. It hits the tree, stays in the fairway. He'll have a swing. He may have to do a little manipulation around some trees in front of him.
No birdies for Hunter Mahan, just a bogey.
Good look back at the tee from the landing area. This is the tightest driving hole they faced so far. Heavily treed all the way from tee to green. Now Justin Rose also with the 3-wood. 462 yards. The hardest hole in the golf course the first 3 days. It's eased up a bit today. It's tied for 8th. Even par stroke average here, 4.0.
See if he can come back with a... Well, this is starting out right, but it is definitely working its way back, and this is going to be a beautiful tee shot here. Well done, Mark.
Billy, that is in the ideal position. Early in the week, this hole was giving the players a little more fits, but today, very clean. 38 pars, 11 birdies, and 11 bogeys. Well, we're heading into the back nine with our feature group. Stay with us for more from the Travelers.
The Canadian Graham Dillette played collegially at Boise State. He's been this week partnering with some friends to raise money for flood relief in Alberta. He's a Western Canadian himself. 75,000 folks were evacuated just in the last few days because of flooding in that area, and he's helping raise money for flood relief. We saw that with Rickie Fowler earlier this year with the tornado, the tragic tornadoes that blew through Moore, Oklahoma. We're at the 10th hole with our featured group. Justin Rose, now 2 shots behind Dillette, the leader, and Hunter Mahan really looking to get something going here. It's been a bit of a struggle for the 2007 Travelers champ Mahan.
And Mark, it's only going to take one swing. He's going to try, and he's going to try to hit on something. In just one swing, everything can turn that quickly for Hunter Mahan. Taking a look at what he has in front of him, and again in the fairway, so you're going to be able to maneuver this ball right to left pretty effectively and pretty easily. And with this hole location, I think you would want to bring it in from the right, work it with the contour of the fairway, let it hit just a little bit short, release up onto the green, try to get over to this left-hand hole location.
Well, you said it, Billy. The green will help you do that. It does feed it right to left. We saw that earlier today with our first featured groups. That would be the prudent play.
Well, 193 yards. He's chosen a 7-iron. And just kind of nose it down just a little bit. Out to the right. The wind's trying to hit it and move it left, but it just kind of caught that right corner and just kicked straight.
Only a few yards from being a good shot. Good news, he has plenty of green to work with. It will be a speedy little chip, but that's the problem you create when you put that tee shot over there on that left side of the fairway. Those trees do affect your second shot.
Justin Rose, 181 yards, and fairway shot. The green does sit below the players down there in that little area. You have the ravine to the left, and Rose choosing to go with 8-iron. Well, it is trying to turn, but not quite enough, and maybe the slope of the green will take it closer, but that's the shot you have to play here, Mark. You can't go directly at this flagstick.
No, you can't, Billy.
Justin Rose not thrilled with the result, but Chris Stroud's going to be thrilled when he sees his name atop the leaderboard. Good look at the green at 10. Justin Rose and Hunter Mahan, our featured group. And Mahan just off the green. Let's update this leaderboard and show you that Bubba Watson with the birdie at the par 5 6th has joined Chris Stroud and Graham Dillette at 10 under.
And another young player, Russell Knox, Billy Kratzert, and I know him quite well. He lives in Ponte Vedra Beach, our hometown, from Scotland, played golf at the Jacksonville University. Worked his way onto the web.com, kind of qualified on a Monday, got a status, won out there, got his card through web.com, and nice to see his name up on the leaderboard at 9 under par.
Well, Hunter Mahan choosing to go with the putter, and I think this is certainly the correct play, even though it's about 6 feet of fairway cut to go through. It is straight downhill from there, and that ball is going to come up a good 6 feet short. A little more drag right at the beginning of the putt than Hunter anticipated.
Well, he had picked the perfect line if he could have judged the speed. He had a chance to make that. When you go through that much of this lush fringe, it's not easy to get the proper speed.
And Justin Rose pretty much on the identical line that Hunter Mahan was on.
Only 2 back. What a time for a bounce back birdie. Kind of jump right back in this thing. We've seen some players get some fast starts. Cabrera birdied 4 holes in a row in this back 9 early and route to his 63.
Even though it's downhill, everything moving towards that ravine that is left of the green, I just have not seen the quickness in this green.
Caught Mahan's coin. And a 2-putt par for Rose. He'll stay 2 back of the 3 leaders. Another look.
That could have bounced it the right direction to the left. It had a chance. He hit the right side of the coin. It just continued to go right. You know, Billy, the first 3 days, this played the hardest hole statistically on the golf course. I've got to wonder, don't you think it's this hole location that makes it play a little easier today?
Oh, I agree, because everything for the whole entire hole, everything slopes from right to left, and when you get up to the green, everything has that same tilt right to left, and you put the hole location over here, it's very easy to work the ball towards the hole. I think the toughest was when it was in that back right-hand corner. Seemingly no player got it close. This is a big putt for Mahan. It has to make it. Good putt.
To the short par 3 11th next. 4 shots behind Watson, Stroud, and Dillette. Russell Knox and Ken Duke looking for their first career victories, like Stroud and Dillette are. Good bounce back round for Webb Simpson today. He's 4 under par with the 18th still to play. Still absolutely anyone's tournament.
This little picturesque par 3 they're walking onto the tee now is a little downhill, probably a club downhill. A little bit hard to get the exact yardages playing. You're back in the trees. You can see the trees to the right of the players and left. And you see the trees down the left side of the fairway and behind the green. But if you could stand on the green and look to your right, you would look down the Connecticut River and see the 12th hole, and the breezes come blowing up that fairway. You cannot feel them on the tee. And with the right hole location just over the bunker, it's very hard to be precise here and take this hole location on.
There's the update. Rose tied for 6th. Mahan at 1 over for the day has dropped 11 places.
There's a great look at that hole location, and notice the flag blowing from left to right as we're looking at it, so right to left from the players. But see where the players are up on that highest tee. Those trees to the left of the tee as we're looking at it block them feeling that. So they've got to trust what they're seeing down there, and there's a great view of what they're looking at.
Yeah, and this par 3 plays probably 12, maybe 13 yards down the hill mark, and
just about a club, wouldn't you say, Billy?
Yes, and you know, to start it in between the fringe and the flagstick, to get it close to the hole, I think that's kind of your line.
Well, we saw Rickie Fowler kind of push it. The wind kind of helped him. It landed in the French. He got close and made birdie in our earlier feature group. A risky shot, but these guys are trying to make something happen, especially Hunter Mahan. This hole today plays to a stroke average on the final round of 2.952, just under par. There have been 12 birdies as opposed to 9 bogeys, no others, and 41 pars. There's the week's total right there.
I think anytime you put a wedge or a 9-iron in these guys' hands, they're just going to go flag hunting.
Well, it's hard not to when you've teed this thing up.
Especially when you put it on a peg.
Especially when you're playing as good as these guys are. These guys aren't fighting to make the cut. These guys are fighting to win a golf tournament.
8 aces here at the 11th through the years, including last year, David Mathis, who led after one round.
6 total. It is one hot day out here. It is hot back in this corner. Everything's surrounded by the trees. It is muggy, steamy.
Billy, in this discussion, they talked about we're 3 yards closer than an earlier day. Now, they keep records of what they did every day, and they make comparisons compared to the first 3 rounds. It really helps them make a good judgment.
You know, Hunter looking directly at the flagstick. Needs to get up. Needs to get up. Well, the good news is it came out of its pitch mark, and it's going to be on a slight upslope there. Well, you see it a lot, Mark. You see a lot of discussion. You see the indecision and the conversation back and forth. Once it goes back and forth that much, rarely do you see a quality shot.
Well, you know, that right to left wind, if you hold it against it at all, it's going to kill the yardage. You've almost got to either hit it straight and let the wind move it, or try to draw it and ride that wind a bit.
Now, Justin Rose going with a wedge. Just needs to get a little left. Get a little left and down. May have been influenced by the result of Hunter Mahan, but right on that back fringe.
Well, both in our featured group have missed the green here at the short 11th. Back to see if they can get it up and down in a moment from Connecticut. Let's update the leaderboard. You see Webb Simpson, who was in our feature group yesterday. We saw him end the Saturday round with a flourish, and he continued it today, a 5-under par 65. And Simpson, you wouldn't figure that's going to be enough on a course like this with so many players already at that number or better. But he's there in the house. Mark Leishman, remember, waited 2 hours. And he wound up winning last year.
Well, I don't think it's enough either, but you certainly can't leave the property until someone has posted a score lower than yours. Now Hunter Mahan with a very good lie in the bunker, Billy, on the upslope.
Well, he needs to pinch it just exactly like he did back at the par 3 fifth hole. I mean, you really have to try to spin this in order to get it close to the hole. You know, everything was working against him there, Mark. The tilt coming off the bunker, it's a little downwind, far enough back in the bunker that you really couldn't elevate it all that much. Just a hard bunker shot.
Yeah, I thought he hit a good shot to get it there, and I think you're right, Billy. To try to get any closer, you'd have to be way too risky. Now another beautiful, look as he pulls hard to the left, sends that ball way into the air, runs up to see what happens. Looks with a little surprise that it didn't spin, but as Billy said, downwind, downhill on that green, it's hard to stop the ball. Now from behind the green, Justin Rose looks like a little U.S. Open play, Billy.
That is a little U.S. Open play, and I like it. You get enough loft on it. You have a nice little lift to it. You kind of take it over that grass. Well judged there, Mark.
Wow, did that look good. A very versatile fairway metal there that he's using. That's the club we were referring to. He used as his second shot on the 18th hole. That beautiful iron at Marion went over into the thick rough by a foot, and he used that club to almost hole it for a birdie and to seal his victory. Taking a look in his bag there. That is a valuable club. That's something I suggest people at home use from the fringe. Very good idea. Just choke it up a little and just like a putt almost.
Yeah, it's a valuable shot, and if you can certainly put that in your bag and you can utilize it as efficiently as Justin did, or even maybe 60% as efficient as he is, it would certainly help you.
Guys, Hunter Mahan shot 62 on Thursday, and after he shot his 71 Friday, he was really frustrated, not so much with the score. He was frustrated with himself and how he felt like he fought his way around the golf course poorly during that round. And it would seem to be a struggle right now to keep his focus.
Well, I think he's struggling today also. There's been some clubs pulled that there's been indecision, and the shots have resulted in being poor shots, and he's really had to work, and he took that first step, thought it was in. So Hunter Mahan makes bogey here at the 11th.
We had the most beautiful view from behind the hole. It was breaking right to left. It was inside the right edge, Billy. In the last 3 inches, it went right.
Well, he took that first step, Mark.
It does seem like when you're struggling, I see a little more frustration in his body language than we're used to. We're getting another look. It's right center, and look at the end. It goes just right and absolutely takes his breath away. Those things do seem to happen when you're fighting to get some momentum. And the last thing he needed, now Justin Rose to maintain his position here on the leaderboard to save par.
Really not much in this. Center. Hit at the proper pace.
Only 2 shots off the lead, but 7 players, or rather 8 players ahead of him. And to the challenging par 4 12th. And let's update it. And there you see Justin Rose in a tie for 9th place. 2 shots off the lead. Mahan continues to struggle.
Well, the good news for both of these players as they head to the challenging driving hole, the 12th. I think it's one of the better ones, like I think a 10 is. Today, though, it's playing a little easier with that front hole location. It's ranked the 15th easiest hole in the golf course. And, Billy, it's actually playing to a stroke average of 3.8 and change. There have been more birdies, 13 birdies only to 5 bogeys and no double bogeys. So This is a chance. I said wow when I saw those numbers. There's a chance to get one here, and we know that eagle's possible, and birdie is something players are going to be playing for on the par 5 13th. So,
well, as I look at this tee shot, Mark, I think it's a very demanding tee shot because that out of bounds will jump up on the left and right pretty quickly, but it is right back into a pretty good wind right now.
Yeah.
Well, You don't have to worry about this one. This is just a tight little draw down that right-hand side.
Yeah. We got
beautiful.
Two of the best drivers in the game right here.
Well, that's the kind of flight on a ball that the wind just doesn't even touch. It just doesn't move it a bit. I always felt a little bit uncomfortable if I wasn't driving well in this hole, because there's no, like I mentioned earlier in our first go-around, there's no place to kind of bail here and be safe. It's guarded both sides. First guard, arm of defense is the bunkers, and then behind the bunkers on each side are boundary stakes.
Yeah, I think with these two young men right here, you could just go ahead and add Adam Scott. And Keegan Bradley, this is working left quick. This has got to get down.
Whoa. I think that went through the fence. He's asking for another ball. It looked like it went in between that top and bottom rail.
That is a surprise.
Billy, I have to believe that's brought on by frustration. I mean, it looked quicker than his normal rhythm, a little disappointed. He's lost a little focus.
Yeah, and he's been going through this rehearsal that we normally see with Hunter, but I've got to believe that the missed opportunities, the missed greens, the over par at this point, a couple over par, now provisional for a ball that's out of bounds. All of a sudden, you hit a good tee shot here, put it on 2-putt. Now you're 4 over for this final round. And this is perfect, and he is absolutely fuming right now.
In 2 days of feature group coverage, we've now seen 2 balls go OB here.
Well, like we say, it's a good driving hole. You know, the missed putt where he thought he saved par on 11, and then that tee shot, he knows that ends any hopes of a great finish to where he can still challenge in this tournament. We take another look, the one that Hunter will not want to see. It does go between the railings into the trees. It is out of bounds. As we come back, we'll see if Hunter can scramble and save something in our featured group.
Well, Hunter Mahan lies 3 in the fairway at 12. His first tee shot took a wicked kick left through the fence, and Hunter still having trouble getting over it. Seems like he's on the edges, lipping out. Ball's not bouncing his way today. In 5 of the last 6 years, guys, how about this? He shot at least a 63 here at the Travelers.
Well, 128 yards for his 4th here at the 12th, and The wind's kicked up. It's going at a pretty good clip right now.
Billy, I think that Connecticut River being just left of this hole affects the wind. It's whipping off that river and coming through right down these fairways.
And he's going to just try to hit a 9-iron through this wind. Maybe try to use that backstop behind. This ball's up in the air to the right of the flagstick. Trying to work back to the flag. Nice shot.
He'll have a very makeable putt to save his bogey on the 12th hole. Still very disappointed. Can't believe he's let a chance to win this tournament kind of slip through his fingers in the last round.
Justin Rose still has it within his grasp. 2 shots off the lead.
Yeah, I'm happy with straight into electric flag, yep.
114 yards to the hole, and as we said earlier, Mark, you might be able to take it beyond the flagstick and drag it back down to where the hole is located.
Well, I like that play, Billy, especially since it's into the wind.
Yeah, he doesn't like it. He tossed it straight up in the air, and that ball comes down in the bunker, and that looks like it has buried in its own pitch mark.
Mahan putting for a bogey. After hitting it OB, Justin Rose trying to get up and down and stay 2 off the lead. Back just in time to see Justin Rose with a spatula extricating that fried egg from the bunker at 12.
Well, where can I buy one of those spatulas? I mean, that was deeply fried.
No stick.
More, that was a good shot by Justin Rose.
Yeah, and a little bit on the upslope, but with that lie, virtually no chance of getting that ball much closer than what he did. That, you're right, Mark, that was an excellent shot.
Billy, you mentioned on the upslope, for those listening, that upslope really does aid the player, though, from a buried lie, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely, especially when you have a hole that is cut that close to the front, and everything that kind of pitches downward out of that bunker. But that was well executed, and you certainly can't take much more of a chance than what he did right there in playing that shot.
I'm a little surprised in the groups we've watched today in this hole so much into the wind that players haven't elected to go behind that hole with just a wedge and use that slope. It's a safer way to get close to the hole, and if it doesn't spin back, you're still okay. I'm really surprised that guys haven't been doing that.
Well, I think you certainly bring up a very valid point, and I guess maybe it just doesn't cross their mind. because we have seen no one in our 2 featured groups try it. Now this putt, I think this putt's going to be, it's still going to have a little bit of break, a little right to left break in it, but I think it's going to be a little bit straighter than normal simply because it's so much downhill and downwind. I think the wind, even from this short distance, is going to keep this a little bit straighter. Huge save right there, Mark.
Boy, there's one of those up and down saves you want to write in your diary, because when you're in a what's seemingly impossible spot, you can do it. I think the lesson there is not to try to get more out of that buried lie than you should. Just take it 10 feet and take your chances.
And did you see that fist pump? You think he's not trying to win?
Absolutely. You know, back-to-back's a big deal.
Second on tour in sand saves. Showed his strength, his ability there. Now Mahan out of bounds off the tee.
Yeah, this would be a great bogey if he makes this.
Yeah. That's about how the day has gone.
Yeah, the fun meter right now registering 0 for Hunter Mahan.
Four over on the day, 3 under for the tournament. Justin Rose up and down from that front bunker, and he remains 2 shots off the lead. The lead is 10 under. Rose there at -8, tied for 8th. Mahan down to a tie for 31st. Quite a difference from this Sunday to last year at the Travelers when he shot 61 to vault up into a tie for 11th. Rose now trails Chris Stroud by 2. Stroud has the lead alone. At 10 under par, Stroud is playing with Bubba Watson in that penultimate pairing of the day.
Billy talked about the fist pump from Justin Rose after the par, because he knows that that was one of those must saves. Now he's going into a stretch of the golf course, these next 3 holes, where he can make something happen. The 13th, we saw eagle earlier in our featured group. Today, the 13th hole, you know, is the 15th easiest hole in the golf course. There have been 2 eagles. There have been 16 birdies and 9 bogeys. Playing under par, and he needs, at the very least, a birdie, and an eagle would really serve him well. There you see the graphic, 4.88 average. The 2 doubles are worse. You kind of got to just throw that out of your mind and concentrate on the top of that chart. 2 eagles, 16 birdies.
We saw one of them.
We did. It was perfectly executed, too. And again, Billy, we talk about the flight of this young man's ball flight into this win. It couldn't be a better tight penetrating flight to hit a good tee shot here.
No, I certainly agree. And, you know, if he hits that right type shot, we saw Rickie Fowler earlier hit just a brilliant shot in here and make eagle 3. You know, the same thing can happen. Then all of a sudden Justin Rose leaps up to 10 under par. I just can't emphasize enough how important getting that ball up and down on the last hole for par was.
It's one shot on the scorecard, but it also sends you to this tee with a lot more adrenaline and positive vibes than if you had made bogey there.
You see him rehearsing like another Sean Foley student often does on tee boxes and fairways.
You take it just about 10 yards inside that hazard line up the right-hand side and gently turn it left. That's kind of in that zone that do you take a chance or do you not take a chance?
He clearly didn't like the strike, did he?
No. Yeah, but I think he got a little more out of it than certainly what he first thought.
Billy, he looked at that driver head and kind of tapped it on the toe. I think it was a little toey. That is a difference, though, in this equipment these last 10 or 15 years. That ball's still going to get out there a lot further than it would have years ago.
Yeah, you hit a persimmon on the toe, and you're over here in the railroad tracks.
There's going to be a little heat on this one.
Yeah, he doesn't like it either. just kind of a ho-hum, and right now, very frustrated player, Hunter Mahan.
He's given 4 shots back today, beginning the day 3 off the lead. It's Chris Stroud by 1. Chris Stroud and Bubba Watson playing in the next to last group of the day here on Sunday at the Travelers. Are right there at the top. Stroud looking for his first win. And let's update the leaderboard. Bubba Watson has pitched in for birdie at the 9th. So he and Stroud are at 10. At the bottom of your first page there, Justin Rose in our featured group. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Cratchit, the 1977 Hartford champion. It's not quite English tea time. Not quite 4 o'clock, but Justin Rose with a little nunchin, little snack here as he plays the 13th. And these guys, just to give you an idea of where they are the 6th to last group out, 6th to last pairing. So if Rose could get in there at what? Give me a number, guys. 11, 12?
I think at least 11. I mean, and that may not be enough.
I would say 11. I would say 12 is a certainty, and I would say 11 is probably a playoff at worst.
You do have some players like Stroud and Dillette and others who've not won. You have a past champion here, Bubba, and a major champion at that, who are up there near the top.
Well, you got to remember the direction of this wind. Billy, they're playing to a hard hole location on 11 with the right to left wind. Then 12, 13, 14 are all into the wind.
Right. Shot link tower, you know?
Yeah.
Probably perfect.
Yeah. Pretty straight in from the thing?
Yes.
Hunter and his caddy have determined straight into them. And then they're going to be playing 17 and 18, which is more going to be hurting.
You waiting, Rosie? I mean, you can't get it there.
I know. Yeah.
Don't hear it, you know?
Let's update the leaderboard. And Ken Duke, well, he's played a lot of good golf the last several years on the PGA Tour. Knocked on the door a couple of times. He has pulled even with Stroud and Watson. He's in the group, the pairing ahead of Stroud and Watson.
You can see the players still on the green. Justin Rose believes he can reach. So
does Hunter Mahan, Mark. And I've got Hunter Mahan at 260 and Justin Rose at 253 back into this wind.
Well, you know what I heard Hunter say to his caddy? You know, instead of, I might as well wait. You know, who knows? Maybe the wind will turn around or lay down. You never know. They can't go anywhere anyway. I know sometimes, too, a courtesy to a group in front of you, even if he can't reach onto the green, if he flies the ball out right at that green and that ball lands with a loud thud, it could be distracting and might as well wait.
Yeah, and you got to figure 241 to the front. If he just happens to flight it perfectly on that right-hand side,
he could do it.
He can get to that right front.
Boy, Billy, the sound of the wind in those trees left of these players, it sounds like it's whipping about as hard as it's blown all day long.
Yeah, all week long. I think this is the hardest wind we've seen all week long. And if Justin Rose hits the kind of shot, the kind of three metal that he hit back at the sixth hole, the par 5, he can get to this whole location easily.
Justin Rose referenced this wind after his round yesterday and said he thought that's the reason the scores weren't as low. He said he thought the players struggled with the wind, and consequently the scores didn't go down from the lead after 2 and 3 days. Now Hunter Mahan's ready to go.
Alrighty. Coming off a bogey at the 11th, a double bogey at the 12th, trying to make something happen here at the par 5 13th. Well, it was a very solid strike and a very much on the line that he was looking at, and that is a wonderful golf shot by Hunter Mahan.
Well, now we know for sure why he waited. That was beautiful. So we know that Justin Rose, who's closer to the hole and even has a more penetrating flight, can easily get it back to this hole.
You see, I think with his ball flight and just that 7 extra yards up, I don't think the water's in play. I mean, if he hits it solid, he can go directly at the flagstick, but you would certainly think he'd go a little right simply because of the contour of the green.
2 off the lead here at 13.
Boy, this is an aggressive line right here. Needs to get up a little bit. And did not carry.
Wow.
Looked like he may have caught that right on the bottom of the club. He started walking pretty quickly, Mark.
Billy, the look on his face is exactly what you're describing. He knew that he didn't catch it in the middle of the club face. If he had, like you said, that ball would have carried. And boy, it was right on an aggressive line, and he's going to have to drop now. That's a red-lined hazard, I believe, Billy. Have to drop where it crossed, last crossed. No, he knows right away. He looked down after he hit it, knowing that it wasn't hit solid enough to get there.
Well, still a chance to salvage par for Justin Rose. But in the water at 13, 2 shots off the lead of the Travelers. Bubba Watson can do. Chris Stroud tied at 10 under par. We were at 10 under with Bubba Watson through 36 holes. And we are still at 10 under. Now Justin Rose in the water at 13. In and 2, out in 3. He'll be hitting 4.
Well, he has a definite chance to still save par. I think this speaks well to golf courses under 7,000 yards can still hold up. A little bit of breeze, and this course isn't set up with rock-hard greens, and they're not that fast on the greens. The rough has got some rough, but it's not U.S. Open rough, and still the scores aren't that low. Now you notice what Justin Rose, you can see on your picture, he is getting the line that it last crossed, and he was coming in with a draw, so it was coming in on that angle, and he can go back as far as he wants. He can take 2 club lengths. He could go to the other side of the lateral hazard, which would make no sense in this case. He could play from where he last did. Not a good decision. So he's going to go on this line and try to save Actually, he's going to try to pitch it in, but if he does it in safe par, then he's still in the ball game.
Well, the up and down at 12 and the opportunity to save par here becomes it becomes increasingly important because of how the leaders are bunching up here. You have Rose at 8, but 8 under par. You got 8 guys ahead of you.
Oh, the thirds for Rose. Water.
And running out of holes, and this figured to be the best chance to get a birdie.
And this is a hard little pitch shot right here. That huge false front, and the whole location maybe 3 or 4 paces off of that. You come up a little short here, it will filter all the way off the green.
That'll be a putt for par.
And you pretty much had to play beyond the whole location there, Mark, because of that false area.
There's no doubt that he factored in the very same thing you were mentioning.
Goodness.
Now all of a sudden things are really stacking up. We have 5 players tied for the lead. Bubba Watson, J.J. Henry's joined the fray.
Past champion here.
Yeah, Ken Duke, Graham DeLette, and Chris Stout all at 10 under par. Then right behind them, 3 guys at 9. One of those, Webb Simpson, we watched yesterday. He's in the house, so he can't better that score.
I don't think you can fit all the leaders under that Travelers umbrella. You got 5 guys at 10. And all with a lot of golf left as the roars begin to echo around the TPC River Highlands. Rose was trying to create a roar. Came up just a bit short in the water here at 13, now trying to scramble for a par. Mahan, on the other hand, has a putt for eagle.
Well, pretty much most of the break is at the beginning of the putt. I would say probably the first half of the putt, there's going to be a significant amount of break, and I'm thinking that he's got to be looking 5, 6, maybe 6.5 feet above. You'll have speed at the beginning, then it'll just kind of cruise on down when it levels out.
Still cruising.
They weren't even close to the line he needed to be on. Well, you can just look at him and the body language, the self-talk.
And Billy and Mark.
He is thoroughly disgusted.
And
still talking about it.
I just wonder if this isn't 2 weeks worth of frustration coming out here.
Well, I always felt like when you're in contention at a major and you've battled all week, especially when you don't win, and I do know that feeling, it's like you've been in a prize fight almost. You're physically worn out. That was a hard week physically with all the bad weather, and then you throw in the mental strain. And I think you might be right, Grant. That could be coming out now. Very important putt again, Billy, for Justin Rose.
Yeah, this putt will have a little quickness to it coming down the hill. Looking for this ball to break to his right. Wow. Those are 2 huge back-to-back putts that he's made at 12 and 13.
Well, they may only be for pars, but that does keep his hopes alive, Billy.
You think he's got any grind in him?
I've always thought that he does. You know, he keeps a pretty good attitude on the golf course, and it's paying dividends today. Easy to hang your head after hitting the water there, after burying it in the bunker, but you don't see any wasted energy from Justin Rose. Not very often.
Not a bad couple of Sundays in a row. Now Mahan for birdie. Just for peace of mind, you want to see this go in.
Yeah, exactly. And several misses today, and I think this is one just up the hill. Just take a little bit of the breakout and bury it in there.
There you go.
Just like that.
Yeah, I think that strategy was good because the ball hopped a little bit, but it was hit aggressively enough to still get in the middle of the hole.
First birdie of the day.
Billy, as hard as this wind is blowing, I mean, you don't get seconds on tour, you don't get mulligans, but I think the prudent play, and maybe Justin was trying to play out right at the water. I think playing to the right edge of the green like we saw Rickie Fowler and use the hill to get it hole high 20 feet might be the safer play.
You know, you just kind of get in that position, you get that feeling, and if he'd have hit the 3 metal like he hit it back on the 6th hole, the par 5, it would have been fine, but just a touch on the bottom and into that strong wind, it just knocked it straight down.
Now to the tee at 14.
I'll tell you what those 2 putts mean, though. It means that he is in no way out of it. You know, a little 3 birdies in the last 5 holes are some tremendous shot on 15 and you make eagle. That has happened before, and he has a chance to still win this golf tournament.
You know, Hunter Mayhem's going to go with driver and pretty much the same line with this driver that we saw earlier with Rickie Fowler in the 3 metal. His ball flight higher, but keep it right in between the walk path of the bunker, right on the right edge of the bunker. It should be perfect. That's a really good looking drive right there. That might be his best drive of the day.
That ball is way down the hill, Billy, and it's still rolling, just now coming to a stop. He'll have a good angle from the left side of the fairway to the back right hole location.
Yeah, I mean, that tee shot was tagged right there. Now Justin Rose also going with driver. Actually, it's a tee shot that suits his shot shape. I mean, he likes to work this ball a little right to left. And this is just on the same route as Mayhem. Really good drive by Justin.
And it now is running by Mayhan's by 15, 18, 20 yards. I mean, he's a good 15, 20 yards past Hunter Mahan. Both in excellent position.
A week ago, became a major champion for the first time. Today, 2 shots off the lead when he hit this shot, just a little bit short. But comes out of the water, a scrambling par 5. And Rose stays alive on Sunday at the Travelers. Updated leaderboard, Bubba Watson and Ken Duke now at 11 under par. Bubba was 13 on the back 9 yesterday before bogeys at 13, 15, and 17. Dropped him back into a tie for the lead going into this final round today. You're watching feature group coverage. We are at the 14th, looking back up the hill. Justin Rose and Hunter Mahan with two fine tee shots.
Well, Hunter Mahan's going to have 134 yards, and Justin Rose is going to have 118. But again, this whole location right up against that back edge, only 4 paces past that flagstick, so you would think that he plays short of this.
Well, that was a strategy we saw in our earlier featured group. Both players kind of snuck it in there and hold birdie putts from short of the hole.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Okay, there you have it. Into the wind because of the elevation. Not going to play this shot for much more than 135 yards.
So, Billy, they're figuring the wind cancels out the downhill, right?
Absolutely. Just a little 9-iron for Hunter. Just try to keep it down. It's hanging to the right. Get up. Actually, that ball carried the green. That looked like that ball was starting to balloon. I've got to believe that the tree's in the back. You know, this green tucked in back there along that stream, and those big trees behind the green mark. I've got to believe that maybe that had some effect on that shot, because
no question
the flagstick is doing nothing.
Yeah, they're at the top of the hill. They feel that wind, the same end of the wind they felt on 12 and 13. But when that ball gets about 70 yards away from them, I do believe the wind stops because of the trees. You said it exactly. And he's in a tough spot now, and maybe Justin Rose can learn from that.
Yeah, 118 yards. You got to try to flight this. You got to take it downstairs a little bit.
Three shots off the lead with holes running out. He'll have a mid-range birdie putt at the 14th in a moment. Well, you have a couple of past winners in contention here. Bubba Watson, J.J. Henry. This was just moments ago. Hunter Mahan at the 14th.
Boy, he takes his lob wedge and sends that straight up in the air, lands so soft. I'd give that one an A, maybe an A-. You give him 10 balls and he might hit one or two closer, but that was really good.
Yeah, that was pretty good right there. He only had 12 feet of green to work with from over. Now Justin Rose, this putt for birdie coming up the hill. Pretty much in that same position that we saw Rickie Fowler in our first featured group. This putt going up the hill, twisting just a little bit to his right.
Once again, if you get it low of the line on a breaking putt, you're going to get some extra rollout, and that's just what happened.
Who it is?
That putt to stay 8 under, 3 shots behind Duke and Watson. And now Mahan for his par here at 14.
Yeah, and you come off a birdie at 13, and then you hit a good drive, just an absolute perfect drive. You make a mistake with the second shot. What little positives that have happened today, all back at the 13th hole, you just want to try to keep those going, and this up and down would do it, Mark.
This isn't too dissimilar to the putt he just made, is it, Billy?
Exactly. And just kind of pour it in. Kind of you have to be looking maybe left center-ish. I just don't see this ball outside the hole.
Really nice up and down from behind the green from Mahan. He remains 4 under par, which is tied for 26th place. Began the day 3 shots off the lead, bidding for his second Travelers title. Justin Rose bidding for a second consecutive victory after winning the U.S. Open last week. You'd have to believe this is a must-make with 4 holes left and 3 shots in arrears of the leaders.
Yeah, and this putt will move slightly to his left.
Three putt, at least. A little bit like the putt at 9. Dove left for par. Second bogey of the day. And right back where he started. -7, 4 back, 4 holes to play. 15 is certainly an opportunity to get at least 1 back. And who knows, maybe you hit one right on the button and you never know.
We raised the question earlier in the day, would he run out of gas? I mean, all the scrutiny and aftermath of winning an Open. And if there's going to be a challenge on the energy for this next hour, these next 4 holes, he's facing it right now.
Well, plenty in the tank last week at Marion. He's enjoyed the Philadelphia area. He won the AT&T National up there at Aronimink. Yeah.
Some great golf courses in that part of the country. Just up the road, you've got Pine Valley. And when Billy and I were on the tour in the late 70s, early 80s, we played a wonderful little golf course in Philadelphia called White Marsh. I love that golf course. I remember fondly, Billy, the little par 3, about number 11 or 12 as you cross the road. You could throw it on the green. You'd make a 2 there or you'd make a 5 there. There was no in between.
Yeah, you didn't want to have a case of the rights on that hole.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
You know, we went back to Marion, you know, for the first time in what, 30 some odd years. If you could go back to a course that the tour used to play when you guys played, if you could pick one, what would it be?
Well, White Marsh comes to mind, but one I always liked. I don't know what you thought, Billy, and it was all new for me. It was up and down and blind growing up in flat Florida. It was quite an experience, but I grew to love it. I liked Westchester Country Club. I thought that was a beautiful golf course.
Yeah, I would think that Westchester would top my list.
A lot of tradition there too in that New York area. I mean, right down the road from Wingfoot and Sleepy Hollow's around the corner, and a lot of other wonderful golf courses. Old Oak, Century.
And you can just go ahead and throw Cypress Point in there if you want to.
I think that might work. That might count.
Okay.
That may climb to the top of the list now that you said it.
Should we maybe go scout it out just to see?
No, I'd volunteer. Hey, Billy, how about a course that the public may not think about, but Oak Hill in San Antonio, Texas, a little 6,500 yards, cute little golf course.
Very. In Champions Tour played there. In fact, there was a Tour Championship there. Tom Watson won. So
yeah,
a lot of history there.
Sometimes I wish we could go back. Play a little more of the Wrigley Fields and the Green Monster. Fenways.
Sure.
That's what those courses remind me of. And I think this is a great example, both at the Open last week and here this week at the TPC River Highlands for the Travelers. That this is a golf course 6,850 some odd yards, and these players under pretty good conditions, just a little bit of wind, are not taking this apart.
All right, you mentioned Wrigley Field. I don't know if anyone would want to go back to Butler National because of how difficult it was, but I know
I'll vote for it.
Yeah, you've got great memories. Would a golf course? How would a golf course like that play with today's equipment and technology?
It would still be hard. I was there last year, had the privilege to go up and play in an outing up there, and really enjoyed the membership. And they've actually lengthened the golf course and made it harder. Billy, that's the one thing I remember about Butler National. We did not play the back tees on about 6 of the holes.
No, we did not.
And it was still brutally hard.
Yes, and they made such a great decision when they went from those bluegrass fairways to bent grass fairways.
We didn't hit any flyers, did we?
No. Boy, they'd whistle out of there. Nice birdie by the young amateur from University of Alabama up here at the 15th.
Yeah, Justin Thomas, 5 under par. What a weekend for him. And we haven't mentioned Chris Williams this week, but Chris Williams is making his professional debut here at the Travelers and made the cut. The former University of Washington star, tied for 32nd.
That's a big accomplishment for both these young players, and I really had a chance to watch them up and close the last several years. Both excellent players.
Well, here are players who have made their professional debuts at the Travelers. David Duval out of Georgia Tech. Stuart Sink, same thing.
Some great names on that list. Patrick Cantlay, I'm still waiting for him to. He's doing just fine, but we know that he's got all the talent in the world. Chris Williams was already mentioned.
Morgan Hoffman's tied for 8th this week. He just posted a round of 68, 66, 68 on the weekend for Morgan Hoffman.
Yeah, out of Oklahoma State. Fine young player.
Speaking of the Cowboys, now on the tee, Hunter Mahan.
And I think the tee shots become a little more difficult this afternoon. The wind a little more out of the left. Hunter going with the 3 metal. That one just a little bit inside that bunker line, and that's going to be an awkward angle over there. That coming from that angle, you have to go through that little low area of the green.
Here's a look again at Hunter Mahan. An aggressive swing. Oh, he controlled the emotion to a degree. I've never seen him wound quite this tight. That scream was not for Hunter Mahan, by the way. That's somebody in the gallery. And Billy, that pitch he's got coming up reminds me a lot of if you miss the green to the right at Scottsdale on the 17th hole.
Yeah. Now Justin Rose
hit it in the water left earlier in the week.
Yeah. See if he can play just a little bit of a baby cut here.
Doesn't like it.
No, this is left. This is going to fly in the water.
Well, can I quote something Justin Rose said last night? This is in reference to the 15th hole. Quoting Justin Rose, that hole eats me up all the time. I mean, that hole, I can't. That hole has really cost me this week. Hit it in the water twice already. That's how he feels about the 15th hole here in Cromwell.
Well, Justin Rose was 2 shots off the lead when he got to the par 5 13th. Hit his second shot in the water there, scrambled for a par. But he 3-putted 14 for bogey to fall 4 shots back. And here at 15, he's just hit his 3rd tee shot of the week in the water left. He'll be hitting his 3rd shot here momentarily.
Well, that quote we mentioned right before he went to break, those were his words yesterday. And boy, I tell you, that gets stuck in your mind. He's hit it in the water twice, he says. That was before today. Now 3 times in 4 days. He said, I'm trying to finesse a 3-wood in there and haven't made a particularly good swing. Well, he can add to that today. He's going to leave here with some bad feelings on this 15th. What a great risk-reward golf hole.
Yeah, and really there's no bailout.
Nope.
I mean, when you look at the right-hand side, you have the 3 bunkers down the right-hand side. Anything in those bunkers, that's an impossible up and down. And where Hunter Mahan's ball is laying, that's going to be a very tough up and in.
Billy, I know no one wants to do it anymore, but you know, if you weren't driving it good or felt great about the hole, I'm not sure laying up with a 7-iron and then hitting a wedge in would be the most horrible thing you could do.
No, and your shot's probably going to wind up in that swale that's in the middle of the green, your approach shot, but you certainly take a lot of the numbers out of the equation by doing it and playing it that way. But now, Justin, a little bit different angle than what we had earlier with Rickie Fowler. He has to actually negotiate that first level and then the swale and then try to get it back to that back level. Actually took that first level out of play, and that's not going to be enough to get up to the hole location, but not bad.
It was far enough to stay on that back level, you know. Thankfully for Justin, that ball did not roll back down in the middle swale. He'll have another tester for par.
Second shot here for Hunter Mahan.
Now, see, I think you try to fire this in just a little bit lower, Mark. You try to take it in there low. You try to spin it. You try to get it to take that one hop and come to a stop.
I agree, but it looks like he's going up with it. Oh, that's going to come back. Oh, we better run up and mark that quickly.
There's a bug on it. That might make it come back.
Make it go back. Which side of the ball is the bug on? Get on the hole side, bug. Billy, I like your call there. I think percentage-wise, you go in there a little lower, kind of hit something with some speed. The chance of it coming back down the hill, oh boy, he is on fast speed right now. He wants to putt so quickly. I understand that feeling.
Guys, just an update here late Sunday afternoon. The golf course is playing 70.1, so a touch above par.
Well, you know, when we went off, when we left our feature group this morning, Rickie Fowler was tied for 19th. I'm thinking, boy, what a disappointing finish, and now he's climbed up to 14th. You know, Angel
you wouldn't
Cabrera,
have expected that here.
No. Angel Cabrera finished I think he was in 12th or 13th place. Now he's in the top 10 with his 63 this morning. So the course is definitely playing harder this afternoon.
Yeah, I think once the greens got a little fire in them and the winds kicked up again like it did yesterday afternoon. In fact, it's the strongest it's been all week. And, you know, the players just, they haven't adjusted and they're not getting the ball close to the hole. And you miss a couple of short putts and all of a sudden an errant tee shot and you find yourself 3 over par.
In tough hole locations like on 11 and 12. This hole's very tough. 16 is tough. 17 is tough.
Yeah, a chance for birdie here, Mark. A chance to get it back to -5 for the tournament.
Good looking putt.
That one curls in. And the one on 11 fell out.
Well, I'm happy for Hunter Mahan. From our angle, that ball tried to stay out the right side, but it caught a piece of the hole. They can't dodge it all day long. Good for you, Hunter. Now, if he can make a couple more.
Both of these guys are headed to Congressional, the AT&T National next week on the PGA Tour. A grueling 3-week stretch for Justin Rose. Really for both of those guys. I mean, when as you say, you're in you didn't win it if you're Hunter Mahan, but you were right there with the chance. Every single putt was stressful. Par putt here for Rose to stay 7 under. So the fortunes kind of going in opposite directions here. Mahan's prospects brightening. Rose is fading.
Well, what looked like a bright future heading into the back nine has dissipated for Justin Rose. Disappointing back-to-back bogeys after 2 great saves on 12 and 13. I'm sure the gas tank is a little bit blinking on empty now after all he's been through over the last 13, 14 days.
Well, another bad memory at the 15th for Justin Rose.
He's going to have to rewrite that script somehow before he comes back, because by his own words, he does not feel comfortable off this tee, and that won't change after the tee shot today.
1 over on his round today, tied for 14th. Mahan 2 over.
Ken Duke has just made a birdie on the 13th hole to go to 12 under par. First time we've had a solo leader in the last hour.
77 to the hole.
16 now. There's the updated board.
Basically, the cover right at it is 67. Okay? So basically 67 and 10 get you there right now.
Notice on the bottom of that leaderboard, Angel Cabrera playing ahead of our featured group. What a 63 will do for you on Sunday? Well, that's what it does. You go from last and making the cut right at the very bottom to the top 10.
And we thought it was going to take 62 to get to that top 10.
We did.
Yeah, Angel was 8 under with 3 holes to play.
3 putted the 17th for bogey.
Where the hole is located, it's 10 over that bunker, and this is kind of odd right back here on the tee. You kind of feel the wind a little left to right as it kind of rushes through these trees, but then you look up at the green, it's going the opposite direction. 178 yards. Pretty much the club of choice has been 6-iron. It's got to get a little left,
Billy, that ball has run over the green. It is on a downslope. We can't even see it. It's in the thick rough, and he has no green to work with. This will be a very difficult second shot. We're looking where the ball is hiding, and it's disappeared.
Well, you can just hear the firmness of the greens now.
But isn't that what we noticed yesterday? You know, they don't feel the wind. They feel it on the tee, but it's blocked up by the green because of that large hill and trees behind the green.
Much like the 14th hole. It's kind of right up against it. But you can just hear these greens are starting to get that sound, that thud, that ball is just not going to react. Justin Rose going with 7. Good looking shot here if it's the right distance.
Now that's perfect distance, Billy. It is hole high. It kind of kicked to the left. He'll have about 17, 18 feet for a 2. On the 16th, this beautiful par 3. When we come back, we will see how our feature group finishes off the 16th hole.
Ken Duke from Hope, Arkansas, on the PGA Tour looking for his first career title. He's won a couple of times on the Web.com Tour. He's taken the lead by 1 with a birdie at the 13th. Bubba Watson is playing the 13th now. Graham Dillette, the Canadian, looking for his first title. J.J. Henry's lone tour title came right here back in 2007.
Little connection to Ken Duke, the second winner ever of this Hartford tournament. Many years ago, Bob Toski is the teacher, someone that Ken Duke relies on for help with his golf game. Mr. Toski, located down in Miami.
Wouldn't that be nice?
That'd be a nice symmetry there. I'm sure Bob is rooting Kendall on this afternoon.
Nothing nice, it would appear, about this lie of Hunter Mahan at 16.
Well, he had his cap off, scratching his head, and that's exactly what this is, a head scratcher. And you can play it a couple of different ways, but I actually like just kind of bumping it on the ground right in front of you and trying to judge the pace of it coming up that slope. I think if you run the risk of bumping it into the slope, flying it into that slope, it could hit hot and carry over, or it could just kind of bounce straight up in the air.
Billy, it looks like there's no really easy, safe shot. I mean, you know, if you just go ahead and put it up on the green, he is going to go low right now, just like you described, but even this shot could easily go 30, 40 feet by.
Oh, no question. Yeah, I mean, if you were throwing it, if you were tossing this shot underhanded, you'd do well to get this ball within 10 feet. I know it sounds strange, but that's not a bad play.
No, I was thinking the same thing as a player. You know, you don't want it there, but it could have been a lot worse.
You know, now you have just outside 10 feet to try to save par. Yeah, but Justin Rose has this putt for birdie, and coming off the bogeys, the 3-putt bogey at 14, the bogey at 15, and the 2 holes prior to that made nice putts to save par. So he's on a little bit of a run that not all that spectacular, but the 2 here would be nice. Getting back to even par for this final round.
Well, there's never a bad 2. I do know that.
This is interesting right here.
Fulci tending the flag there on what, a 15-footer?
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen this.
Well, he's not holding the flag itself either, Billy. That's unusual. Get the flag whipping in his line.
I don't understand this. I don't think I've ever seen this move before.
Wow, that was unusual. Billy, remember one year, though, that Seve, I think it was his brother caddying for me, had attended all the time? I mean, from 5 feet. They were trying to change things up after those 2 bogeys. That was unusual.
And he hit a good putt there. He was actually looking for that putt to go a little bit to the right, and it actually worked towards the back of the green. Might be frustrated now, but tonight kind of reflect back to what happened last week, and I think things will be okay. Now Mahan. This will be a nice par right here coming out of the fringe. If it bobbles, it'll get offline quick. Oh, that was a good looking putt for a long time.
Well, he's had a lot of good memories around these parts. The win in 07, his first tour title. As I said earlier, 5 of the last 6 years he's shot at least 63. He shot 62 on Thursday. 1 off the lead after Charlie Hoffman 61. 3 off the lead going into this final round, along with Justin Rose. But both of these guys who were in contention last week, and Rose eventually winning the U.S. Open. long 7 days, and Rose gets a warm ovation as he gets to the tee at 17.
Yeah, the spectators are calling out references to our U.S. Open champion, which he is the newly crowned Open champion. Billy, he has chosen a very wise club selection, I believe, in hitting iron off this tee.
Well, similar to the 9th hole, you just kind of want to play to a spot. You see the bunkers up the left-hand side. They had the one cross bunker and 234 to carry that, but from this elevated tee, downwind, certainly not an issue.
There's a great view from behind the tee. This large lake that fronts the green on 16 they just played, and it fronts this green again on 17.
Yeah, just to the right of that cross bunker is the perfect line.
Really, bud? What? Not that funny, really. Watch out, please.
A little steamy out here, boys.
Yeah, you've been out there for a long time, Billy. This is the 35th hole you've walked now. More humid than it was earlier?
Oh, much more. And kind of a long afternoon with with the wind. The guys have had to fight that, and just a lot going on. And that's a good-looking tee shot just directly over that right third of that bunker, and that's going to be absolutely perfect, Mark.
It is. It certainly is. He'll have a straight shot at this right hole location. It's on the front of the green again today, which brings the water into play. If you don't hit a good second shot, mishit it at all, you're in trouble. Now Hunter, a little more aggressive, and he's plenty long. He's going with a utility iron.
Yeah, and I think that's the correct play. You kind of play these utility clubs. You play to your strength, and pretty much the same line that Justin Rose hit it. Maybe right on top.
That ball, if it didn't touch his ball, it missed it by 1/8 of an inch. Both balls in perfect condition as they'll have their second shots into the challenging, difficult 17th. Bubba Watson still fighting for the lead.
Feature group coverage continues from Sunday at the Travelers in Cromwell, Connecticut, about 10 miles south of Hartford. Justin Rose and Hunter Mahan at the 17th.
Just moments ago, before we went to break, we talked about Bubba Watson fighting for the lead. Well, he has now worked his way into the lead by 1 over Ken Duke. Ken Duke just bogeying the difficult 14th hole with that back right hole location. Now to the difficult 17th, Billy. What kind of yardages do our guys have here?
Well, I got 152 and 150, and Justin's going to be first. And you look at that hole location over there, you kind of just, you get that feel that you just kind of want to bring it in a little bit from the right-hand side, and even though that's the tight side, but if you hit it left of the flagstick, it's just going to work with the slope and work away from the hole.
Yeah, to get it closer, you've got to be very precise. You don't have a very big landing area, and it's got to be shaped. You know, as you mentioned, Billy, if it lands right at the hole with a draw, it's going to kick pretty good to the left.
Well, Justin going pitchy wedge. Trying to fit it right in between the bunker and the flagstick, and that ball carried a long ways. That ball had to carry 154 yards in the air with the pitching wedge mark.
Well, I think maybe one of the last thoughts a player has there, you got to make sure you do carry it to that green. Short certainly is not an option, and gave it a little bit extra. It's the right mistake to make, if you can call that a mistake.
A lot more help than we had yesterday. Yeah. Like it? Good pull and up in the air with a little draw on it, okay?
Hunter's going to go with the same club, going to go with the wedge. Just, you heard John Wood say that a little more wind than yesterday, a little more helping wind, so should be the right club.
Almost.
Yeah, you heard Hunter say wrong again.
Hunter Mahan, a frustrating Sunday. Bubba Watson leads by 1. Hunter Mahan at 17.
You know, pretty straightforward little pitch shot from underneath the green here. Plenty of green to work with. Decent lie in the rough. Uphill.
par, 3 over on his round today. The double bogey he made came after his tee shot at 12. Took a hard bounce left between the top and bottom rails of a wooden fence. And one more to go for Hunter Mahan. Justin Rose still basking in the glow of that U.S. Open title, has been grinding here on the back nine.
Yeah, on this birdie attempt coming down the hill, just outside 20 feet, it looks like to me. It appears to be ultra fast coming down the hill, but a lot of times the players have come up short from above the hole here. That was good pace.
Billy, again, once that ball got going to the right, we saw so often yesterday, if you putted from the right side of the screen going back across the green, it gets really quick. So it kind of picked up speed that last foot and a half.
Yeah, maybe about 2.5 feet, just inside 3 feet, but right back up the hill.
Sniffing out top 10 right here.
2 good swings, his caddy Mark Fulcher tells him. Said, let's get another top 10 right here.
There's all kind of different goals. I mean, you started out today wanting to win. You had a chance starting the back nine. When that falters, how do you readjust your thinking? Well, you got to have something to shoot for. And if he gets a 7 under par, that does have a chance to catch the top 10, because right now 7 under par is tied for 8th. Most likely it will.
And one last shot here. Justin Rose at 6 under par. And here's how the 18th has played. Just a touch under par.
Just a touch under par. That surprises me with this hole location. It's the 9th toughest, so right in the middle of the degree of difficulty of all the holes on this golf course. 17 birdies, only 5 bogeys, 1 double. Billy, the wind direction as they're teeing off. What is the wind direction as they tee off here on this hole?
Well, I think it's down and from the left. Maybe a little more left than what it has been pretty much all week long, Mark, but definitely down.
I guess if these guys, as we've noticed, get this ball landing in the fairway and tumbling down this fairway, they can come in here with wedges, and that's leading to the low scores on this hole today.
Yeah, and we saw the drive of Keegan Bradley yesterday. He took it right over that bunker on the left-hand side, and it just zipped down the fairway. But I kind of think that the speed slot is down the right-hand side. And missing just inside that cut line and turning back. And that is going to stay up in that rough. That ball actually flew past and avoided the tilt in the fairway, Mark. That's how much wind is behind him.
Yeah, that ball carried further than any other ball we've seen today. He'll have a bad angle, not a very long shot, just a wedge, but it'll be difficult to get that ball close from the right rough. Now Hunter Mahan, he too is driver, Billy.
This ball starts right down the right-hand side and drifting over to the right a little bit, kind of kicks up the hill, and once it went over the hill, couldn't see it, but
that too got right of the cart path in the rough.
Wow.
Our feature group finishing at 18. Bubba Watson hanging on to a 1-shot lead. Bubba Watson, about a 12-foot par save at the 14th, stays 12 under par, trying to win this Travelers for the second time and trying to win for the first time since the Masters last April. Our feature group coverage, Hunter Mahan on the right there, Justin Rose on the left, Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzert. We'll peel back when these guys are done and pick up one more pairing to bring you in on this Sunday at the Travelers. It'll be interesting to see what happens with Justin Rose in the wake of this major championship. Every time you see someone of that caliber win a major, you expect them to take off, and sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. It's not as if Bubba Watson's played horribly in the last whatever it's been, 14 months. But winning on the PGA Tour is tough, no matter who you are, no matter how well you're playing.
Well, I expect Justin Rose just keep doing what he's doing. He talked about in his interview, how do you win a major? Well, you get yourself there quite often. He thought the more you win, the more it prepares you for the pressure of winning a major. And that was exactly what was asked him yesterday when he finished playing. And he thought that his goal is just to keep trying to put himself in position to win golf tournaments. And the more he does that, his actual quote was, there's no doubt about it, the more you're in contention, the easier winning is. I've always felt the key to me winning a major was to win more regularly. So he's not going to back off on trying to win and stay in contention. And while this week's a little bit of a disappointment today, like his caddy said, Birdie here finished top 10. That's a pretty good follow-up to his first major championship.
When Hunter Mahan was coming down the fairway, Grant and Mark, he kind of was standing in the center of the fairway just short of the cart path, and he threw his hands up and looked over and wanted to know where the golf ball was. And he is very surprised that this ball was in the right-hand rough. 112 yards to the hole.
Billy, you mentioned, though, when the ball lands a little shorter off that tee, it does kick to the left. They may not have realized they carried that slope.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of an uphill lie, ball slightly above his feet. Yeah, nice looking shot right here.
He won't have to look very hard to find that one.
That is about as good as you can do right there.
Absolutely.
Justin, 104 yards, and again, the ball just slightly above his feet. Only way to get it close is just to have it just barely land just over the bunker. But you can see the flagstick and the wind. I mean, this wind is just going in a pretty good clip right now. It needs to get up a little bit. Get up. It's almost like there's so much wind, Mark, that it just kind of beat it down.
Well, you can't spin the ball as much out of the rough, so it doesn't hold its flight as well. It does knock it down. I think, Billy, what also made that hard wasn't only the lie, but the hook lie. It's hard to hit a soft shot off a hook lie.
Ladies and gentlemen, now approaching the 18th green from Dallas, Texas.
Let's listen to the ovation here. Past champ and a U.S. Open champ.
London, England, the 2013 United States Open champion, Justin Rose.
Back here for the first time since 2010, receiving a really nice ovation.
That's well deserved.
And he gives it back to them.
He does. He's a nice young man, and I'll tell you, if you wanted a little shot in the arm as you're leaving town, that's it right there. That'll carry you a long ways, that kind of appreciation.
Let's update the leaderboard. And Ken Duke, with a birdie at 15, has regained a share of the lead at 12 under.
That's some birdie, too. He hit his tee shot on 15 in the right rough, right of the green, and got it up and down.
We will see Ken Duke and Nick O'Hearn as we continue our feature group coverage. Bonus coverage when these guys are done. Third shot here for Rose.
Delicate little shot. Now he's going to have to play this well right of the hole. A decent lie. Grain of the grass going towards the hole. Just came out just a little hot.
Guys, thinking about this reception for Justin Rose, let me ask the two of you. Things are so different now when you think about the Ryder Cup, when you think about the influx on the PGA Tour of international players. There is a sense, everyone knows Justin Rose is English, obviously, but there's a sense in which he's not the enemy, like the European guys, quote unquote, were 25, 30 years ago when you guys were playing. So many more are here on this side of the pond, and Justin Rose almost feels like, an adopted American player in a way.
Well, you look at the players that have moved over here, Grant, Justin Rose, Lee Westwood, McIlroy has a spot. They understand that the PGA Tour is the place to be if you want to become the world's best.
I could never think of them as the enemy anyway, even in the old days. You're trying to beat them, but it's a friend. But I know what you mean.
Sure.
It's certainly become more of a big universal family. Now down the green, trying to make a final birdie, and
that sums up his day, doesn't it?
Boy, does it ever. It's just teasing him all day long.
Yeah, and the way that putt moved down the hill, and when you think back to when we were watching Rickie Fowler, his did just the opposite.
Yeah. Not the day Hunter Mahan had in store, but I like the smile right now. He's done. He battled all day. Was a little bit out of sorts because he was frustrated, and boy, as a player, can we understand that? Gave it his best. Still shaking his head.
Well, let's see if Rose can finish up here with a par and a 71.
Down the hill, should move just ever so slightly to his right.
What a nice way to finish. That par right now has him to tie for 13th.
What a week for Justin Rose, the U.S. Open champion, and applauds the crowds here at the Travelers. When we come back, bonus feature group coverage. The co-leader Ken Duke trying to win for the first time on the PGA Tour. We come back to Connecticut. .2010 Travelers champion Bubba Watson tied for the lead with Ken Duke. Canadian Graham Dillette playing with his mind, his thoughts back home in Western Canada with heavy flooding in Calgary, in that area. Dillette, one shot off the lead. Our feature group coverage, a little bit of bonus coverage. There's Ken Duke from Hope, Arkansas, trying to become the Arkansas Traveler this week. And a chance to win for the first time on the PGA Tour. And at this par 3 16th, he has missed the green, and he's got some work to do.
Well, it's a difficult hole today. You know, it's playing as the second hardest hole in the golf course. Stroke average 3.265. A lot of players have had problems. Take a look at Ken Duke. Turned pro 20 years ago next year. Played at Henderson State University. I mentioned earlier he works with Bob Toski in South Florida in the Miami area on his game. Has for years. Bob Toski, the winner of this championship many years ago. The second year it was played.
1953.
I was 2 years old. Now Ken Duke down in this bunker. He's got some green to work with. Got to be careful that doesn't let this ball get past the hole, feeding down that steep slope behind the green.
This is not a good stat for him. Sand saves.
A little bit of a chunk and run, but not enough. He's going to be faced with a putt. Same length he had for par on the 14th hole that he missed. It's a pressure-packed time right now trying to win a tournament, and these are some nerve-wracking holes here on 16 and 17.
Nick O'Hearn also in the greenside bunker.
Boy, that was crisply hit. Ball releases, runs out some 6-7 feet past the hole. Both players a little bit of work left to save their pars.
O'Hearn, 41 years old, from Perth in Australia. We've had some Southpaws win here at the Travelers. Obviously, Bubba Watson tied for the lead now with Ken Duke. He won in 2010. Phil Mickelson, a couple of times a winner. And as we update the leaderboard, Bubba Watson just behind this group has birdied the short par 4 15th and is now taking the lead. Well, he was at 13 under par, remember. Second 9 yesterday.
Well, that 15th hole was designed to be a pivotal hole late in the round, late in the tournament. We're seeing all kind of things in our feature group earlier. We saw Justin Rose hit it in the water, and Ken Duke made a beautiful, brilliant birdie up and down from right of the green moments ago. And right behind him, Bubba Watson birdies the hole.
Mark, take me back to that first opportunity, or that first for you, Doral, that win. You're trying to break through. I mean, Ken Duke has knocked on the door. He's played some good golf since getting on the PGA Tour. He was on, then fell off the tour, then came back, and he's been back since the last 6-7 years. This for par. Huge putt. He's already one shot back.
I can't tell you how large that is. Well done, Ken Duke. That is not easy.
Duke.
Boy, look at the face, the fist pump. He is grinding the best he can. Wow. That takes a lot of heart to make a stroke like that under that pressure. He's going to face it on the next tee, too, even though there's plenty of room to hit an iron or utility iron out there. It's a very nerve-wracking off an elevated tee with water to the right. Now, Mr. O'Hearn trying to remain 6 under par. 6 under par right now has you in a tie for 13th. An important putt for Nick, who's got struggling to stay on tour here. Disappointing. Leaves that ball short right in the heart. He'll drop to 5 under par and lose a few more spaces on the leaderboard. Having a rough back 9. That's his, wow, 4th bogey on this 9 mixed in with 2 birdies. We talked about the volatility of this 9. A lot of birdie opportunities and bogey opportunities.
And some more chance of Duke. We hear that with Cooch, Matt Kuchar, and Luke Donald. And Duke, a very likable guy. Played, as we saw earlier, at Henderson State in Arkadelphia, Arkansas, just up I-30 from Hope, the birthplace of Bill Clinton. And he keeps hope alive there, Billy, with that monster par save at 16.
Well, that was huge, as Mark said, and with that putt, you stay within one of Bubba Watson. And the interesting thing here is that you can see exactly what Bubba's doing on 16 from this 17th tee.
You know, Billy, of all the leaders,
and I've got to tell you, I just saw the shot of Bubba Watson. It's in the water.
Wow.
It hit short, kicked back in the water. What a mistake.
Has Ken Duke realized that before he hits this tee shot?
Mark, I can't believe that he wouldn't see it.
Well, there's been no expression change on his face. If he did see it, he's not giving us any hint that it's affected his thinking, and it shouldn't. He needs to bear down now and put this tee shot in play.
Now, he loves to work the ball left to right. That is his go-to shot. So I would think that he'd take it at that left bunker, set it just inside that bunker, and let it fall just to the right. And that's exactly what he's done.
Boy, he went for the tee quickly. That is a good play by Ken Duke, right down the middle of the fairway.
That is his strength. He's a straight hitter. Doesn't hit it a long way, but a plucky player. He won the Web.com Tour Championship. A couple of times a winner on that tour.
Well, you know, his back nine's impressive. He turned in 1 under, but he birdies 10, 11, 13, 15. Did sandwich in a bogey on the 14th, but that par putt he made on the 16th certainly keeps the momentum going.
And this hole sets up well for O'Hearn. He likes to work the ball left to right, which is a draw for him. And that ball's kind of hanging. Watch out. And just barely creeps into the bunker.
That will be a scary second shot over the water, coming up over the lip. Well, Ken Duke walking off the tee.
Ooh. He's 1 shot behind, but Bubba Watson is in the water at 16. Big moments coming up. Kenny Duke with a swig of water. Bubba Watson with a big splash of it at 16. Bubba Watson has dunked his tee shot at the par 3 right behind this 17th where Ken Duke is. And Ken Duke is just a few steps away from being the outright leader with a hole and a half to play at the Travelers Championship. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Billy Kratzer. Duke looking for his first tour title at the age of 44. And a very difficult shot, especially under the circumstances, coming up. And the wind isn't helping in that regard either. Nick O'Hearn will be first to play.
You talk about a tough shot. I don't even know if I would risk, even though it's been a long day for O'Hearn. I don't even know if I would risk trying to get this ball all onto the putting surface.
It's got to be struck perfectly, Billy. He is close up against that lip. It's so hard for a player to play down this fairway and play away from the hole, but this is going to be a little bit of an all or nothing type shot. If he hits it right on the button, he can do it. If he misses this at all, he's going to be in trouble.
It's been a tough day up to this point, so maybe something good could happen here. And you can see just on the upslope and just another gust of wind. But you can see how sharply he's trying to break it up, hinge it up right after impact. Really clean hit. This is a really good shot if it's up.
That was awesome.
That's a 10 out of 10 right there, Mark.
Boy, if you had an 11, you'd give it to him, wouldn't you? That was really a classy golf shot. You know, I think that's good for Ken Duke if you want to know the little subtleties of golf. He didn't need to see that ball splash in the lake, so that's a nice picture. Just follow that one right on that same line.
Well, he's got 135 yards, right to left wind. Loves to work the ball a little left to right. He has kind of a lower ball flight than most players on tour. Okay, going with the pitching range. It's struck nice and solid, left of the flagstick, just as you would suspect. Sensible play, given the situation, Mark.
Under the circumstances, I think that's exactly where he should have hit it. I mean, he's never won yet on tour. He's 44 years old. He's danced around the lead many times. Now look at this view from high above the blimp. That's over a lot of agua there. He made sure he made good contact. Billy, he flew that ball to the hole in the air. No chance that even with a little miss hit, he's going to carry the water. So he was taking care of business. Now just a little careful thought to the speed on this putt coming down the green. And the hardest part of the hole is over. Nice to see he and his caddy laughing. They're trying to keep things relaxed as much as you can in this situation.
Yeah, it's easy to get in a hurry in this type situation to where everything starts moving quickly, but you know, I was watching him walk down the fairway here at 17. He was taking some deep breaths, and you saw that he took a drink of water, and you know, he's doing all the right things, trying to get that first win. It's just hard to win out here.
Well, guys, Bubba Watson's about to make triple bogey at the 16th. Now, here's what we need to remember. There are other players with a chance to win this tournament. It's not just Ken Duke and Bubba Watson. Chris Stroud and Graham Dillette are just a shot behind Kenny Duke. Bubba Watson still has a couple of holes to play, but Duke will have a birdie putt here coming up.
Well, you know, the right mindset here, you got to take care of your own self in this game. He can't do anything about what Bubba does. He can't do anything about what Chris Stroud or Graham Dillette does. He's got to take care of business. He wants to make this putt, but if you make it, it's with about a foot by speed. You want it to tumble into the hole, and then you've got one more hole to play, and you post your score. But I think he's got enough wisdom and experience on the tour to know that while Bubba may be crashing and burning on the 16th, he's not the only player in this tournament. He knows he's got to post a score, and he's hanging on to a one-shot lead. Bubba hasn't posted that triple yet, but he's hanging on to a one-shot lead over Chris Stroud and Graham Dillette, and he wants to get in the house with that one-shot leader too.
Well, let's update it. Bubba Watson, a triple bogey 6.
He did it a different way today, but 13 yesterday with a few holes to play, finished 10. 13 today. Looks like he's in command, and all of a sudden his hopes found the lake on 16 and then airmailed the green with his second shot and actually his third shot. Triple bogey. Billy, with the pressure of winning your first tournament, he's got a lot of experience. Do you like this downhill left to right breaker as opposed to maybe a putt that's uphill?
From 27 feet, no. I would much rather have it going up the hill. Now, if I had a putt to win and it was in the 6 foot range, I would take the downhill putt, because then you really don't have to worry about the speed or the ball getting to the hole. But given this situation, 27 feet, we saw Justin Rose kind of race it by the hole. You give it just a little extra juice on this putt, and it can slip by the hole 3 or 4 feet.
Well, while he'd like to make it, I think that, boy, if I was caddying for him, I'd say if we make any mistake, let's read a little extra break. Because if he does pull this ball up the hill, in other words, play more break, and he happens to hit it too hard, it's not going to get away from him. If he happens to push this right of the intended line like Justin Rose's putt, this ball could continue to track, you know, and roll out some 4 or 5 feet past the hole. And he is playing a lot of break, Billy.
Yeah, they've picked out a line. This is a good 6, maybe 6.5 feet above and left.
I like that.
And he's just trying to just ease it down there. This is a nice lag putt from above the hole. And
that's not bad, Ken. I know you wanted to make it, but you know, make 4 here is not too bad. We've seen a lot of guys lose the tournament here on 17 through the years.
Well, last year, Charlie Hoffman had a 2-shot lead. Made double bogey here, then bogeyed 18, and Mark Leishman, who'd been waiting around for a couple of hours, wound up with his first victory. Now, Nick O'Hearn, what a tremendous second shot to this point.
Well, if this goes in and then you birdie 18, now all of a sudden you get it to -7, and maybe it's not all bad, but just about 2 rolls short.
Now Ken Duke, the leader by 1. This is just inside a couple of feet.
I'm glad he's taking his time here, Billy. You know, you would consider this automatic, but it's not under the situation. He's got to stay there and execute. Just hit this putt solidly.
Yeah. What is it, 18 inches?
That's it. No problem at all for Ken Duke. What a good par into the situation.
He'll take a 1-shot lead to the 18th in search of his first tour title. He made birdie at 18 on Thursday. He made double at 18 Friday and a par yesterday. Stroud and Dillette still with a chance to catch him. Bubba Watson still with a chance with 2 holes to play. But Billy, this was your first individual title back in 1977. Mark, when you were late 70s there, 79, I guess, about to win Doral. Just the thoughts as you got down the stretch. You knew you were capable, but you also knew a lot of things could happen. Take me through those thoughts, those emotions.
Well, for me, it was only my 12th tournament on tour, and I qualified on the Monday at Doral. In the old days were Monday qualifiers, the old rabbits. It all happened so fast, it came down to about an 8-footer on the last hole that I had to make, playing ahead of the group with Bill Rogers. And if I remember correctly, Billy was in the mix there too. Billy had the lead early in the tournament, played very well through the years at Doral, and somehow I just kind of kept my head still and knocked it in, and all of a sudden you're the winner. It wasn't this situation where I was playing 3 or 4 holes with the lead.
Yeah, it was Bill Rogers that finished second, and
you were right there though.
I finished third.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy.
Well, Billy, you were coming down the stretch with.
Well, we got a guy coming down the stretch right now.
Yeah.
And I mean, just hit that nice little bullet fade that you hit so often.
Look out.
Oh, he got quick. He clipped a tree off the tee. This is right at the bunkers. This is a horrific drive at a critical time.
Another look.
We're looking from above, Billy. He got so fast and short. The ball does clip the edge of the trees up on the hill. The good news is we can see the ball. It's in the rough. It's not sitting good. It's not sitting terrible. But, boy, he's going to be way back. Can't imagine he can get anywhere near that hole location. Now, Nick O'Hearn.
O'Hearn at 5 under, tied for 18th place. Earlier today, we were watching Gary Christian. Two guys with money list concerns, trying to make as big a check as possible.
He needs to frame this drive inside that left bunker. That's his shot shape. He likes to work it left to right. And that's a good-looking tee shot right there.
That caught the speed slot you're always talking about, Billy, and it is running out. It's going to just miss actually get on the edge of the cart path. He needs this ball to get back to the left side if it will. And that ball's running down the cart path, still running, still running. It's going to stop on the cart path. Obviously, he'll get relief. Still moving, Billy. It just now comes to a stop.
I'll let you keep me updated.
I'm telling you what, Billy, go take a nap. It's still rolling. We need to come back and see the exciting finish as Billy fills us in on Ken Duke's predicament on number 18.
We talked about Ken Duke and working with his instructor Bob Toski. He spent a week with him in South Florida last week and has struck the ball beautifully for most of the last 3 days. Barely missed a fairway, but he has missed it badly to the right at 18.
Well, no one is exempt from the pressure that mounts in a time like this. I wasn't, no player is, so you all learn different ways to handle it. And one of the things that happens to every single one of us, even the great champions, is you get a little bit sped up. You get quick, and that's what showed up on that swing. Billy, you had a chance to look at this. What do you think?
Well, these are the options that would be running through my mind, Mark. 190 yards is what I've calculated him having to the hole. I would actually think that if I could put it in that bunker, that would be a pretty easy bunker shot. If he feels as though he can put it on the front left corner, that is also doable.
Billy, if for some reason he could carry the bunker on line with the hole, it will not stay on the green, will it?
No. With the amount of wind behind him, the lie that he has, there's going to be too much grass in between the club face and ball. This is going to come out with some serious heat on it.
Stop that guy. Sir, just get up the hill, man. Thank you.
Okay, so 72nd, 8 iron, get to that top. Jump it to 75. So I'm trying to do downhill, downwind. I like that. Just keeping it left there.
Yep.
Billy, I think he's taking your second route, trying to stay left of the green.
I like that. Just make sure you just give yourself a little. Exactly. Right? Yeah. Left to right wind? Yeah, basically straight down a little off the left. Yep.
I mean, I think it's the smart play to try to put it on the left corner.
Even if it jumps, I mean, we're talking 75. I was going to say, he'll take down. Perfect. I like it. Okay.
Billy, what I like about this, if it does come out soft, he's still just got to pitch onto the green with a great chance to save par.
Justin Hopsmith!
Well, it's on a nice line if it catches the contour of the fairway, and it's starting to work back, and that's not a bad play.
If you gave me 10 balls from that position, I'd go place it right there. That was really good, and he got a great break at the end that it didn't go through into the rough.
It was just well thought out.
It was.
Under a high-pressure situation.
For a guy who's not won.
Oh, we're getting these looks from above, and it's exciting. He's playing an 8-iron now from just under 200 yards, 190 yards. Lands this ball some 30 yards short of the green, knowing it would hit hot. Now, here's the good break. He gets up into that fringe, comes back down right off the edge of the green. And Billy, if he's nervous, which I'm sure he is, and it's normal, he can putt this ball. I mean, he's almost hole high, some probably 50 feet. Not a bad spot at all.
I'd be very surprised if he chooses anything but a putter, Mark.
I know I would. Now, Nick O'Hearn, we talked about his ball had stopped on the cart path, Billy. They're trying to determine where the paved surface starts so he can measure from there.
Right. And actually, I think his closest relief is going to be kind of up. Yeah, that's where the rules official is pointing, is that it's going to be.
As long as it's no closer to the hole,
exactly.
Right? And being, left-handed, it works. If you were right-handed, it probably wouldn't work there, but you'd still be standing on the cart path.
Just to update you, the lead for Ken Duke is 1 now over Chris Stroud alone, because Graham Dillette has made bogey at 16.
Yeah, Graham Dillette put his ball into the front fringe on 16, wasn't able to get it up and down from over 70 feet.
There you go.
And these finishing holes are demanding. Once you get by 15, 16 and 17 can take their toll. Now, that's the first drop we're watching. Roll more than 2 club lengths. He'll drop again, most likely. If it's on a hill, it will roll back, and then he'll place it where it landed on the second drop.
Grant and Mark, I can tell you that Ken Duke just looked up at the Jumbotron here at the 18th hole and looked up, and he saw that Chris Stroud did not make his putt on the 17th hole. He's fully engaged, fully aware of what's going on. This is pretty fun to watch.
Billy, I thought you made a good comment that he played a very smart shot under the circumstances. He did not lose his wits about him. He thought it out and played a very bright shot.
O'Hearn just inside 110 yards, and from this lie, being able to place it after the 2 drops, just a slight bit of an uphill lie. He ought to be able to put some kind of spin on this and bring it to a halt fairly quickly. Oh, this needs to get down. Get down quick. There you go. And there's the spin.
He needed it, too.
Mark and Billy, I know Nick O'Hearn needs to do what he needs to do for his own game, for his own score, but I've got to believe this extra time is making the wait all the more excruciating for Ken Duke.
It can work either way. Ken's up there ready to go. He had a chance to maybe settle himself. Billy talked about him breathing and drinking some water on 17, taking deep breaths. Hopefully that's what his caddies are reminding him of. It makes me think, because of the decision he made on his second shot, that he has his clear thinking.
Guys who've won for the first time here at TPC River Highlands. Phil Blackmar is working with our coverage this week.
Good buddy of ours.
Yeah, the launch pad champ.
How about the name? There's another one out of the past. Mac O'Grady, his first win in '86. Al Geiberger's son Brent won here in '99.
Olin Brown was not exactly here when he won, but he was just off the green left. went on to win there.
You know, Billy, what I like about this shot, while it's going to take some work and calm nerves to get it up and down from this distance, it's not one of those scary shots that can get away from them. You know, there's nothing real bad that can happen here.
Probably the worst he can do from here, Mark, I would think would be that 5-footer, maybe 5 or 6 feet, simply because you're going back up the hill. And I can tell you, when he came over the hill, over the crest of the hill, and he saw where the ball was, just off the left edge, he kind of had a big sigh.
Well, you and I both know there's a giant difference on putting from where he is and being 10 feet to the left, 15 feet into that rough, having to judge that would have been difficult under this situation.
Duke and his caddy, Chris Carpenter, sizing up the situation. Huge moment here for the 44-year-old from Arkansas.
Yeah, Chris Stroud did make his par back at 17, but now this is just all about pace.
How about that?
That was beautiful.
That was impressive. And he'll mark.
Billy, if you said the most important thing was pace, he must have listened to you, because you couldn't have weighted that any better. He's still got to finish up, but that's just like the putt he made on 17. He hit that one in with a lot of confidence. Good for you, Ken Duke. What a great recovery from that tee shot.
If that goes in, then it essentially means that Chris Stroud is the only player who can catch him. That you got Graham Dillette still playing 17. Dillette could go birdie, so for sure he could catch him. But Bubba Watson would have to hole out here at 18 to get to 12. And now he'll wait, and he can still smile. That's a great moment. Man, what a moment.
That's a good sign, too, that yeah, he's not overly stressing. I'm sure his heart rate's up a little bit. All that's normal.
And you know, he played well. He's kind of a journeyman, played well. Then he got hurt. Then he had to go back to the web.com. Now he's back on the PGA Tour. Good for him.
O'Hearn for
Birdie.
A disappointing finish today for Nick O'Hearn. You know, Billy, back to Ken Duke. While he has not won on tour, he's finished second. He's been in this position. He has felt this adrenaline, these nerves. So it's not the first time he's ever had to deal with this.
Well, that's a good point. And you know, it's just been a long road back. Here's a guy that, you know, he's had the back issues. That's been well documented. You know, he's just that kind of grinder. And I know when Tommy Gainey, Two Gloves, won last year, I was just so happy for him to win. And I will be equally as happy for Ken Duke if he wins.
For par and to post 12 under. Will he be the Arkansas Traveler? We'll find out.
Well, I tell you, it's one thing to make par under pressure on your final hole to win your first tournament. To make it from where he drove that ball, boy, my hat's off to him.
And a fist pump for the 44-year-old. Perhaps moments away from becoming the 6th first-time winner in the last 8 events here at the Travelers Championship. It's been a great weekend here at the TPC River Highlands. Thanks to our entire production crew. For Billy Cratchit on the ground, for my partner Mark McCumber, I'm Grant Boone. A reminder, we've got more feature group coverage coming up in just a few weeks at the World Golf Championship Bridgestone Invitational at Firestone. For all of us with the DirecTV feature group, so long from the TPC River Highlands in Connecticut. That's what Ken Duke did on 18T. Took a quick leak. Oh, it was awesome.
What a par after that tee shot. Is he going to give us? Can he give us like where these shots are coming from?
Yeah. He stepped out for a quick leak, a quick trip to the restroom. I can do it. Let me do it. Let me shut the door. Here we go. Just talk me through it. Sunday at the Travelers Championship, our feature group coverage included Rickie Fowler. His birdie putt at the second dropped. And then at the par 5 sixth, another opportunity for birdie. Just catches the left side of the hole. And Rickie Fowler was 2 under par at that point. This for birdie at the ninth. And a front 9, 3 under par 32 for Rickie Fowler. After a birdie at the 11th, Rickie Fowler, an eagle putt at the 13th. Yes! 6 under par on his round at that point, and 6 under for the tournament. At 14, trying to back it up with another birdie right in the heart. And then Fowler's second shot at 18. 7 under par. And just spins it back onto the green to within about 12 feet. This for a career-low 62. And just had it leak to the right. Then the comebacker for a 63, and really the only hiccup of the day. Still a fine round of 64 for Rickie Fowler.